Ah! I go! I go! It is time, my dudes! Saan yung ano ko?
The greatest players in the world are here. They can just burn this one down.
It is time, my dudes!
Like you've never
It is time!
the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Genji.
Babalagbag na tayo, mga pare!
정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Babalagbag na tayo, mga pare. Eto na. Eto na. Eto na. It's time to watch Worlds, mga kaibigan. Worlds 2025, the match of T1 versus IG. Siyempre, isa lang ang bias natin dyan. Wala nang iba-iba. Wala nang iba pa tayong iisipin kung hindi ang T1 lang. Matic. 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 Pero, maya-maya pa eh. Magsisimula pa lang. Magsisimula pa lang tayo, guys. Pasimula pa lang. Don't worry. Don't worry. Everything is still good. Everything is still good. By the way, guys, to everyone that's gonna be watching our live stream, thank you so much sa support na binibigay nyo. Do appreciate it. Hello, Raven. Eto na. Paki-share naman ang live stream natin ito. Manonood na tayo ng Worlds, boy. It's time to watch some Worlds action, boy. Ay, napanood nyo na ba yung cinematic? Napanood nyo na yung bagong cinematic? Gulo ng buhok natin, pero okay lang. Nilagay ko lang dito yung comsec ng sa main broadcast kasi gusto ko 'di ba kita eh. May mga nakakatawang comment din ako nakikita kasi magsisimula na ulit yung mga comment na yung sinasabi nila na nasa na ba 'yon? Nasaan ko? Show chat. Yan. Meron kasi may mga nagko-comment dito na yung ginagawang Pinoy si Faker. Yung sinasabi nila Faker batong bakal, mga ganon. Kaya gusto ko makita. Oh my God! Hello! Hello, Yore! Hello, Emmanuel! Welcome sa ating co-stream, mga kaibigan. Ay go! Ay go! Anong parang sinali mo sa pick M's? Actually, hindi ko pa ginagawa yung pick M's ko. Yun nga pala. Yun pa rin dapat kong gawin, ha. Hindi ko pa ginagawa yung pick M's ko, guys. Alam niyo naman ako sobrang tamad ko sa mga ganyan. Kagaling ko lang ng church. By the way, guys, sinamahan ko ang aking commander para sa thing niya. Oh! Sarap siguro magkaroon ng secret lab. Sa akin kasi naka-Razer Mono ako eh. Nakita nyo na ba guys yung Razer Mono ko? You know? Razer Mono Block. Lupit! Yung pinakamalupit. Gundo naman. Oh! Gusto ko din ng ganyan, yung mga mesh. Pero trip ko talaga yung mesh type, hindi yung leather type. Pag yung leather type, nakakapawis talaga. Genji yung pinik niya. Wala. Dapat T1 lang tayo, pare. T1 lang tayo. Ain't no way we gonna vote for anything else.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
We're not gonna vote for anyone else. Yung talaga yung sa T1. Well, yung sa T1, well, hindi na loyal eh. Si Faker lang yung pinaka-loyal naman talaga dyan eh. Well, yung iba din, sila owner, si Gumayushi. Sinabi yung support nila. Alimutan ko tuloy. Wait lang, kakaano ko pa lang eh. Ginagawa ko pa yung pick'ems eh. Nasaan na yun? Okay, make picks. Undefeated. Who will advance undefeated 3-0? T1 tayo. Mas lalagay lang natin dito T1. T1 lagay natin. Ba yan? T1. Sige na nga, lagay natin Genji yung 3-0, tapos yung T1, ayun. Mga dulo pa yan eh. Tapos BLG, papalag. Ano ba lagay natin? HLE, KT, lagyan natin yung mga yan. Hindi. Ito. Wait lang. Hindi nakita yung nilalagay ko, pero okay lang. Natic. I think malakas yung ano ngayon. Okay na yan. Join community faction. Cheering for T1 ako eh. Yan tayo. Dito tayo. Confirm faction. Ayan. T1 tayo pare. T1 tayo pare. T1. Ayan, okay na. Masa medyo random lang yung nilagay ko doon. Yan. Okay. Done na yung pick'ems ko. T1 win yun. Let's go. Anong laro to ba si... LOL PC to, LOL PC. Yan. Ayusin ko na yung layout ko ng browser. Welcome nga pala. Welcome. Let's go. This is Worlds, guys. Worlds 2025. It's time for the legendary matchup. Aray ko, sumakit kagad na lamunan ko. Magsisimula na tayo mga kaibigan! T1 versus IG in a best of 5 series. Let me know, who do you think is gonna be winning? Will it be T1 or IG? Diba? May ginagawa pa tayong vocal keme. Para sa inyo yan, guys. Para sa inyo. Alam nyo naman malakas kayo sa akin. Ay nako, kung merong malakas man dito, kayo yun. At sa akin kayo malakas. Yon. Yan. Kung gusto naman mala-impactong shoutcast na ala delubyo talaga. Ay, alam niyo na kung saan kayo pupunta. Dito lang. Dito na tayo. Dito na ba, kaibigan niya? Dito tayo ba, kaibigan? Sheesh! Dito na tayo ba, kaibigan? Dito lang yan. Only here. Live bias at, walang kabias. Promise. Sim. Wala ka bias dito, promise. Kahit onti, walang bahid ng kahit anong bias. Pero T1 lang! T1 lang, pare! Let's go, T1! Magsisimula na. 1 minute away. 1 minute away from getting the start. 1 minute away for the matchup of T1 versus Invictus Gaming versus IG. Tingnan natin. Okay. I need to check like all the stats. ng IG, ng T1. Ba't nakalagay dito sa playing ground? O nga pala, ito grand final. Oh my god, T1! Don't you dare! Don't you even dare freaking lose, boy! Naka-live ako sa lahat. Naka-live tayo sa lahat. T1, don't you dare lose this game. Worlds will not be the same without T1. Oh my god, sobrang wala. Riot will be will be freaking nervous kung wala ang T1. Ain't no way this is gonna be an upset. Walang upset. This is T1 bagging the spot. This should be T1 just wrecking havoc at this point. Alright? Shout out to Corona Break. Thank you so much sa pagdalaw. Thank you no one sa pagdalaw din. And pag-support na sa League of Legends community natin. Nakagaling ka ba kay Captain Flowers? Of course! Everyone loves Captain Flowers. He is one of the best, if not the best shoutcaster in the entire world. For MOBA. For League of Legends din. Sa Dota meron akong gusto din na caster. Sino nga ba yun? Sino nga ba yun? Yung sobrang galing mag-shout ka sa ano? Si OD Pixel. OD Pixel is the god of shoutcasting in Dota 2. One of the fastest. Napabilis talaga. And maayos na shoutcast, like yung hindi yung basta may sinasabi lang. It's actually like explaining what's happening in the game as a PvP. Mahirap achieve yung ganon type ng shoutcasting, guys. Kahit ako nahihirapan ako sa ganon. I really need like a good warm up just to be able to do that. Sino tinutukoy mo na nawalan? What do you mean? Anong wala na? Ano yung di ko gets yung sinasabi mo, James? Ayun na, ito na, guys. Ito na. Come on, man. Just give us the WT1. T1, just give us the T1. Panalo nyo na. Ha? Wala nang wait lang, ayusin ko lang yung camera ko. Tatagalin natin yung background natin. Galing natin yan. Okay. Hindi na natin sasama yan. Okay, good sa. Okay. Hindi muna tayo maglalagay ng background ngayon, guys. Wala tayo maglalagay ng background. Kasi I think gagalaw-galawin natin tong camera natin mamaya. Parang gigilid natin. Iiwas natin sa harang sa Champ Select. Oh my god, pero putak. T1! Panalo nito, T1. Panalo nito, T1, no? Panalo nyo! Panalo nyo yan, T1. Make this an easy win. Easy win, boy. Yung na-feature sa Worlds. Yung na-feature sa Worlds. Worlds, I think, Shanghai? Parang mention yun last year, eh. Uy, sana all may jersey ni Faker. Sana all may jersey ni Faker. Po. Wow. Gigil tayo, pre. Gigil tayo. Di tayo papayag. Wala. Ganito tayo. We make it real. As real as it gets. Okay. IG, guys, yung org na ito, sobrang solid talaga. Kahit dati pa lang, isa to sa mga mamaw din talaga. I think naging world champion na ata sila. I think naging world champion na sila. Ang alam ko may skin nga sila eh. Walang co-stream di ko alam. Ask ko siya.
We got both like Kakao, we had Rookie, we even got in Mopum from KT Roasters B.
Tanong ko lang. Kaka-chat ko pa lang sa kanya. Ay, nanalo sila, di ba? T1, tapos, pero yung pinakauna yung Taipei Assassins, ang alam ko, parang ganun. Ah! T1 lang. T1 lang. Guys, I'm gonna keep it real. I want T1 to win. Why? Because this is T1. T1 has the only... T1 yung pinaka nagbigay ng hype, lalo ng SKT pa lang sila. Faker's the only player that is this freaking loyal. Tas hindi loyal dahil wala na mapuntahan. No, he's like the GOAT, man. He has the highest achievements in the entire game. He's the richest of them all as well. And the humblest, the most freaking humble person you will ever meet. He's also the smartest one because he actually invests time to do business, to read books, to study. Hindi siya yung puro league lang. Ang dami niyang ginagawa. Tapos siya pa yung pinaka-humble sa lahat. The only trash talk he did ever was against kanina ba yun? Against Killer Ruler ata yun. Basta yung all roads lead to me. Yun lang. Yun lang. Pero ang daming beses siya yung tinatrash talk ng mga players, mga teams, mga coaches, ang community, lahat. Na, you won't hear him talking any sheesh about anyone. Diba? Ang ginawa, idadaan niya sa laro, pare. Idadaan na niya sa laro, pare. Ayun na nga. Kaya ito, supportan lang natin ng mga... you can support anyone, guys. You can be IG or T1 here in this match. It's okay. We have our own thoughts. Pero sa akin, I'm never gonna be changing my mind. Ever since 2013, basta kailan ba ako nagsimula mag-grind talaga sa League of Legends and full transition. Dati kasi Dota 1 ako, tapos a little bit of Dota 2. Kaso, nung nakita ko to si Faker, tapos, ayun na, among other influences, ng mga kaklase and friends ko noon, I switched to League of Legends. And I never went any other way. Yun na. Ano na talaga. League of Legends na. And dahil dito kay Faker, tapos syempre yung mga shoutcasters pa rin na sobrang solid. I got interested in shoutcasting as well at the early year of like 2014, 2015. Gusto ko na talaga. I started shoutcasting at that time. I hosted like community tournaments or mga matches dati 2015 nung sobrang active pa ng community ng League of Legends. I went to tournaments as well. I joined tournaments as well. Naglalaro ako, like a player ako dati for tournaments. Reach like hindi naman ako nag-champion because I'm not that good. And hindi ako yung parang OG talaga. But in terms of dedication and all, dito tayo eh. It's 2020, yun na. Doon na tayo nag-full esports. For League of Legends. And then, sumama yung Wild Rift, of course. Man. Doon na. Nga kasi yung LOL sa... Yeah. Roleplay, cosplaying, also their music, like everything, man. It's like the complete package. I think one of the only reasons why League of Legends right now is not as popular in the Philippines as it was before dahil sa mga problems na nangyari dati and continuous problems as well. And there are so many games right now na yung mga corporations ngayon, yung mga companies na nagkakaroon ng mga teams, nahihirapan na mag-decide. Usually kung saan may pinaka maraming or yung mga bago, dun sila pasok kasi andun yung new market. So the old market now is the more stable ones and all. And of course, iba kasi talaga kapag nakapag-international. I think right now, we're getting into a place in League of Legends na nagsisimula na ulit tayo. We already have an organization that is backing League of Legends. Kung hindi pa kayo familiar, Naos Esports now has a team, guys. Naos Esports. May team na ang Naos Esports. Kinuha nila yung ibang members dati ng West Point Esports cadets and other members, sila Don, na part ng Liab Esports dati. Andun na sila ngayon sa Naos Esports. Sila na yung team nila. Ano? Shout out to Astig, panahon ba ng Imperium Pro Team yung... No, I haven't shoutcasted in any event talaga before. Nagsimula lang ako mag-shoutcast na talaga 2020. Pero I was in the training program dati kasabayan nila Yuko. Kasabayan ko sila Yuko dati na mag-start mag-shoutcasting. Yung mag-aral ng shoutcasting. So it's earlier of 2014, ganyan, 2014, 2015.
I mean, I think the rest of the roster has already consistently performed time and time again at internationals.
Basta guys,
Never seen
15 minutes? Dude,
performance at
15 minutes. That is the longest 15 minutes ever for sure.
Marcus, he struggled at times
Sig-
against
ako gusto ko na magkaalaman na talaga eh. Gusto ko manalo na dito yung T1. Hindi pala magkaalaman. I want T1 to not only just win this, but dominate this. Set the standard here for this tournament
that they can be knocked out.
and be the world's T1 that everybody has been witnessing for like 2 years now. More than 2 years now. Back to back world champions 2023, 2024, dominance pa yung ginawa nila. Right? That is what we want. By the way guys, let me know kung sobrang lakas ng mic ko or anything. I can adjust it naman. Pwede kayo adjust to or something. Kung hindi na masyadong naririnig ba yung sa browser, let me know. Kung gusto nyo lakasan ko yung audio ng sa browser. Kasi ayoko naman magkaroon tayo ng problem whatsoever sa ganito. Ayan. Nadatnan ko pa dati sila. Oh yeah. Man, Genshinbo, naabot ako sila kahit sa Dota days pa nila. I was watching some of their matches dati din. Or yung mga shoutcast nila dati. Pero I'm already in the space. Andun ako, pupunta ako sa mga events nila. But I didn't involve myself that much because my parents before were very, very strict. They didn't want me to participate in any gaming esports thing. They wanted me to focus on just studying, tapos maging civil engineer, tapos yun na, corporate. Pero, tinapos ko naman, took the board exam as well, aced the board exam, nag-work ako, then I didn't like it, due to, like, dude guys, construction, so much corruption. I don't like those shit. So, nung pandemic, naging blessing in disguise sa akin, nakapasok ako sa esports, tapos work from home na design na lang yung ginagawa ko. Best shotcaster ng LoL si Captain Flabber. Yes! Dracos as well is really good, guys. Dracos, I think, is one of the better shoutcasters na meron tayo dito sa League of Legends PC. Kasi okay din yung tonality niya, okay yung bilis niya. He says really smart things about the game as well. Magaling siya mag-handle ng conversations between the other two shoutcasters, yung callers saka yung analyst. Tapos okay yung mga backer niya. Magaling din kasi yung mga caller and analyst natin. Alam nila kung kailan nila dapat i-intensify yung shoutcast sila. Alam nila kung dapat ba i-chill lang nila ng onte. Maganda talaga. Yung kulang lang ni Dracos, minsan nagiging monotonous yung pag-shoutcast niya. Pero mahirap din kasi, yung tono ng boses niya, parang hindi kasing lawak ng kay Captain Flowers. Kay Captain Flowers, kaya na kasi yung sobrang baba. Yung sobrang baba, parang almost bass or something yung boses niya. Hanggang medyo mataas. Kaya, maraming ways niya pwede gawin yung pag-shoutcast niya, lalo na kapag teamfight. Sex trophy for Dora. Grabe naman to. You know, Faker will be 10th time. 10 times ba naman ikaw mag-worlds? Ever since na nag-worlds si Faker. Pero dati, sumikat na kasi si Faker, hindi lang dahil sa yung paglaro niya sa worlds niya. Yung naglalaro pa lang siya, yung mga games na yung Riven niya na sobrang mamaw dati. Doon ko siya una nakilala, yung sa Riven niya eh. Parang may ina-outplay lang siya, tapos parang, what the hell? Grabe kinaya na yun. I think napapakita pa rin yun eh. Madalas pa rin yung mapakita eh. Quick shot. Yeah, quick shot is also good. Yung mga nami-miss ko was the tandem of Papa Smithy, LS, and Captain Flowers. Sobrang solid talaga yung tandem nila doon. LS was the brutal one. Brutally honest analyst. Like, minsan nagmumura pa yun kung gugustuhin niya. Papa Smithy, onti lang naman yung profanity na sinasabi niya. Usually, holy crap lang yung madalas yung sabihin. Pero, okay kasi yung tonality niya. And, maayos siya mag-explain. And, a little bit of an analyst din kasi talaga siya. Tapos, balance mo yun ng Captain Flowers. GG na GG talaga.
in the mid lane is what we're talking about.
Ito, Atlas,
Because
Ko-
these two teams
wait lang, hindi na mabasa kasi yung mga pangalan eh. Yan.
but the legacy
Kobe and Atlas are really good casters as well. Si Atlas, isa yun sa mga binabanggit ko in some of my posts even before. Yung gusto ko kay Atlas kasi, yung pag-shoutcast niya, more on emotions rather than speed. He focuses more on the emotions na meron for a particular fight. So meaning parang kung naalala niyo yung 1v4, 1v5 na ginawa ni Zeus, yung ano men, sa top lane, yung hinuli siya, tapos Zeus is still alive. What was that? Parang gumagano-gano lang siya. Pero sobrang impactful nung pagsabi niya. Yan, siya yun. Si Atlas yun. Yun yung nakakatuwa kay Atlas. He doesn't really have to speak fast in order to convey emotions, in order to hype the audience. Yun yung maganda sa kanya. Play-ins to, yes, play-ins ito. Yung kay Captain Flowers, he can do pretty much anything. Kahit yung mga rhyme-rhyme kaya niya. He just plays around with words as well. Yung pinamaganda kay Captain Flowers din, yung vocabulary niya sobrang ganda. Sobrang ganda ng vocabulary niya. He's like literal Eminem, man. He has unlimited amount of words to describe what's happening in a team fight. Kaya ang ganda. I agree. Gusto ko Captain Flowers I prefer Captain Flowers over any shoutcaster. He is still like the best. He is still the best. And I think it will take a long time. It will take a long time for someone to really fully replace him. Quick Shot, Freak, Atlas, Dracos, Captain Flowers. Yun. Pero my top one will always be Captain Flowers. Ba talaga? Grabe din yung kapag gusto na bilisan, bibilisan talaga niya. Saka yun, tama ka dyan, Zek. Yung pagbigkas niya, yung diction niya, sobrang ganda. Yun yung okay. Sayang wala na si Dash, yung caster na NA naging solid din. Oo nga eh. Marami na wala. Marami I think na wala rin talaga. I think we are on a very, very competitive market, especially sa international stage. Marami din mga caster from yung PCS dati na hindi ko na nakita. Kung nakasubaybay kayo sa PCS dati, parang iilan silang caster noon. Tapos ngayon parang bago na ulit. Do parang dumami na yung mga shoutcasters ng LCP, yung sa LCP na part. Parang format ng play-in, pag talo laglag na sa NBA kasi gano'n. Ito yung play-in eh. Parang nakalagay dito sila lang yung play-in eh. Check ko nga eh. Check ko ah. Check yung schedule. Kinakabahan kasi talaga ako dito eh. Puro nakalagay kasi na matches to be discussed eh. Nakalagay dito. Pag chinek nyo sa lolesports.com, nakalagay to be discussed. TBD. So, magdedepende ata sa laban na to muna. Lahat. Magdedepende muna sa resulta nitong laban. Pero so, at labas ang ugat sa leg ni Captain Flowers. Yeah. Like, surely. Sa ganun ba naman na level ng projection kasi yun eh. Doon din magaling si Captain Flowers, like the way he projects his voice is insane. Ako like personally, isa yun sa mga struggle ko. I have the same struggle as Dracos. My tone of voice is very high, kaya ako napapansin nga isa sa mga hassle pakinggan sa akin, especially kapag hirap yung production. Kasi sa akin, kuwari ngayon, pag nanonood kayo sa live stream, medyo nakatimpla na kasi yan eh. Sinet ko na ito sa mic ko, sinet ko na ito sa OBS, Though medyo raw, hindi na ako gumagamit ng voice meter kasi gusto ko as raw as possible yung sa boses ko. Pero at least hindi magki-clip yung boses ko. Tapos I keep a certain distance towards my dynamic microphone. Mga ganun, mga other minor technical stuff ina-apply ko para hindi nakakairita yung tono ng boses ko. Pero madalas kasi problem yun, especially kapag let's say yung production, kung nagsha-shout kasi ako sa isang event tapos may tournament organizer, sila yung nag-handle ng production, sila yung nag-handle ng voice, ay ng volume, mga ganyan-ganyan, yung para sa live stream. Pag hindi nila natimpla na maayos, basag. Kapag basag yung tono yung tunog ng boses, sobrang sakit talaga sa tenga ng akin. Kasi mataas yung tono ng boses ko eh. Kaya kailangan marunong talaga. Pero yung dito, yung maganda dito, pag nanonood kayo ng Worlds, kahit anong sabihin nila, gamit nila headset, parang headset microphone na gamit nila, pero ang ganda ng tunog. It's because of the mixing. Aside from the quality of their microphone, right? Usually, pag yan ata parang BPE-HS2 yung gamit nila, it kinda looks like BPE-HS2 or maybe a similar variant as well. Yung mga pang-broadcast talaga. Yung mga tag $300, $400, $500 headset microphones for broadcast. Anong sakit mo rito? Masakit yung tono ng boses ko dito ngayon? Pero the best talaga yung pag-shoutcast mo, Kuya Gian, kapag naging caster dyan ka kapag may nakakapenta. Omsim mida. Ito, yung nagsasalita dito. Ito, lakas ako yung volume.
T1, the defending world champions enter as the 4th seed after an
Si
inconsistent year in the
Atlas yung
LCK.
nagsasalita
It's a
dyan.
position they know all too well, but an elimination best of 5 right out of the gate? Even with all their experience, they've never faced a test quite like this before.
Si Atlas
But if
yan.
the last few years have taught us anything, it's that you can never count out T1 at Worlds. After all, they were the 4th seed last year too.
Rookie's able to answer back with a double kill. It's absolute chaos. Holy moly! Rookie with the triple kill saves IG.
After 6 long years, Rookie
Oh
and
my
Invictus
God.
Gaming have finally returned to Worlds. The LPL's first world champions
T1,
have struggled since 2019.
I really hope you
Rebuild
win
after
or
rebuild,
else
failing to yield
everything
results.
is gonna be
So in
tarnished.
2025, they decided to
T1
play
qualifying to Worlds
bringing
is like the
Rookie and
most
Shine
important
to the
thing
roster, along with
for
recognizable faces
anyone that
in
watches
Meko,
League of
Gala,
Legends.
and Wei.
I don't care what anyone else
It was a
say.
slow start,
Sabi
but
nila,
IG got hard at the right time.
Pasuna
Now find
or
themselves on the doorstep
Rusty na
of
si
the main
Faker,
event.
anything like that. Two-time world champion.
It's not gonna be easy, but
Recent
perhaps
back-to-back
the
world
LPL
champion.
needs to go back to
Attempting
their
to go
roots to
for
discover how to
third na
finally
ata,
beat
tama
T1.
ba? Sila lang makakagawa
So
ng kung
will
sakali.
Faker lead his team to another improbable title
They're the
defense?
only ones who achieved
Rookie bring the
becoming a
LPL to
3-time
the
champion
once again.
in a span of like what, 5 years. Tapos
The chill.
ngayon 5 na yung world title nila, parang ganun.
Those players kept on missing each other at internationals. Look at the amount of games that they played in their
Predictions, prediction, what do you mean? Let's see. Tingnan natin.
Right? Because it does feel like a dream match. And it, as a boxing fan, it's like a Manny Pacquiao going up against a Floyd Mayweather. It happens
Oh,
right after their
wow,
peak, but
interesting.
it's still
They
here.
even mentioned a boxing reference, Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao. Yeah. Pinoy Pride! Pinoy Pride!
The Worlds that Rookie won was one that Faker didn't attend, and it just feels so fortunate that now we're finally getting that match.
Ito na.
So many
Ito na, guys.
from both these
Share na
players,
na-
but just separate,
Share
not
the live stream, guys. We are about to start
We've seen
the match
from the
of
players from IG
Invictus
at Worlds
Gaming
specifically
versus
have
T1.
been favorable. It's so hard to win against Faker at Worlds. We
Nakamiss yung pangalan pa nila SKT sa
Gala
totoo
Wei
lang.
do great against
South
Faker
Korean
as
Telecoms.
well.
Kaso
It
ngayon,
feels like
T1 na lang
Faker
talaga.
Worlds,
Like,
his
it's a
domain.
separate
Like,
org na.
his domain expansion. It's
Yeah.
just he gets the auto hit against them. It's so hard to change.
Record
Like,
versus
bullshit.
Faker at
They get
Worlds.
the tournament.
Nobody won.
Entire LPL.
Nobody from their team won against Faker even once. Damn, son.
It feels like they have an aura. I remember like in 2023, JDG's having their
Now
own
that's a
MSI was
flex,
going amazing,
pare.
And then you go to the actual finals, and guess what people talk about at the end of the day, at the end of the year, is that it's T1 being
So
the
meaning,
dominant.
if
So
they
you have to be able
if
to
they win
feel
here,
like you're
unang-una
winning
yon,
the
tapos biggest impact pa. Kasi matatanggal nila yung T1. Oh,
of
Faker, please don't lose. T1, please don't lose here. Come on, man. LPL Slayer talaga si Faker. Yeah, they were the Slayers. They were the Slayers last year. They were the Slayers last year. Right? Especially when they went up against BLG. Sila, they wrecked them, man. They wrecked them.
How is it gonna come together?
T1
They-
also has this buff. This is
The
Dan's
birthday
drawing,
buff.
by the way.
Oh,
This
happy
is
birthday,
Dan's drawing.
Keria!
My
Specifically.
draw.
Happy birthday, Keria!
No, no, no,
Is that
no,
supposed to be Keria?
No, this
Yes,
is
it
Raz,
is.
do this. Raz, do not put this on me.
It's
Look what
his
he's trying to do to
artistic
me.
Dude, yung
ability,
drawing,
actually, so you can thank him
the
for
drawing
that one. Happy
is
birthday, Keria.
lit.
Absolutely. Cursed.
3-1 T1. 3-0 nyo na. 3-0 na.
The best moment of the
Make
year.
it a
The
3-0,
main event that
guys.
could be a
I'd love to
quarterfinals
see a
once again.
3-0 here.
Everything has to come
I
together
mean,
now. It is T1 versus IG across
'cause
2025
why not,
finals
right?
now.
Cause why not? I want to see a 3-0 here. Like nothing else. All I want to see here in this series is a one-sided beatdown. T1 wrecking Invictus Gaming. Kasi naman game 5, that would look so bad on T1. Yeah, it has to be a 3-0. If IG wins even one match against T1, everyone will be looking at that very game that T1 lost and will look to exploit whatever screw up they made in that game. Angas. Nasa... Tama ba? Great Wall of China ito? Angas. Nakapag-shoot pa sila doon. Die! Then I wanna go there and like try all the food. China. If ever we like become fortunate enough to go there. Not gonna lie. Ang unang gagawin ko is to try all the food and try the spiciest food I can actually try in the area. Cause I'm a spicy food fanatic. I love spicy food. It's the only thing that matters to me. Gusto ko ng masarap na pagkain talaga. Di ako na makanood may defense kami. Oh no, Irvin! Good luck sa defense mo. Okay lang. Matagal naman to. Defense usually lasts for like 1 hour or 2 hours. Abot pa yan. Abot ka pa. Abot ka pa dyan. Sa trying to sino di ko gets ano. Okay. Ito na. Ayan na sila, guys. Ay go! Grabe yun. So, siguro manood na. Grabe yung mga on-site siguro talaga sa ibang bansa. Like, different level talaga, no? Oh. Good though. And, like, production W, yung kumuha dito, yung naggawa ng stage, yung fabrication nila. Like, look at that, man. Napakalinis. And look at the gears. Yung camera na gamit nila, yung kumbaga parang webcam na gamit nila. Sobrang angas. Huwag na kahit sira yung manok nila sinaserve. Hello! Doran, yeah, I think Doran really needs to step up here. I think a lot of people, a lot of analysts, casters are constantly like comparing him to Zeus and the other top laners as well. Kung sakali magkalaban sila ng BLG, sila maglalaban ulit. And I think sino nga ba yung top laner ng BLG na mayabang? Kalimutan ko na. Si Ben, I think wants to get his revenge on T1. The like siya yung pinaka-galit na galit talaga sa T1. Yan tama Corona. Gondo, tinan niyo yung look at that LED, man. Sobrang angas. Pinoy ba yan? For some reason, napaisip ako kung Pinoy yan. I mean, he looks, like, northwest Asian or something. Or Southeast Asian. Pero medyo napaisip ako kung Pinoy ba yun. Mukhang Pinoy ng konti eh. Ganda ang tsura ng stage nila oh. Pero hindi pa yan yung finals na stage. Sa play-ins pa lang to. May nakainan din ako doon na fried chicken na restaurant. Sabi nila di daw atawag na sarapan. Ah, we? Kasi sabi ko, di ko... Ha? Ay, we? What? Kaya kainin yung buto? Dapat pala kulay ng T1. Well, yeah. I think yun yung limitation. Though, the white looks nice, though. Pero ang ganda sana ako blue versus like red. I think it would have been really nice. White looks good though on T1. Alright, let's go. Draft has started. Okay, gilid ko na yung camera ko. Dito muna ako. Dito muna ako sa gitna. Lots of respect on Faker. Pero tinanong yung nire-respeto dito ng T1, no? Kaisa, Yunara, take it away here from Gala. Jarvan from Owners, gonna be respected as well. So, kung gusto nila mag-all-in ka agad dito, they can actually pick like Jax already. And they wanna go standard, just go Jax. Or maybe kay Sante here. Orianna's gonna be taken away dahil lang sa Nocturne. Saka mataas talaga synergy ng Orianna sa lahat eh. Oh, they actually went for Ryze. Priority ata dito ng Invictus Gaming is to remove most of the champions here of Faker as much as possible, as early as possible, para maubusan siya ng bala kaagad. Malawak naman yung champ pool dito ni Faker, kaya okay lang. Wait lang ha.
Now, getting down to the mid lane champion pool, Rookie is going to be the first one to grab away the Ryze here. But you can just trade that for Talia for Faker. Is it going to be paired with like, you know, Virus or Pantheon or something like that? They do have plenty of options that pair very well.
Pantheon is certainly something that Owner has found a fair bit of success on. Could go back to the Xin Zhao if he feels like it, although not exactly the same champion as it was.
So standard lang Talia. I'm actually surprised that Invictus Gaming didn't go for something like an Aurora into the mid lane.
If he gets to play this champion, you will lose. That's just how that one goes. So
Sa malakas pa rin naman ni Aurora kahit papano eh.
as the Trundle is going to be locked in.
Kasi yung standard lang dyan tatapatan ng Talia.
I don't like blind Trundle. This is something that
Yeah, I'm also not a fan of picking Trumble blindly kasi Jax is open and Olaf nga open din, gugustuhin nila. Dalawa na kaagad maka-counter nun kung sakali. Are they really gonna go for Corki instead? I think Caitlyn would have been better here for Invictus Gaming kasi yung traps na yun, especially para sa Trundle, zone to zone talaga sila. But they actually went for, they committed onto the Corki. And Nico. Pretty standard for bot lane. Support to na Nico. So baka yung jungler na gamitin dito ng... Actually not sure kung mag-aggressive ba dito yung IG. I'm not familiar with their playstyle. If they wanna go aggressive, they can actually go for something like Lee Sin. Kaso nga lang with the Ambessa, parang medyo mas mahirap na yun. Ano sa tingin mo mananalo, bossy? Iba ko to... Wait! Dude! No. Wag, spells! Wag. Remove Renekton, remove Jax. Just remove Renekton or Camille or Fiora. Yun yung tanggalin na di... Tom, say remove Jax. Say remove Jax, okay? Remove Jax, ban Jax. You ban Jax. Ban Jax. Jax ban Jax. Okay? Medyo onti lang yung choices dito ng T1. I think they can still go for Jhin here. Yeah, maganda yung Jhin dito para sa T1. Go for Jhin and then pick something like a Nautilus as a support. Kasi open pa rin naman para kay Keria. They actually ban Vi. Pang anti-lockdown. I don't think they're gonna go for Aatrox here. Pero pwede naman. Pantapat sa Ambessa. Medyo makakatapat yung kahit papano. Pero I think mas safe dito para sa IG. Pick kay Sante. Or Jax. Parang yun talaga eh. Jax or kay Sante yung magandang pick dito eh. If gusto nila ng tank, they can actually go for something like an Ornn. Kaso nga lang, bibirahin lang yun ng Trundle. Bubugbugin lang ng Trundle. They anticipated a Ziggs pick. Which is odd. Pwede naman yun. Yeah, they lost to Severe. Wow, sobrang bilis nun. Aatrox or Jace? Actually. No spells. Aatrox or Jace top lane yung natatapat sa Ambessa para kayanin. Hindi Jax. I think Jax is a good front time para sa kanila kung sakali. Pero kung gusto nila pang-bully talaga, saka maganda yung poke nila kasi double poke sila kung sakali. Chase nga maganda. Tapos kumbaga pang small skirmish yung lineup dito ng IG kung sakali. If Kiana jungle ang gagawin nila, it's gonna be okay. They have a lot of lots of burst damage for Invictus Gaming. As in sobrang taas ang burst damage nila. Kayang-kaya nilang burahin kaagad yung Talia, yung Severe. Even the Ambessa is not gonna survive with everything. Rek'Sai is gonna be interesting kasi kailangan nila ng front. I think Rek'Sai gets the most information as a champion. Lalo na kapag naka-borrowed siya. But they can actually go for something like Skarner if they want to. I think Skarner is really good as well. So they did commit onto the Rek'Sai. And they went for Alistar for T1. Very loaded composition. 3 front lines, 2 back lines for T1. Standard lang for team fight. Scaling composition, pero okay lang din yung early game nila. Yung nakakatakot ka lang ng early game dito yung sa Invictus Gaming. I think they have a lot of ways to play around the map. Sila yung pwede gumawa ng plays kaagad. Especially dahil may Nico sila, may Kiana sila, tapos may Rek'Sai pa. Yung way nila para mag-initiate ng fights, sobrang dali. And wala masyadong, sa totoo lang wala masyadong protection dito yung T1. Maganda yung engage sila, maganda yung counterplay nila, pero pag binigla sila ng IG, ang hirap makaresponde kasi yung pop blossom pa lang ng Nico, tapos yung Kiana, yung supreme display of talent niya, malala na kaagad. Yes, Christian! Game 1 pa lang. Alright! Guys, looking at the draft pa lang. Sino sa tingin naman nanalo dito? Not looking at the teams, which one has the better draft? Press 1 kung IG, press 2 kung T1.
You know, we could tick off one of those. Did you say 3+ for that? I didn't. I made that mistake in the past.
Dude, Cole, wag mo naman sabihin na talo T1. 3-2 yan, game 1 for IG, sabi ni Jay. Ooh, grabe mga predictions guys ah. Okay, we have mixed voting here sa TikTok live natin. Meron mga naka IG, meron naka T1 sa comp. I like that. I love the difference na meron tayo na nakikita sa maganda kasi kumbaga snowball composition na meron dito sa Invictus Gaming. It shows lots of confidence, 'di ba? Grabe yung confidence na pinapakita dito ng IG. And it matters. Ibig sabihin hindi sila naaaurahan dito sa T1. Yung T1 yung parang nagpe-play safe lang.
Yeah, nobody getting their grass proc just quite. Not enough time there. But we do get wards coming in a little bit early.
Para dinig din yung komentary nila. Dinig naman yung komentary nila, no? Mas malakas lang yung boses ko.
Doran making sure he stays still. Of course, you do get those little mini games. You know, we often talk about it with like champions like Evelyn, where you have to like make sure you're warding differently.
All good, okay.
Rek'Sai is a bit similar, where you need to move less if you don't want her to see
Give off
you.
the radar ping.
Yeah. So we'll see whether Doran is going to be holding position.
Nakakamiss actually yung time na merong
Faker
Divine Sunder pa sa LoL PC. Wala na kasi yun, Sunder Sky na lang. Kaya swerte yun sa Wild Rift.
Rookie not in the best
Pareho meron.
form coming in, and Faker's lane phase isn't as good coming in, but we'll see because Faker has really opted a lot into playing these side lane plays and
Ano kaya
dropping CS in mid.
I think I have
We'll
cookies
see
here.
if we can
Medyo na nagugutom ako eh.
Talia, definitely a good champion for it.
Yep.
And bottom lane would be one of the cases for it.
Yeah, mas lamang yung Corki pagdating sa mga pokes sa ganyan. Lalo na may Nico pa sila. Lugi dapat yung T1 dito sa bot lane. Except pa nag-level 2 or 3. Pero level 1 medyo na maximize naman ng IG. 20-25% damage to Gumayushi.
None of these weird swaps that we have been seeing across the world, right? Like the, what is it, the WE swap, or we like to call it the Viper
Walang
swap.
follow-up. Hindi nag-kill si Gumayushi. Special ata yung kinuha ng pangalawa.
Yeah, where the
Hindi ko alam kung
AD carry,
kumuha siya ng Q.
just goes topside instead. Yeah, we definitely should mention with the patches catching up here for Worlds that
Si Faker sobrang galing gumamit ng Taliya eh. Nakita niyo yung outplay na ginawa niya dati. Yung nakaraan pala. Against kay...
So that
Ano ba yun, yung
does
mid laner
make,
ng ano?
the possibilities
Genji ba
of
yun?
those AD carries, swapping up top side early on. Less enticing, they're more dangerous because you have to play the bounce back wave.
Yung maganda sa Rek'Sai yung sustain niya eh. Dahil dun sa passive niya. Press 3 kung X-Goat, yun! May laban ba kayo? Ulit?
Yeah, I think that lane swaps will always find a way. You've just got to stop fighting it.
Just double jungle for a while. Or
Yep. That's what some of the theorizing has done. However, we haven't seen it just yet. And I would like it if we just get some 2v2 laning as the Shy and Doran.
Tinan mo yung heal na yun oh. Dalawang bar na heal ni The Shy. Kahit pinapoke siya dito ni Doran. Tapos poke lang ulit siya. So good. Yan. Yan. Exchange lang. Tapos tinan mo. Pagka borrow niya ulit. Tinan mo ha. Tinan mo yung buhay niya. Baborrow lang ulit yan eh.
we had the junglers trading their Scuttle Crab, so it is going to be a little later
Ay, umalis
recall
pa.
away because he had to get chased off.
Pero naka-heal.
for the top
Naka-heal
side
siya ng
of the
malaki
crab.
dun.
So he's going to
At para ba T1 sa...
little
Yun!
bit later on his recall. It's not going to matter too
Siyempre,
much,
kahit
so
WR na yan.
does mean that owner is first up to
Grabe,
the
naka-demolish siya.
side up by top.
Yep, demolish proc there from the Shy as well. Getting towards that first plate. There's going to be usually decent spell shield there to avoid a
Good
bit of damage. Tangle Bubs could have been a problem as Gala taking back some control on this
Pero
bottom
dapat,
side.
di ba dapat
It's a bit what we were expecting.
makakapag-cast ka
This
pa rin ng
was,
Q
in
kahit
the
nakaskill
LCK
ka.
at least, the most powerful lane you could get for a very long time. The Nico Corki was absolutely terrifying, something that even T1 were able to use to great effect.
Ayan, ulugi na yung T1
Putting a
sa
fair
bot
bit of
niya.
damage here onto
As
Rookie,
expected.
who stacked up this wave quite a
Poke
lot.
camp
Should be
yun.
able to get rid of it
Alas may gank.
and
Kaso
make
nga
his
lang
way
Trundle
back.
yung
Teleport used
champion na
for
gamit
the
na
Rise, so right
sa
now,
jungle. Kaya
he's,
mahirap
playing
mag-gank
with
yun.
a little bit of extra space.
Yeah, and Guma just farming up down there on the Sivir. Doing pretty decently for himself, getting his CS. We'll see about scraping together the rest of the CS under tower. But no big...
Wala nabutan si Faker.
Re-clears for both junglers as well, ending up on bottom side.
Yep. And we're probably not going to expect too much craziness, at least until level 6s have been hit. Unless
Napabigay siya ng
Doran just goes ahead and
tatlong-
dies towards the top side of the map.
Papaiwan
Down
siya ng
about 100
tatlong
health.
minion.
Will have to go back home as now Faker in trouble.
Naku!
Made his way back in and gets the flash out from Faker. Get out of my lane, he says.
Nice punish here from Rookie, coming back on the teleport. Gets the flash out of Faker. Top side.
Flash in from the
Ooh!
Shy, looking for Doran, who's
Naku!
dashing around. Finds the ulti and down goes the Ambassador.
Ay, parang okay ah.
She will answer
Hindi, actually okay yung trade na yun.
afterwards to try and balance out
Okay yung
that
trade na yun.
money, but the Shy
Kay Guma
already
napunta yung kill
finding
eh.
some prey.
Oh, the Shy does it. Gets level 6 under tower, Atlas, so he knows with the Rek'Sai ultimate, he can go for the kill. He charges it up there, up the Fury, gets the true damage on the bite, gets the ultimate to finish, and then into the waiting arms of Guma. So, T1, it's actually not the end of the world there, even with Doran getting
Yeah, mas malaki yung...
under
Ewan ko.
tower. Guma's
Para sa akin,
able
mas
to collect
malaki yung
that,
value na
actually
makuha
puts the
ng
money on
Sivir
the
yung
Sivir
kill
as we
kaysa
get
sa
a conversion
Agbesa
here
eh.
towards mid lane,
Yep,
trying to
gonna be
push
a
out the
3v3.
wave.
They're gonna get snared up
Oh,
here.
kaya medyo
Midway.
sayang yung dive na yun eh.
Looks like it is just a battle for the wave. Ona moving on over, puts down some chilly ground, but should just be
In it.
T1 claiming the position, moving these minions out of the way. And a possible fight for this dragon could ensue. First one will be a Chemtech, so not going to have to type too many orcs sus in the chat this time around.
It's very interesting too because the Shy is still topside and he has teleport, but the Sivir is applying pressure to the wave, trying to push in. So if
Hindi na ata gumagana yung magpa-flash ka eh.
oh, they're actually gonna teleport topside.
Na nerf na yun, hindi na maiiwasan. Yung ginawa ni Faker dati,
On this
hindi na pwede
Rek'Sai,
gawin
his
yun.
carrier finds the pulverize. It's just going to be a bit of damage. He does make his way out. Picture in picture, you got Gala up against Doran here towards his bottom side as both waves are going to be crashed in here by T1. Decent little move. No dragons to be attempted just
Ah,
yet. Both
that's sad for
teams with
Faker.
vision in the area.
Sad kay
Alright,
Faker
so
yun.
T1
Hindi na
gets to
nakuha
keep
yung
farming up
CS.
their Sivir. The Shy on Rek'Sai though does have some teammates in the area. You can see on the mini map trying to come up.
Yeah.
Way they're finishing
Oh.
up the Gromp, level 6 Kiana, ready to make a play, but not going to stick around and force the issue. Or are they?
Yep, there's the pulverize.
May ulti yan ha, kaya na, masakit yan. Uy, nabuhay si Keria. May pillar pa yan. Yan o, saka tayo magpipillar. Walang in-game, ayun, may in-game sound na. Nabula saglit yung in-game sound na.
On to Gala here, but no one else really turning up for that show, and he will be okay underneath this turret for now.
Atlas, Wei went back to base. Owner stays there. That's why T1 forced that play. So they have Keria go for the engage, and Shy was kind of asking for it, but Wei had gone back to purchase.
Yep, turtle port in from the Shy is not going to get him quite in time. So we're gonna have a look at some grubs going down here towards this.
Lagay ko rin yung comsec dun sa ano para baka gusto nilang din nakikita. Pero sabihin niyo sa akin kung gusto niyo tanggalin ko Pwede ko naman tanggalin.
Yeah, Wei's recalling, you can see. So
Para full experience tayo.
As Mako and the Shy go in for this, and Keria is able to flash out without dying, just survives on a sliver of health.
Hindi ko nakakagulo lang. Tanggalin ko na lang. 2-0 ka agad si Guma no? Hindi naman natin nakikita Ako din, hindi ko naman nakikita Tanggalin ko na.
And if this is how T1 are going to win this game, through Gumyushi, through their Sivir, then that's actually a lot of character development from T1. One thing that they've really struggled with, and this is something that we did spoken about extensively, that is playing through
Magulo ba yung chat na doon? Compared sa Purple Up?
Often it's leave Gumyushi,
nagpapanggap si Gala
clean up. This is going to have to be playing through the Sivir, allowing him to carry, and that will show.
Well, alam na nila kasi nasa top lane ng Quirky
Too many more. They have won a couple of worlds in a row thus far.
Yeah, and we'll see how powerful the side lanes are for them as well with Doran. Investing a little on the top
Kala ko ulti siya Kaso ang lalim na pala, dyan na si Wei. Nako. Nako. Medyo nakakalito yung UI nila na ito Ito lang. Pero I think ano naman kaya naman ma-get after a while. So ito yung ulti. Ito yung mga ulti nila. Yung mga ulti nila.
Yep, Keria will be able to find the Shy who tunnels his way out. Gets a nice little knock-up. Void Rush just trying to void
Wala.
death, but the
Patay na kaagad si Shy.
and down will go the Rek'Sai.
Bibigay nila kay... What? Hindi nila... What? Owner, ba't di mo pinigay kay Guma? Inuto pa niya. Ang weird nun. At binigay niya na kay Guma. Para fed na siya talaga. 1-5 yun. Katumbas.
Yeah, that was a great pillar from
Play-ins lang to. Play-ins lang, Gary.
onto the Shy.
Ay, yung ulti ba ni Owner yun? Hindi, parang humampas siya ng isa pa Subjugate ba na yun? Kala ko nag-isa pa siyang auto. Parang may animation ako nakita. Pero bibigay nila yung objective.
Doran, who was under fire earlier on in the game, is now going to find himself with a decent advantage. Level advantage, as you can see.
Do or die to Alam ko do or die to
in the lead as far as that farm. So the Shy got some work to do to catch back up.
So there's the control.
Pag natalo ata
yun.
yun.
Keria sitting
Kasi
on
play-ins to
and standing still. So the Shy goes in. Owner's able to pillar him. They trap him on this outside.
Ayan, may
and they are
replay.
able to chase him
Ayun
down
kinagat
with the
niya!
kill.
Kinagat niya! Potek Owner! Hindi yun yung ulti niya. Kinagat niya pa. Potek.
Is already going the way of IG though, so only needing one more could be a big deal.
Ano ba naman yan, Owner? KS!
And yeah, the early money on Guma does result in a
3-0 na rin Guma yun Pero siguro pang Thunder Sky niya. Kaya ka Thunder Sky na siya dahil din Baka nag-usap naman sila, sabi na. Akin nila pang Thunder ko. Sabi niya. Kailangan ko na pambili ng Thunder Sky Mdria.
So in that 1v1 going to be feeling a whole lot better. Regeneration of this Rek'Sai can be pretty problematic. Tangle Buff's going to connect here by Mako. As way on the side as well, but trying for Raw coming on in there.
Medyo masakit kailangan niya mag-ulti na.
Way tries to go into the stealth but doesn't
yun lang, miscom sila ni Faker.
To lock down the Kiana. Still no joy here for T1, but you can see they really want to fight.
They definitely did, and Keria no ultimate on Alistar now, chunked out kind of low. Summoner's spell healed, not that big a deal, but the ultimate decent cooldown early on. So we'll see. as
Nakaka-paranoid naman yan yung
they then
ulti
move into the
ng
jungle a little bit there.
yung
You know, it
rocket
was a small
ng
timing for Mako to
Corki.
try and get some deeper vision, but he wants to make a little pass towards Guma.
Yep, Guma currently about
Ooh,
900
good dodge.
gold in the lead. And this Sivir is only going to get more and more terrifying as these items start to come in. Of course, 3 items.
Pag
from
naka-Navori
Sivir,
na
we'll
yan,
talk about
Navori
the
Flicker
time.
Blade,
But if you're accelerated,
Habdi na
it's
yan.
just gonna be problematic from
Second lang yan sa
As
Q ng Q.
Faker here towards his
Mas
bottom
di na
side,
naubusan ng
fresh
mana.
another wave in. And T1's lane management has been pretty good so far today. IG finding themselves a little bit on the
What's up,
back foot
Josh?
when it comes to the
Hello,
tempo.
hello. Salamat sa pagdalaw,
I was
pare.
wondering, Kobe, have you guys heard of tempo vibes?
Tempo vibes, Atlas. Lay him on me.
So tempo vibes are not anything to do with the actual game state. Okay, you need to take the game state out of there. You just got to think, who do I feel is in the best
Yeah, who
spot?
you vibing with?
And right now, I feel like T1 has the best.
Oh,
That's fair.
tempo vibes,
I
T1
will
talaga.
also say, IG have not been a
Maganda
great
yung draft ng
early
IG
game.
pero parang naaurahan sila eh.
At 15.
Naaurahan sila dito ng T1 eh. Alam mo yung parang kinakabahan sila, yung ganon.
So, you know, they
Isang beses namatay,
definitely
naka 1 for 1 sila siya eh, pero biglang parang nag-aalangan na sila bigla. Eh yung comp nila, sobrang glass cannon nito, ang dali lang patayin ng Rek'Sai mamaya.
Faker individually, you know, it's kind of cruising there with his Rod of Age is done, his tier done, so stacking up. I want to see if they can get side lane pressure, you know, if they can actually pull off the famed Rise Realm Warp Nico
Ooh.
engages. We were talking about it, him select as the Nico is actually getting chased off here.
Yeah.
May shield siya, may shield.
Going to convince Owner to leave him alone, and that is going to come on through as Seismic Shove collects Rookie here as Faker.
Ooh, good
A whole
damage.
bunch of rocks. Not too
Grabe
worried
yun.
about that Rune Prison. But Threaded Volley not going to connect as Seismic Shove hits once again. Faker looking
Oh,
for the
muntik
solo
na.
kill, but Rookie is able to walk his way out with that phase rush. But man, Faker is putting down.
Kala ko nga magpa-flash pa si Faker dun eh.
You know, Ricky was able to blow Faker
Right?
flash
alam
early
nila.
on. Now he's getting low. But it looks like it is
Nakita sa
just
word
gonna
eh.
end with the pressure, and neither of them fall.
Yeah. And so no flashes blown either.
Pero may pwede sila mag-teleport top lane ah. May ward na malalim eh.
Just gonna do it.
Ayun na nga.
It's an exciting matchup.
Sabi ni Owner, sige tapusin ko na lang to. Ay hindi, ha? Medyo weird yun. Medyo weird yun. Kinumit na lang sa ano niya. Ang weird. Ang weird nun. Ha?
Oh, Oda went back for another bite, but then still tried to run, so he didn't finish the tower either, Atlas. And that's going to mean IG both defend
yun?
their tower, and they should be able to get this Herald then with no owner around. That will be their third objective for those feats that you mentioned. And we'll see about the first tower then.
Yeah, we'll see who's going to be able to
We'll
actually
determine
pick
it.
up the feats of strength, but this Rift Herald is
Throwers yan ah.
collected there by Wave. The fact that this Kiana also gets the kill is such a big deal.
First
right?
tower
You
pa
need
naman
to have
yung
money on this
pinakakailangan na
champion.
dito ngayon.
And so far,
Eh may referral pa. Naku, yari si
splash forward there
Faker.
from Rookie, and Faker just explodes.
Ugoy!
Helps out, so he's going to get himself the
Ayun,
assist.
wala na.
IG, come alive.
Fit of strength sa IG na.
To use the flash from Rookie, the flash from Wave.
Gago,
They get the kill
throwers
with the Faker
throwers
with the
si
side lane,
Zeus. Ay,
and they
throwers
get
si
the tower
Owner.
down.
Oh man, what
First tower na nila yun eh.
switch up when it comes to the
Huh?
tempo of this game, right? We were talking about the fact that all
Huh?
of these lanes were in control by T1. This shake-up could be massive here
Ano
for
yun?
IG, who get
Parang,
themselves a 1.5k gold lead in the process.
Kailangan madikit yung game o kailangan talo tayo dito. Ay, hello, ang laki pala bawas ko. Sige, atras na lang ako. Very sketchy, bro.
Oh, Gumayushi almost just dead from that rocket as Keria now in trouble as well.
What was that,
50%.
man?
T1 looking like they're struggling a little bit to get back control of this game.
That was the weirdest interaction. Weirdest
Rookie in the side lane
interaction.
might be a problem for them here. We mentioned the Rise was already starting well, and getting the extra kill here, you know, really ballooning the individual gold lead for himself.
Mainit, Charles. Mainit yung laban natin.
Oh, flash headbutt bolt to come on through here as immediately the exhaust is down onto Mako, but he has the Pump Blossom.
Oh,
He
good-
finds two
good-
with it. As
good yung
there is the
pag-trap
Void Rush
nila.
from the Shy on that
Wala na
front
talaga
line, but as
mapupuntahan
Mako
dun
falls
si,
down, just one
ano
pick
eh,
and trade for the Drake.
Nico eh.
Maybe that's just fine here for IG.
Yeah, they get their objective. Okay, Doran.
Yeah, the Shy going to find him once again. Doesn't really want
Pero
too
weird
much of
talaga
a
kung paano
success. It's
namata.
absolutely terrifying. And Doran, I think, gonna have to be a little bit more involved in some of these fights because he has been the benefactor of a lot of these skirmishes early where he's been sitting inside lanes, lapping up the gold.
Well, they might make a play right now.
Yep, as I was saying, the public execution is going to come on through as the Shy goes down once again. Keria collects that kill somehow as Gumayusi under fire here in the mid
Si
lane.
Keria pa yung nakapatay.
It's coming on through, but the realm
Oh.
warp is going to come down. Gumayusi is
Ay, sayang.
trouble as Gala going to be able to help take down this kill, keeps himself alive, and it's another one for Wei.
Yeah, Guma down, no barrier, no flash for him or for Gala. After that
mag-IE ka agad si Guma, hindi na siya magnanabori.
Continues. Gold lead being chopped down, but of course, Keria actually getting the last hit. You were just asking.
Yeah.
You were just asking.
Well, buhay sana si Guma kung nakuha nila yung pit of strength.
Oh dear, Mako in a little bit of trouble here as the pillar does go down. He's gonna have to flash, gets lit on fire as well. That is gonna make it relatively safely to his outer turret. I'm just worried about this Kiana, man. I know what they can do in the LPL. I wouldn't be as worried if I was in my league, but this is a very different beast. 2 items already completed as the Umbral Glaive is now done as well.
Yeah, and these are very cheap items. You know, they reduced the cost of Profane Hydra, made it really nice for rushing. And then Umbral already pretty cheap, really good vision
Grabe
control
naman.
there too, and
Oy, oy!
nice
Ano yan?
Saudi spike, so we have seen
Ha?
that burst damage, vision control there too, and
Ay, gago sa kanila yun.
spike, so
Sa kanila pala yun. Okay,
that
binak ko
burst
eh.
damage really coming in handy for
Gulat
Wave,
ako.
for IG,
Pero
and getting some of those burst kills, especially
comment
on
ba
the
niya?
side.
Sabi ko,
Yep.
nice
So
terminal.
on here for Rookie at the same time, hitting that spike.
Wala, kala ko sa akin eh. Kala ko sa akin. Yung pala sa kanila.
So far, the goal doesn't mean too
Kanila
much.
pala.
Between the 700 is not really
Gulat
anything
ako.
to write home about Kobe. That is a phrase that I've used in the past.
Gulat
Long
ako doon.
history here.
Yeah, just teaching you about that one.
Okay lang, at least terminal lang yung lumabas. Terminal lang.
Once again, Redemption
Terminal lang
is
yung
done,
lumabas.
and see whether T1 have a team fight in them to try and get back into the objective game. Because right now, I say back, they haven't been in it at all.
Gulat ako doon.
Yeah, the objectives
What?
going the way of IG, but the control wards that T1 were trying to camp on are slowly getting pushed out here. IG with the extra members around.
Oh, Ethan's wall to come on through here just for the grab. They are going to
May
get it,
ads.
so the prize does come on
May
through
ads
here for
bigla,
T1.
Josh.
That is Weaver's Wall now on cooldown. Possibly some
Live ka rin
angles.
sa TikTok, boss. Yes, naka-live tayo. Sa lahat, naka-live tayo. Naka-live
Will
tayo sa
spawn
lahat.
towards the top side of the map.
Alright, worth mentioning as well that Doran is going to soon have teleport advantage over the Shy. And they're both currently split pushing. So you do have to be a little bit careful with all this fighting over vision on top side with your other group here by Otacon. If, you know, Doran is able to come over and make that
Ako din,
big
gulat
difference,
ako eh.
but
Kala ko
with the
may
Titanic Hydra
virus yung
rush,
PC
you
ko
know,
o
the
something
Tide
eh.
does have very quick wave push. And there comes a teleport!
Keria finding 3 if we include the clone with that pulverize, but where is everybody else? The teleport comes in from Doran, who's at 50%
Okay,
health, but they're just pushing
I don't know
IG
what's
away.
happening. Kulang sa warm-up,
Just trying to look
T1.
for an angle on this Otacon. It has vision on it though. The ward is down here by IG. And T1 are just going to back away.
So they go for
Doran,
the
ba't ka dyan ka
exact teleport play
nagre-recall?
that we're looking for, Atlas, but IG just escape, just walk away
The
here.
good old walk away strategy. I've seen that one before.
It's an old one, but it's a good one.
Yeah, it just works.
Just get out of there. So now it's going to be swinging around the other way where the Shy teleport will come up earlier and IG get to be the ones in the opposite position. And they're also the ones that have this rise.
Hindi,
that has,
since walang
pretty
teleport
healthy
si
goal
Doran,
himself here for
si
Rookie.
Faker yung magbo-bot
Yeah,
lane.
Fully
Hit
stacked
level
up for
four.
Out of Ages.
Yeah, just hit that level 14 because of that. Glad that we
Kaso
managed
nga
to
lang,
get
malilate siya
animation
sa
as
fight
well
dahil
from
dun.
observers. As Wei is going to start this one up, Keria is going to be able to spot it here.
Okay.
Where the T1
Wala siyang
get
ult,
themselves into position as Mako trying to get some vision down.
Lambot lang nito ng Alistar.
Into Gala for the moment.
Lambot lang ng Alistar.
Not going to be able to find his flank angle as Doran, you can tell, really wants to get in there with that public execution as Keria.
Ay, di umabot yung ulti ni Doran!
And Wei finds the ulti.
Nakuha naman ng T1. Good smite ni owner. Pero parang lugi sila sa fight ah. Parang lugi sila sa fight. Di nila mapatay si Dashay.
And now Faker is running for the hills. He's surrounded by IG members and he's running the wrong direction. destruction. Gumayushi trying to
Tatawag
get
siya
down
ng
there
rest
to
back.
try
May
and
ulti pa
help
siya.
him
Wala
out, but I
siyang
don't
ulti.
think it's going to work.
Hindi rin siya
As he's being
makaka-teleport eh.
hunted as well. Blast cone, and Faker might be able to make it out. The teleport going to come on
Oh,
forward,
nice.
and he will
Wow,
be able
wow.
to escape. So
Naka-out
Faker's
pa si
great
Faker
escape
dun.
comes on in, and they steal
Naka-out
the
pa si Faker
Otacon,
dun.
but ultimately lose out on the fight.
Ooh, okay, so you know the objective war that we're talking about, Atlas, that gets turned around, but so much
Well,
extra
nakuha naman ni
money here
Doran
into
eh.
the hands of IG.
Ano yun?
Take a look at
Hindi yan replay eh.
Okay.
just got
That was, that was
Okay,
that was a
wait.
replay. We checked something out.
What
Now
the?
we're back to life.
What the? We
I think we failed the
I think we
What?
failed. I think we 100%.
Okay.
If you guys saw what it was,
Okay.
and you have better eyes than us. It was Gumayushi taking a Raptor camp. I saw that bit.
Kinagaslight
that bit was
na tayo.
really cool. I like the extra zoom out that we had as well. And now we're
Hello.
checking out this dragon going on down, and that is sole point here for IG.
Okay.
Uncontested from T1 as well as Gumayushi looking to try and trade it for this outer turret, but he's not even going to be able to collect that one. As Warp comes in immediately, Rookie goes gold, and a bit of a messiah there. You love to see it as he's flung back
Ang
on the
unas
rocks.
ni Dashay.
And
What the
IG
hell?
not gonna be able to quite find their
Kita niyo
prey,
yun?
but still, I mean, they just
Lasing
get the
ba?
Drake
Lasing.
for free, defend their turret, and put the pressure on T1.
Yeah, this does put a lot of early pressure here with Dragon Soul very early on in this game coming up. T1, of course, as you said, you know, they did a good job here to get the actual Otacon, like the beginning of that fight where they focus way, because you know you cannot smite fight really effectively versus Kiana with Kiana's buffs, monster damage, and the rock Qs. That thing is insanely hard to outsmite. So they opt. They're like, you know what? We are not going to try and outsmite a Kiana because rock Q's OP, and they go specifically try and push way out. They actually do not kill him. And he is able to flash away and get his combo off.
Buti na smite pa rin nyo.
Owner is able to then be the only one close enough. He is able to get the Otacon, but Rookie, look at Rookie on the top side, the Rise, is able to pick up the extra kill here. More money into him.
Muntik na yun, no?
And is also going to be able to take down Owner. So
Ano-
IG,
ano
they get a
ka-TH?
bunch of money. Gala here even collecting as well on the Corki. And so I think they're pretty happy with that because now with 3 Drakes setting themselves up for a possible Dragon Soul with this nice gold lead that they have for themselves. And I mean, Rookie here,
He's a monster.
he is a monster. He did have to break his arm guard with that Realm Warp that he did earlier.
But maybe he can use some of that money to turn it into a cool hourglass.
Yeah, just fix that thing back up before there's another fight and nobody will notice.
Mako in potentially a little bit of trouble here, but so is Ona, as Gala is really starting to hit. He's hit that 2-item spike on this Corki, and these rockets are tearing through T1. They're going to think twice before doing that one again, as Mako's going to transform. Doran looking for an angle. Public
Parang
Execution's gonna
gano'n
have
nung
to
kanina
win
man,
this time
like
around,
legit.
as the last one was so
Daming,
close. Man, that could
daming
have actually
kaguluhan
changed
nangyari.
that whole fight completely if that had connected onto Way. Just a little bit too short, unfortunately. And so it's going to go the other direction. Rookie going to be able to clean up this crab. And IG sitting in full control. And we've spoken about it a fair bit. The swinging of the tempo vibes, and that is certainly...
The nice, kailangan na talaga nila pumalag. Infernal Dragon Soul, bibigay nila sa IG na may Kiana, na may Rise, na may Corki, na may Nico. Basag sila dyan.
Dragon. 2 minutes and 20 seconds until that next Infernal comes on up, and Infernal Soul...
Good instinct ni Doran.
He is. Huge burst damage.
Simulan na nila yung baron!
On the side of this IG team.
Baron na! Baron na! Baron na!
All-time head-to-head.
Baron na! Baron na! Baron na!
Rookie and Faker that we alluded
Sayang.
to at the beginning of
Yep.
the show, Atlas. You know, being there and casting some of these matches, but
Sayang,
this is a whole
timing
different
sana yun.
beast.
Kasi hindi nila kasi nakita si Kiana sa bot lane, pati yung Rek'Sai.
And Rookie,
Hindi sila nagka-vision
even
dun.
when his career had just started, right? He started the second team for KT, I believe it was KT Arrows at the time, and was very dominant. Won in summer, and then was somehow unable to make it to Worlds. It's crazy how these things kind of happen. And he was able to get the better of Faker there, then was unable to actually make it anywhere near him when it came to the World Championship.
Yeah. For a long time.
Until Faker just, you know, had his worst year, which was 2018, and that was when Rookie's like, it's my time to strike. And we just don't get this matchup very often at all. But when we do, Rookie just seems to figure it out. Right now, he's doing the same thing as a clone will be attacked momentarily, but not too much more is going to happen. And this Kiana is really doing some damage. 2-0-2.
Oh yeah, I had like the
He
weirdest
certainly
order.
has a lot of
Nag-order ako
control
ng pares.
when it comes to trying to escape the
Dapat kanina
jungle
ako magpapares
T1
eh, pero
and put some pressure on
order
the
na lang
other
ako.
direction. And it's a 3,000 gold lead, Kobe. This game is really starting to run away from T1.
Yeah.
Yep,
and
lugi
especially
sila
the
dito.
side lanes, they're
Nalulugi
gonna
na
have to
sila.
worry. Rookie has been able to fix up the broken arm guard into the
Nagsimula to sa nagsimula to kay Owner eh.
Same thing with Rek'Sai
Di
here
ko
for
maintindihan
the
kung ano
Shy.
yung ginawa na
Push
sa
the
top
wave
lane na yun.
very
Parang,
quickly.
sige,
You just
wag sa atin
create
yung
your
feat of
network
strength.
tunnels, so you are insanely hard to go try and trap. You have all these escape routes, and some big possibilities here of IG's macro just being too much for T1. T1 gonna have to focus on some fights here and winning out through their fights if they're not able to handle these lanes.
Nice little snare once again onto Carrier. He takes a fair bit of damage, but he is an Alistar, so he should be okay. Still T1 testing, trying to find some angles, but when the pillar goes down, Gala just stands and fights.
Grabe yung damage kay Carrier, oh.
Exhaust is going to be employed to make sure that Wei can't kill him, but that's going to mean a reset time for the cow. And IG.
Tapos Dragon libre na. Wala, hindi na sila makakapalag dyan.
Is this just free? Is this just free Infernal Soul?
Mas di man lang sila nag-baron or
That's
anything.
the
Oh.
Mastercard priceless moment right there as the Infernal Soul is going to go down.
Huh? Huh?
And now T1 have to deal with even more firepower. I'm kind of gobsmacked, Kobe.
Kung ganito yan, wala, parang 3-0.
Insane from IG. They go for the
T1 yung mati 3-0
They're
dito.
going to look for the angle, but he throws down the wall. That's going to be enough to get him out of there.
Ganito ba kahina na yung T1?
Gala once again dealing with this pillar. It's been placed on top of him multiple times. Hasn't really phased him too much at all. So we're seeing a bit of a fight towards the bottom side, one that the Shy is feeling pretty happy about, especially with Thornmail now completed. Yeah, it's 2 items. One of them's a Black Cleaver, but still looking like the Shy is pretty happy.
Yeah, with so much armor and the upgraded boots here as well for the Shy. You know, the early Thornmail to deal the damage back. Plenty of wave clear, and again, IG, they can set up these side waves to their liking first. So it's on T1 to kind of
Magsa-Thunder Sky kaya dito si
something.
Doran.
Maybe you can camp for a pick, maybe you can camp for a Talia play
Para
or
may
something,
sustain
because
siya.
for their side, at least Guma now does have the 3 items, you know, Infinity Edge completed here on top of Navori and the Essence Reaver for the Sivir. So the possibilities coming out there for these team fights for the future.
Yep, he's held on to that 900 gold lead the entire game. So kudos to him for that one, but haven't seen too much more, and the problem is that Rookie is 3,000 gold ahead. We're going to zoom on him right here towards the top side of the map, and yeah, this guy is the one that they're going to have to really worry about.
And it's so big because Rookie had a rough playoff.
Nasa-zoom in ng casters yung ano. Stig naman.
We'll see how IG are look to
Oh,
finish it
nag-hunt sila,
though,
oh.
because so far the advantage here.
And now it's Baron territory.
Parang di nila kaya simulan yun eh.
T1 have been a bit of a fan going for Barons, for better or worse throughout their time.
Mabilis sila kaya patayin niya. Pero, may teleport! Ipipinser dito si Keria. Pero naispatan. Guma! Alanganin! Uy! Nag-iisa lang. Kaya to. Kaya nila mabuhay dito si Gumayushi. Buhay pa yan. Buti hindi sumugod yung Kiana. Sakit, grabe. Si Guma zoned na yan. Okay, wala na yung Rise. Parang kaya. Wala na sila magagawa. What? Bigla nag-asim na lang yung IG. As in, dude, literal asim yun. Asim yung dive na yun. Pwedeng nag-out pa yung Rek'Sai eh. Pwede siya nag-out pa eh. Pero nag-all in siya eh. Alam niya papunta na sa kanya lahat eh. Challenge ba to ng T1 na parang okay, wala sa atin feat of strength, wala sa atin yung soul, di tayo kukuha ng dragon, di tayo kukuha ng referral, di tayo kukuha ng grubs or anything. Kinuha ba nila yung grubs? Kanina ba yung grubs? Grubs sa... lahat ng objective sa IG. Dragon, grub, soul, Baron lang yung sa T1.
this one more
You
time
know,
as the Shy just
hindi tumuloy si Wei eh.
so deep to
Hindi
try
tumuloy
and
si
kill
Wei.
Ryushi.
Yeah, after Wei forced the summoner spells, you know, I don't know what the comps were like on IG, but yeah, he decides to full send under the tower, and then T1 are like, okay, Guma's, he's still here.
Ganda nung pagsugod niya. Ganda nung knock-up dun ni Faker.
Oh
my God.
Just pops Alistar ultimate. He's okay.
Buti hindi tinamaan si Guma. Hindi siya tinamaan nung third, nung E. Kung tinamaan siya nung E, patay din siya eh. Kasi wala nang spell shield si Guma nun eh.
Yeah, Faker got that seismic shove.
Bigla na lang lamang na yung T1. What the hell?
This game, right back the other foot. T1 taking
What the
towers
hell?
with the Baron push.
Yep, and it's going to be even more
What
of a
the heck?
swing, as you can see here. Inner turret goes down, that's even more money. And now, 3,000 gold lead back in the favor of T1, as now they're looking for even
Oh,
more.
the dive sila. Wow.
Talent goes absolutely everywhere, but it doesn't do anything. They're able to take down the turret, and T1, they're just going to move their way back out.
Yan, napansin na yung pagcast ni... Oh! Huli likod!
There it is, the public execution. Mako just pops like a balloon.
Boom! Oh my god, that damage from the Kiana. Holy crap, that damage from the Kiana. 1-for-1 yan ah. Pero pincer yan sa T1. Ang kuna tong Rek'Sai. Oh, buti hindi siya nakaborrow. Kung nakaborrow yung Rek'Sai, nabuhay pa. Oh! Si Faker ulit! Ang ganda naman nun. Faker man is just built different.
After losing for the majority of it, just come out on top, and they're going to look to put themselves 1-0 in this best of 5.
Ang weird na mga ginagawa ng T1. Yeah, they do weird stuff on sa Worlds.
What a way to open up
Parang
the
naglilimit.
Worlds
Feel ko parang alam mo yun, parang naglilimit test sila. Parang sinasadya nila.
Well, Mako looking to try and fight back here, but once again, just into the
Pero ang tapang naman. Isipin mo, Worlds gaganito pa rin sila.
back this time, but the rocks will be enough. A double kill for Faker. The goat sitting at 4.
Grabe.
At the end of game
How?
1, and it is an ace before the Nexus is taken
How
down.
does
T1
that
will lead
just
the series
doesn't
one.
happen, bro?
Man, IG were winning though, man. They were winning until the game was over. Like,
That
guys
is-
on the desk, like, what happened?
Don't ask us.
We don't know what happened.
the hell?
We blinked and
I-
the Shy did the most.
I
The Shy
literally
did
don't know
ever,
what
but
happened
everything was
there,
going
man.
So well for IG. Iffy early game. They managed to come back here in mid game, but guys, we're eating good so far at Worlds. That's what I'm saying.
My God.
What a game one.
It was just back and forth. T1 getting the early game, then it was IG picking it up. Wei was looking amazing on the Kiana.
He was so far ahead in this counter, so fed, so farmed, and it just felt like all they had to do was just play it slow, find the right angle. Oh, no, with
They
TP
had
behind them.
Soul.
They had Infernal Soul, yeah.
That Soul, how do you lose that game?
Well, we saw how they lost it.
Yeah, and we're gonna check that a bit later. But before
Now,
we
how
get
do you
there, I
lose
wanna
that
talk about
game?
IG and the steps
Well, ang
that
nangyari
they
doon
took to get
is
that lead. And I
yung
wanna talk about
dive.
the Araka,
Yung dive
especially
sa mid
because
lane,
it was
sa-
the epitome of a good IG team fight. And
sa-
what was it?
sa
Well,
Severe.
well for them.
Tapos si Wei hindi nag-follow up. Si Wei hindi nag-follow up. Yun eh. Kung patay si Guma, hindi naman sila makakapalag nun eh.
So T1 really needed to basically put the metal to the pedal and start the fight immediately.
But man, T1 kinda had... Ang weird ng early game na pinakita ng
I
T1.
think as well.
Not sure if it was intentional or not, but that was one of the weirdest early game na nakita natin. Pero late game, like, isang mali lang, literally isang fight lang.
Actions here, but
Isang
then,
fight
yeah,
lang na
the-
ibaliktad nila.
The problem
Lahat.
is what happens next. Actually, thanks to our HyperX reflex replay, because the Shy goes in a bit too much, but Doran seizes the opportunity to turn that fight.
Yeah, this was great from Doran.
Yan oh.
Faker,
Yan lang.
Guma. Doran and
Dyan lang.
Faker
Bawi na yung
actually
T1.
to save Guma here. And then you see IG
Dyan
trying to
nakabawi yung
stay
T1.
in position to have control over the Baron area. T1 want to contest it. Guma even wants to reset, but he knows the fight's still happening, so he moves in. And then this great flick from Faker.
Grabe si Doran na na-dodge pa na yung Pop Blossom kaya hindi siya nanakaw.
And they end up finding this fight that gets them Baron and gets them the game win.
Yo, what's up, impressive? Kamusta, kamusta?
How quickly they ended it from there.
Yes!
Yeah.
There's no comeback because I'm like, they had a reasonable lead. They had Soul, they had a scaling rise, they had a good position Corki, if I don't remember.
Oh,
if I remember
carry side si
correctly.
Doran.
How
Carry
did
side
they not
siya.
manage to come back even after that?
Nahirapan
fight?
siya ng
They
onte sa
looked
early
clean.
game.
I was
No?
starting to believe the scrim rumors. I was like, okay. 'cause
Gusto pala nila ng clash,
they
dapat
had
pinilita lang
around,
nila para
Drake, the fact that they got
pumunta.
Soul, everything was looking
T1
good. One
Dashay
mistake,
daw
one
yan.
mistake,
Uy!
fine, let's let it go.
Uy!
You don't have to run in like lemmings, right? But it felt like everything, because your point that you made about needing to keep position for Baron.
Yeah.
Because Baron was going to be taken from T1 no matter what. And it was regardless about like if T1
Okay, order na ako ng
IG was gonna let it
pares.
happen and still be competent with the soul, and if they can take the
Pares
next
tayo
fight,
mga
but
kaibigan.
now
Yeah,
stuff
I
happened.
think they wanted to
Papadeliver ko na
maintain
lang.
control while they thought Guman was back in.
Nakakatuwa nga kasi yung paresan na yung
paresan
paresan na binibilan ko lagi. Sa sobrang suki ko na, hinahayaan na nila ako kahit ipalalamove na lang daw yung pares.
But when that fight that they actually went aggressive onto Guma and backfired, when the Baron went over, that was when Guma had 3 items.
Yeah.
And as soon as they got the Baron, they just took a ton of structures. They felt super powerful, and it really is that thing where you only got to make one big mistake against T1, and that's the game.
And remember, it's like one series, you're so IG needs to take a step back.
Wala magpara sa isa ba? Wala, hindi ako makakalis ngayon. Pero wait, di ba malapit ka na sa akin? Kung gusto mo bukas, pwede ako. Bukas pwede ako. Pwede ako mag-aya.
They're good building blocks. That happened, that was a moment. We need to be able to get to the next game because
T1 Giyang, oo naman. T1 tayo all the way. Kaya nga na-stress ako pag nagkakamali sila eh. Parang yung kay owner kanina. Inis ako nun, yung binigay na yung feat of strength. Ang weird talaga yung binigay na yung feat of strength. Parang what the like what are you doing? Like bro? Like do you even Pero may damage chart, guys. Oh, yung gold difference over time. Lamang T1, then lumabang yung IG, then bawi. Career excluding this game. Excluding this game. No! Tuesday ka lang pwede. Di ba? Tuesday ba ngayon? Tuesday yata ngayon. Sabi ni Coach Rek, Gcash save na si Dashay. Agoy! Naka-stream ba si Coach ngayon? Naka-stream ba si Coach ngayon? Yun, naka-stream si Coach ngayon. Good.
So just like owner made that one mistake, he's not going to make that mistake again.
I think a better pick for Ona because I feel like the front end of the Kiana, you just can't really do much with that matchup. You know, we saw them ban away the Jarvan.
Pero grabe no, parang di tumatanda si Faker.
We've seen him have a lot more success on things like this Xin Zhao.
Anong taon na ba si Faker? Anong ka-age ko lang yun?
Game 2, Worlds 2025 is on here in Beijing, and it is T1 taking the first game in this best of 5
Mas bata lang
series.
ako ng
Let's see
isang
what
buwan eh.
happens next.
Nag-pro si Faker ng 17 years old. Sige, Charles. Di sila nag-contest sa Dion, bigay lang sila eh, no? Hindi, pero lugi talaga sila sa objective fights. Pero yung weird sa akin, yung hindi nila, yung kay owner lang, hindi na kinuha yung tower. Yun lang talaga. Kasi feat of strength na dapat sila nun eh. Sa kung mamamatay din na naman siya, bakit hindi pa niya kinuha yung tower? Malayo si Keria sa kanya eh. Malayo si Keria sa kanya eh. Sheesh! Angas. Okay, i-mute ko muna yung ano kasi baka may copyright. Hindi ko alam kung ano eh. Kung ano pwede mangyari eh. Ganda ng graphics talaga ng League. Uy, parang ano to, color scheme ni Yone. Di ba si Yone may parang ganyan din, yung red na ano, tapos blue, tapos masay color palette. Okay, on the way na yung pares. Wait lang. Check ko lang yung sa order ko. BRB. Uy! Ano ito? Ha? Okay. Kala ko kung ano nangyari na naman. Kanina pa sila eh. Wait lang.
is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners! Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double break down the walls, but I won't rise again.
Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Alright, I'm back, guys. I'm back. Okay. Meron tayong pwede gawin habang nag-aantay. Are you guys still here? Meron tayong pwede gawin habang nag-aantay. We're gonna be playing a minigame. We still have a minute or something. So we're gonna be playing this game. Muna tayo. Word find. Isa to sa mga medyo naka-adikan ko just like lately. Let's stay. Okay. So we have R and I, E, and N. R. Ano naisip niyong word, guys? Ano naisip niyong word? Habang nag-aantay tayo. Rain? Risen. Ay! Hindi. Win? Hindi. Rain. Okay. Okay, new game. Okay, kayo magbigay ng word. kayo magbigay ng first word natin. Kayo naman magbigay ng first word natin. Habang nag-aantay. We have wala pa naman. Last natin. Okay, give me a word, guys. Give me a word. 5-letter word. Give me a 5-letter word.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to World's Play-ins 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Kobe here.
Wala pa. Give me a word.
And game
Stars.
did not necessarily go
All right, tama, may S.
There were some things that were pretty on
Ano?
brand.
Yeah.
Kobe, you know?
Shake.
There were.
I'll put shake.
People discuss the shy and they're like, well, surely he's
Baron.
not doing it intentionally.
Wala.
Makes it look really funny.
Pero may E.
Honestly, I am more worried for IG
Stars.
after that game because if they cannot win that game,
Hindi, walang T, walang A, walang R, walang S. Hindi na pwede yan. Smile.
Yep. Speaking of moving into things, we have
Oh,
moved into the
wala.
by Omen and HyperX, Kobe, and we are already
Ano yung
NC
3-2-2?
champions. The Kai'Sa needs to come in next.
Walang
We've seen it.
yung E hindi sa dulo eh.
I think I agree with you. Like,
Wala din
I
T,
feel like that
walang
is
A,
the way that you
walang
could
R.
see IG actually taking a game off of T1 is Gala Kai'Sa or something like that. You know, some kind of Gala
Tignan natin.
big carry game.
Ay, nag-start na.
Don't give him that champ. That seems like a good start.
Yep, the Galio nod to go over to Faker there as
Oh.
well. One of my favorite champions when talking about both of these players from back in the day, as when they met, I believe it was Rift Rivals in 2018. Galio was sort of at the height of his
Ano kaya yan?
post-rework, and Rookie and Faker were pretty good at the champion. 2019, another case of that as well as the Poppy move.
Speed. Okay. Nice one. Grabe yan, Vince. Okay, balik na tayo. Okay, seryoso na. Okay, let's go.
As well, they kind of ups even more.
Sumegway saglit eh.
Because like Galio and like Ornn are kind of
Blue side naman ngayon yung IG.
Rumble, and I think that on this patch, Rumble and Jarvan together is a crazy good combo.
And the Jarvan is left up.
Tama si Vince.
Galio's
Speed.
position of- And so the Orianna does come on through for Rookie.
Galing.
Galing. Champions this year and also just of all time, right? If you're curious,
Orianna,
say someone
open yung Nocturne kung gusto dito ng IG. Pero na-open yung Jarvan,
this year as the Jarvan, bit of a no-brainer. And Ona, if you were waiting for him to pop off, you know, the Jarvan is not necessarily
Rakan for Keria.
That's probably where it's going to happen. As the
Pentakill,
Rakan
maybe?
is going to
Atlas?
be locked in already. Yeah, I think possibly. Yeah.
Pentakill on the table, Jarvan. Come back again. Yeah, honestly, owner is.
Ay, gumit na. Ay, sorry.
Jarvan, so,
Ayan, thank you
yeah,
sa
I'm kinda
pagpaalala sa
expecting
akin.
A Rumble with the Jarvan, but they want the Rakan. That's
Thank
super
you.
high priority too here for Keria, you know, for the engage. So, also a very good lock-in along with the Jarvan. Now, since Jarvan is taken away, which again is such a good combo with Ori, as you're kind of talking about, the Wukong here. Still
Galio
strong,
banned eh.
despite the like slight nerfs
Ooh.
on the patch here leading into Worlds. So
Wukong.
it's a very good team fight.
Uy,
Lots of
grabe.
good
Ganda ng lineup
set
dito ng
up for
IG.
They're going pretty standard team fight and just slam down that Scion quickly here for the Shy. He has played a lot of tanks and he's taken up the tank duty.
And the Trundle is now out of the pool, right? So tanks feel a lot easier to pick.
And Scion
Pwede nga sila
doesn't get over that Raptor wall too easy.
Pwede sila mag-Caitlyn dito. Caitlyn Milio.
True.
Yung IG.
He can turret dive pretty comfortably.
Yeah,
though,
he
by
can ult in
priming
there.
himself
Yeah.
under it.
But he
So
can get
that
back
could
up
be
as a
worrying.
zombie.
True.
Si Tags yung Rakan.
Still useful and make use of the passive as well. Like I
T1
really wish
Tags.
more players did. The Cassante going to be the answer though into the Shy. So a bit of a tank battle, some wet noodles towards the top side of the map. Doran hasn't played all that much Cassante so far this year, but has been something that he's played many times in the past. So shouldn't be feeling too worried. And this is kind of an LCK flavor of answering the big beefy boys in the top lane.
Nice comfortable answer here into the Scion. And gives you a lot of possibilities for later as we get the Lulu ban following up here. So they're seeing
Hindi,
this
parang
very
Caitlyn
standard team fight
Milio,
from IG
Caitlyn
and
Milio
this,
yan.
you know,
Feeling ko maging Caitlyn
well-rounded
Milio yan
front line
sila.
that they're facing and
Kasi
taking
kaya
away
naman
the
ng
possibilities
Wukong
of
Sion
the
dito yung mga
supports here
front
for
ng
Mako. Anything that's gonna help
T1.
Gala carry, T1 don't want that.
Well, we'll see what the final
Pwede nga
is going to be.
mag-Varus pa sila eh.
Carrier on this Rakan pick seems to be the way.
Varus.
Of course, Xayah still up and available. The Braum going to be taken off the board, and I think that should trigger a Xayah ban, right? Unless Gala has a plan. And we've mentioned it already, Jinx and Caitlyn feeling a little bit better on this patch than they were in the past. And so they might just have an answer to the Lovers duo instead of having to...
Oh, i-open lang nila yung Xayah dyan. I-open nila yung Xayah, tapos bibigay nila sa T1, tapos magki-Caitlyn ano sila.
That's one of the champions he's really good at.
Yeah.
Ay, binan!
Okay. It took a while, but you know, they could be
Got there in
discussing
the end.
other things as well. But yeah, the classic there. Banned out, and that safety would have been nice playing against the engage that IG are showing already. So, what's it going to
Hello,
be
Isay. Hello, hello.
here? Akali into the Orianna. Okay,
Ooh.
puts some pressure.
Hindi, mas maganda Vic.
Yeah.
Yeah, back to this.
Victor's
This
so
one's way more
boring,
fun.
dude. Victor is so boring. Get back in there with the
Ah,
Akali. You
ako
can
mas
actually
Victor
put so
ako.
much more pressure.
Mas Victor
And
ako.
Orianna
Pero
with
kung
the
Faker yan,
nerfs
okay na
on the
okay
match,
siya sa Akali.
gonna have to, like, max Q instead
Sobrang
of
galing
W
niya ni Faker
probably
mag-Akali
now
kasi.
early on. And the side lanes are gonna
Sanay
be
na yan.
way more difficult
Kalaban
for,
halos kahit sino
Orianna
sa
to
Akali.
play. And
Yan,
they can put a lot of
Caitlyn.
pressure there with a
Caitlyn Milio
Rakan
siguro yan.
and Akali and Jarvan. Like, this Orianna's gonna have a
Baka
lot of
mag
stuff.
ano pa sila eh.
And there's the Caitlyn to
Or
come
Karma.
through. Caitlyn, Karma, my goodness. They were saving
Pero mas
Goodness
gusto,
pick
mas
just to
gusto
see
ko
whether
daw
something like this
makita
was
ano,
gonna happen, but
Milio.
with the Rakan already locked in,
Para sobrang
it's
layo
still
ng
going
range
to be
ng
difficult
Caitlyn.
times here towards the bottom side of the map.
Tapos may pang-cancel sila
The
sa ult
extra
ng
2 base AD for
Rakan.
Caitlyn, I think will be
Pero kung
huge.
may-
Like, these
hindi,
pushing
Karma.
lanes, pushing from really early on. So this is going to be a lot of damage, this super high damage potential, pushing early on for IG. So,
So
all right.
much team fighting already represented by IG with
Nung
this
yun na
composition,
raw.
right? Like the front to back that you can
Di
see,
naman pwede.
the
Wala.
engage from the
Ash?
Wukong is probably where it's going to happen. You can also drive the Shy into the enemy team, and the Shy does like to fight.
Di naman pwede mag-jinx
as
to
we
siya,
know,
no?
of course, the fact that you can drive a train really far away from
Miss
the team
Fortune na
engage
lang.
could be a little bit of a problem, but we'll see whether they can keep him under
Well,
control. as the
combo
Miss
naman yan kahit
Fortune is going to
papano.
come in here for Gumi
Hindi pwede Jin eh.
does have a
Wukong,
decent time in
Wukong
the
sa kasayan yan eh.
game, but
Hindi, ban yung
against
Xayah,
Caitlyn,
Christian.
he's still gonna get
Ban yung
outraged.
Xayah.
Yeah, all right. So
Uy,
Miss
malapit na yung
Fortune, the only thing that
pares.
Miss Fortune does bring is a really nice
Sasabay
mid
tayo
game
sa
where you
ano.
transfer her into mid lane.
Okay guys,
Mid lane
kaninong comp
priority.
yung mas nagustuhan nyo?
Get
IG
into
or
the
T1?
Bloodthirster, get that
Honestly sa akin sa IG,
when you have an Akali and you want to have
I think
Akali side lane
the
versus
chances of
Orianna or
them
something like
winning
that
here in this
after
game is
side
much
lane
higher.
pressure,
Pero yung
you
Akali
yourself
medyo
have a Miss Fortune pick
problema
on
yan sa kanila mamaya.
Think it-
Kasi kaya makabasag ng tank din yan ng Akali eh.
the mid game here from this T1.
Kaya naabutin yung Orianna, kaya naabutin yung Caitlyn. Pero yung Caitlyn syempre makakatulong yun. Yung Karma makakatulong na mahuli din yung Akali. Yung Traps syempre may hassle. Dami silang way para
Especially this year,
para
I feel like, well,
at
this is
least
a little bit dicey, right? Like,
ma-pressure si
Akali
Faker.
damage, not necessarily consistent. Faker doesn't have a lot of utility
IG no,
to
IG.
add.
Press 1 guys kung sa IG kayo naka
And the Shy can tell the
kung mas
rest of the
nagustuhan yung comp
teams
ng IG,
that
press 2
something
naman kung
really
sa
could
T1
be
yung
to
nagustuhan nyo
watch
na
out
comp.
for, when you're on this stage.
Malapit na yung pares. Bababa ako saglit guys. Bababa ako saglit in a while. Kung pick upin ko lang yung
On the ropes, but they did demonstrate
Pick
that they
upin ko
could
lang
get
yung
themselves
ano.
into winning positions. They had tempo vibes the majority of the game. That's the last I'll mention it. I apologize. I'm a little
One,
bit obsessed.
may
But
may
this
2
is
din tayo.
something that IG
Nagustuhan niyo yung sa
now know
T1.
that they can do.
Interesting.
And they're going to have to knuckle down and make it happen. They have an easy to execute composition. I think that's a fantastic move. But now we are onto the Rift for game number 2 of this best of 5 series. And we say
Sana.
all the marbles quite a lot. That's exactly what this game is for. Either you're into the Swiss stage or you are out for good. Your year ends. And the world,
Into the Swiss stage or out for good. Ayoko nun. T1, dapat kasama kayo sa wins. Ito na. Dito na siya. Wait lang, bababa lang ako.
Exactly. Oh, okay. So we actually do get a little early invade here for a deep ward. So T1 gonna have vision on Gromp Blue to start out.
Oh,
I mean, it is.
Are we going for the WE start here as well, as we are going to go into sepia mode momentarily.
It's
See exactly what is happening here, and we'll get it sorted out as soon as possible.
It's so interesting because I think they are gonna swap out of Caitlyn Karma, but how are they gonna pull it off with this 4-minute timer, Alex?
Yeah.
This is the thing we talked
Is
about.
this going to
in
be the scuttle thing? Like, are we
Yeah.
going to be sticking around and hanging out with our jungler until grubs and stuff like that? Like, is Kerry going to be level 1 all game?
I will say, even if he has to play the pushback wave, like Sion's not that scary. So I think it actually works here, even with the 4-minute timer on the top lane swap detection.
But
So,
if you're not
and
a
I
fan
would
of
definitely
lane
wanna-
swaps, you're praying that it doesn't work, actually.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
this is the first time out, and if it does work, and T1 gets off to a great start, it may shape things to come.
See, Alec, that's why we brought up the topic really early on in game number 1. You gotta
Yep.
ease people into it.
Yep.
You gotta let them know, hey, you know,
This could
there's
happen,
a
we're sorry.
possibility. You know, they have taken some steps to try and avoid lane
We've
swaps.
been trying to get rid of lane
but-
swaps for 11 years,
But-
and it's sometimes worked.
I mean, do you want to lane into a Caitlyn Karma?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
So
I would just prefer not to do
really
that.
blame them. But we'll see as well. You know, there are also early options. Owner on Jarvan has been an absolute terror. He can go for some early plays. He can be very creative with it. So
And also, like, that does make it a little bit more dangerous to put the pressure on immediately, try and grab plates towards that bottom side because you're pushed so far up, and maybe the setup is going to be enough there from Doran once he gets a couple of levels in him to allow Owner to help out. But I believe the pause has finished, and we are back into the game. The problem that we had that I know all about has been solved, Kobe, so you don't need to worry.
Okay.
I don't know anything about it.
Well, there is a problem I see on our screen. And
What's that?
The lane swap is happening.
Okay.
Yep. So we do get confirmation after the pause is released. Guma is going for the swap here. So we got the 4-minute timer. This will be interesting. We'll track it. Of course, the Jarvan as well can be way more impactful pre-6 than a Wukong. And Wukong and Sion, not the scariest early combination. So we shall see. Owner actually is doing blue buff here on Jarvan and going for the invade immediately.
Oh my goodness, there is a defensive ward here though for IG, so they will spot this. But it could actually just confirm their worst fears, right? Because this means you have to be a little bit more careful towards that bottom side of the map if you know that Owner is sort of lurking around. Faker already looking a little worse for wear, but that's kind of how this matchup is going to go. Way moving off vision the T1 had placed down earlier. I mean, it's an information smorgasbord here about these junglers thus far.
So Owner gets to work with that info. He's like, okay, Wukong's on Wolves. I am fine, because even if Wukong is skipping Wolves and running here, I have my ward on my Raptor Brush. So he can be like, you know what, for sure, Wei just did Wolves, and he's just going to accept the map split that we have pressed upon IG. But
And
now,
honestly, vertical jungling, I feel, does kind of work out for T1 to try and protect
what about
this
the bottom
lane.
lane, though? Are they going to react to the... Because they know it's split. Okay, yeah, they're fine.
Yeah, Owner is just going to walk over a ward. Does mean that IG do have to back away. Will allow Doran to get a little bit of money here, but not the end of the world.
All right, bros.
So we'll now move back towards his blue side. But what they have done is made sure that there's no monkey.
All right, bros.
That bottom side of the map. So no dive.
Yeah.
Chase around, check the
We got the
jungle.
Paris,
Yeah,
boy.
against the Vision does know that the vertical jungle has come on through. And we'll see whether Wade does decide to try and put the pressure onto him.
Nag-pause ba kanina? Nag-pause? Ah, guys, pa-share yung live stream natin. Pa-share.
Rookie is able to just walk it off, and he didn't even.
Ayun, ilang beses ako umalis eh.
Getting a little bit more excited than perhaps I needed to.
So we're still looking at
Nag-pause
another
kanina.
30 seconds of lane swap, and looks like Guma will be
Kaya
able
pala
to
3
avoid it.
minutes
Okay,
pa
Wave
lang.
is pushing towards him. He's
Kala ko
got
dami
only
ko
30
na
more
na
seconds here to wait.
nalaktawan.
And Keria is hovering without, I believe, triggering it.
Yeah, there is the knock-up though onto Gumayushi. As finally, the grasp stack
Ooh,
will come on through. His owner
Pulado
is
si
back
Faker,
once
ah.
again. The Way is here to try and defend. Keria comes down. At
Uy,
the
good
same
dodge
time,
ni
knock-up
Rookie.
not going to connect there as
Patay
Faker has
ata
to
si Faker.
flash to
Hindi
get
na
out of the way.
naligtas.
Keria able to get the knock-up in defense, but once again
Kala ko
testing
dead
the
na siya.
waters, and no one's really budging as Faker down to 200 health once again.
Interesting here. We were talking in Champ Select about how much pressure can be put early on in Orianna. This champion that does not have a dash for herself, and Flash is being traded with Orianna and an Akali. When you're playing into Jarvan, for Orianna, it gets really dicey.
Oh, grabe yung poke. Oh my god, muntik na.
Almost just killed by a QW out of Rookie here. Tries to pick up that
Limit
last
is
minion with a shuriken
limit
backflip.
is si
Now
Faker.
he's
Hirap
gonna go
talaga.
for his own
Ang hirap
reset.
talaga niyan.
Same thing going to happen here.
Kinuha daw ng shoutcaster yung pares.
Equalize in mid.
So we still have the lane swap happening at the
Saktong-sakto ba yung
I really
pagbalik
wanna
ko?
see the fight and how they keep
Saktong-sakto
a
ba yung
vision
pagbalik
around
ko?
mid lane now with having no flashes
O yung
there, if
pag-alis
we're
ko?
gonna get constant repeats, you know, from Keria, from Owner, because both of them do have flashes and would really want to convert while Rookie is on that timer, but currently still operating under the
Medyo mas gusto ko yung lineup dito ng IG. Parang ang dali mabura ni Faker dito.
As Ona moving over towards Wei. I don't think got full information as to where the monkey is, but also the Jarvan was unseen as well, moving towards his top lane. The Shy could find himself in trouble, but is going to be let live just for now. As on the bottom side of the map, Doran is going to get pushed away from this turret. This is the worst news for T1, because if the Caitlyn just has free reign to knock down these structures over and over again, the snowball can really become problematic. But as you can see, the lane swaps worked, right? The it's just one wave, right, between the Shy and Doran, and CS is even between the 80 carries, and that's exactly what T1 wanted out of it.
And you're paying a tax here with the turret plates as well.
Yeah.
So on top of these waves, on top of the CS.
Hula ko nakaka-plate na yung IG.
For IG,
Mid lane, top lane, and bot lane.
Onslaught of the bottom lane. And the
Ilan ba?
3 turret plates that they have been able to take
bot
there.
lane pa lang.
Yep.
So
now, actually, still moving Doran back down there. So it's not going to be
Bot
any
lane
sort of
na
swap
na-plate
back
na.
or
Hindi
anything
ko
like
lahat
that.
mape-platean na.
As at 6
Lalo na
minutes
mid
into the
lane.
game, Mako is making his way in just to make sure that they have as much free reign to push as they can.
Exactly, and that's the vision I was, hoping for them to try and keep Rookie safe here while he doesn't have flash on Orianna, because now Akali is level 6, and so if you get visits for people ganking for Faker, then it can be really dicey for the Ori. So IG are bringing over Mako wisely, I think, get the vision, help him push the wave in. He gets to put more harass in. They can start the dragon. So nice little move here from IG. They get their mid lane priority and fully set up vision, which sees Owner walking over and Keria traversing through mid lane as well.
Owner is not going to even bother getting rid of the ward. Knows that he needs to come
articulate
down here to stop this.
yung
There is the snare. Great knockout comes
co-caster.
on through the grand entrance. The wombo combo here between Owner and Carrier is fantastic, but that's going to be a 2-man shockwave out of Rookie, playing the great defense as Faker finds himself isolated off to the side, and First Blood goes to Wei as he will find Carrier. Now
Yun
Gumishi
lang.
has to deal with the Shy, who is just wandering him underneath the turret. Will not dive him this time around, but IG once again off to a great start.
Yeah, I mean, Keria uses the flash here.
Logi
They go
sila sa
for it.
draft,
T1 don't have the
outdrafted yung
damage.
T1.
Even though they're focusing the Ori, trying to punish the no flash, they can't pull it off to get the kill onto Rookie.
Ang daming
And so the
crowd control
punishment
eh.
comes back from IG.
Sobrang daming crowd
In
control
addition
ng
to the dragon they were
ng
already taking,
ng IG.
they also claim the
Kahit
first
walang flash
kill.
yan, doesn't matter. May
And
Cyclone,
Wukong
may stun
getting
ng
accelerated
Sion
is a
kung
pretty
involve yung
scary
Sion.
thing as well. That Trinity Force going to be coming in a little bit faster. Of course, you want to grab the Sundered Sky, the forbidden item, which is just too incredibly powerful. Somehow that knockup actually managed to land, and this looked like a decent start. But as you say, the damage just wasn't enough.
Walang
Mako's
bawas
got
T1.
healed, the Karma's right next to Rookie, so they've got
Lalo na early game, walang bawas
they've got
T1.
Karma shields, and then they can get the
Hello,
shield out
Koi.
of Keria
Hello,
on
Koi.
the way out as well.
Really nicely played here by IG.
Okay.
And they just
Kung
had
makikita nyo,
towards that
andito
bottom
na ang
side as
ating
well.
Chibogers.
What happened is
Sheesh!
Faker
Pares with lots of chili. Siyempre, mahilig tayo sa
Twilight
manghang.
Shroud, but I don't think Rookie's gonna be too worried
Hindi
about
kita
it.
nung pula na yun, chili sauce yun.
And Mako just patrolling the river. Grubs up and available, no one really going for them just yet. We'll see whether T1 do get more than 0 objectives before 35 minutes. That wasn't quite that long. but
Kung gusto niyo matry yung Pares sa ito, Mami Hit yung pangalan.
IG starting out pretty nicely for themselves.
Medyo malapit. Malapit lang to sa
1,000
amin eh.
gold leads. Okay.
Wave onto Faker, but Rookie not going to be able to kill him.
Nalala pa ba ako?
Convince Faker to leave the lane. And
Ano?
the Orianna.
Yo!
Pretty great things so far.
Yung isang beses, oh my god, it's you! Legit? Oh damn, bro!
Gumiushi having to flashing himself out of the way.
Yo, no way! Ikaw yun?
Yeah, nice one by them.
Oh, damn!
Flash off of Guma. The vision's still here.
Yo! Yung nagpadali mo ako isang beses. Oh, shit! Nice! Nice! Nakakatawa naman. Oh, words muna tayo ngayon. Words muna tayo ngayon. Hindi mo na Wildred. Good ulti, pero ngayon wala nang bawas yung T1 ah. Hindi, grabe. Uy! Ganda naman ng flank ni Dora na yun. Naiwan nga lang yung misfortune nila. Patay na yan. Si Guma. Si Faker. Oh my god, Faker is carrying in terms of damage, double kills. Parang tatlo na nga dapat yun eh. Oh my... Oh my god, Faker! Kung tumama yung Shuriken, bumalik pa yun. Sino kung bumalik pa yun si Faker?
Risky for T1, but Doran, he teleported in to save the day here. The Cassante doing work. Is it enough?
We'll see. We'll see whether the Shy can keep himself alive as well, but it looks like he's not going to have to contend with too much unless Faker decides to come back down again. Flash out from this Scion as Doran picked up turret aggro, so he is going to have to get himself out of there. Stands beside Faker. And now Ona will be convinced to leave the grubs as well. So does manage to get one of them, as you say.
Sayang.
Should be.
Going
over, or at least the portion of them going over to Wei here. As Mako comes
Sorry,
up,
Koy, actually nung time na yun, gusto ko magpa-picture. Kasi natuwa ko na na-recognize mo ko. Baliktad na ako. Shutdown kay Doran.
For IG, as the scoreline's now 4-4, and they get the grubs.
And double buffs transferred over the Caitlyn now. So,
Yun lang.
all right. After all of this, Faker got a couple of kills out of that for the Akali, so going to be a lot of extra stacks on his Dark Seal too. 6 stacks Dark Seal for Faker, in addition to this gold that he got on this Akali.
Well, Dark Seal pa lang naman, di pa naman majors eh.
Assassination potential here from this T1 comp. Saw it last time around with Doran joining and T1 put pressure on the back line. Faker had connected his E onto Rookie and been able to
go lang
back
ako.
in and finish him off in that last skirmish, which was quite big.
Yep. And the fact that it's 100% kill contribution here for Faker as well just means that he's maximized the amount of value that he can get out of the Biffo that's been coming on through.
Sige.
Do have a slight gold advantage.
Nakanood din ako sa live niya eh. Naka-open lang din sa akin yung live niya.
Without any response from T1.
Ay, sorry. Hindi ko na, may na-open ko yung Discord ko. Kaya nag-freeze.
There's the all-out onto Mako, who's just dead. Okay. Doran says, whatever you can do, I can do better.
Doran's revenge. All right, lane swaps are back, and top laners were feeling pain in the beginning, but like,
Doran's very frustrated.
Cassante still has an effect.
Okay, well, Mako not exactly having the greatest of times, but the Shy also not really taking damage anymore as well. So we're going to check out this replay one more time.
Oy, sayang! Ako sana, send ko na lang sa'yo. Next time na lang. Next time. Pag napadalaw ka ulit.
For Cassante, Doran's in a really good spot, so he opens up.
Actually, sobrang dalas ko magpa-deliver ngayon.
For Faker to go over the top, and then just look at him move on forward, gets the burst damage there.
Wala akong time magluto eh.
Faker had connected onto Rookie, so he could follow it in for the extra chase. And Keria and Doran able to just keep it going.
Ito grabe sa Faker yan.
So much
Kasi Doran.
game Cassante value. Often we don't really see the Cassante
Isa nakatitig na lang.
this heavily.
Kita na yun yung isa sa viewer.
They can really get things going. 3-1 and 2 now for Doran, and we were mentioning it before, but this guy hasn't had a year like this ever, as there is the quickness, the grand entrance, as well as now Faker with the damage. Mako going to get popped like a balloon. Bagala is going to keep himself alive still. Faker getting more kills. IG fans.
Oh, pwede Discord.
Yeah, he's got the damage now with his Dark Seal stacking up with the extra money. And Keria's Rakan, once again, you know, in the last fight.
Hanapin ko lang yung Discord niya.
Getting the engages.
Kailan chat ko siya.
With Faker, able to get Faker more money as well in the side lane. And the side lanes are going to be the dangerous part for IG. They really want to fight as a grouped up team. Much more front to back setup for them. And so when they do have carries and stuff, especially that don't have flashes, you have to be a little bit careful.
You certainly do. Shuriken backflip going to come on through as the ace in the hole is going to be there. That's going to guarantee the outer turret here for IG. Will be able to secure that one. Feats of strength going their way as well. But at least the Drake is going to go into T1's hands for the first time in this series. And now Keria is looking for a little bit of a mark here as in comes Koryushi looking for the angle. The flash out is going to come on through, and now they're turning it on to Keria. Cyclone is fantastic, but he just dashes away. And Keria is going to survive. The Shy really wanting to take him out. He's not out of the woods just yet, but IG not interested in following up, and now the Shy might be the one turned on as Owner is going to turn up. Gets himself the flag, and Keria will be successfully escorted to safety. And I say safety, he's out. The rest of T1 looking for potentially something.
And IG are blocking them from mid lane right now, so they're taking mid lane tower.
Okay, Doran looking for an angle. I don't really know what it was, but my God, the Shy is able to eliminate him.
Nakomboan.
A little bit of gusto, and I don't think that plan necessarily worked from the T1 top laner. As finally, Bullet Time going to just eradicate this minion wave. And Gala, he's just doing exactly what Caitlyn's want to do, and that is only hit turrets for the entirety of the game.
Pushing down there, they got a lot of damage on it. Side lane now though, Faker.
Well, Shuriken backflip, not going to connect there onto Rookie. Some Alcove Gaming to come on through, and Faker is just going to back his way out. Picture in picture. You've got the Shy being very aggressive on this Scion. That is on brand, but this champion will certainly take a whole lot more to kill than the Rek'Sai of Game 1.
Yeah, and that whole big last run of play here from IG, able to just take the inside route, take control of the jungle, and make it harder for T1 to rotate between objectives.
Sobrang swerte ko. Yung Parasol namin,
T1
for the longest time wala silang Sting. Kaso ngayon meron na.
Looks like they should be able to get this one.
Yeah. Should go over to them. We'll see whether they can use it to get themselves an outer turret in mid lane. Certainly open up the map here for T1, and an open map means a whole lot when you've got an assassin like Akali, and you've got Faker piloting it, who's 3-0-2. You'd be feeling pretty good about that one. And we'll see whether they can actually create that space to allow this one to happen, because it is a finesse composition out of T1. It can look like it's lacking damage if Faker is not able to hit all of the priority targets with his abilities, and Gumyushi's ult isn't able to find the mark, right? There are some things that we've had issues with when it comes to what they can do, but of course this is T1. They've made the magic happen before with other comps. It's now Mako off to the side, Way looking for an angle as Rookie clears out that turret. Cyclone comes in, Way looking for the knockups.
Unat ng
and there it is,
buko.
the shockwave onto 3 from Rookie as Doran just trying to get himself all the way out of there, and it might actually happen. As never mind, the orb is going to catch him, and down he will go once again. Faker looking for the angle, but the Peacemaker comes on through, and Faker says maybe Peace is okay for now.
The Shy is also rotating over here, passing through mid-wave. IG can be able to push both waves, bottom side as well. I mean, Owner and Faker are trying to get jungle scraps for themselves together, but...
And now, Faker level down here against the Shy, but the Shy doesn't quite have the damage to stop him from being able to do what he wants. And Cannon Minion will go over to Faker there as Owner. Push him up.
Ginagawa niya.
He is looking to try and walk his way out of here, but he is going to get slowed down. Flag and drag as he looks to go for...
Nag-recall ang potek.
He is well and truly dead. And he will be taken out. Some aggressive positioning, you could say, as Faker dashing towards the Shy, but it looks like this Scion is really reaching that mortality stage.
I mean, the IG comp is so much easier to play, so much better in standard, front to back and pushing them out, and IG able to get the advantage.
After down ng game, okay.
The jungle, they just force the play again. Wukong and Orianna so good together. Way's able to start it out. They get their shockwave. They get their chase down kill. And IG will be strong as a
jungle mo pag madaling araw.
Shy as well on Scion here is just going to be a massive
yeah.
Sorry.
He might even be able to last long enough for his team.
Parang relate yun pag ano, pag nag-solo ka lang. Kaya ako mag-solo sa RG.
Because this is a Karma composition, right? You have just inherently less abilities to start fights without having that engage support towards that bottom side of the map. So the Shy going to be encouraged to try and make these plays happen and be that front.
Take sa exclamation point, notify. Game 2 na pala to. Okay lang. Yun, kain. Ako din kumakain ako ngayon, France eh.
Mountain Soul this game as well is certainly terrifying. I don't think T1 ever want IG to get any of those, because the Shy will be unkillable.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to increase the threshold to kill, because T1, they have to, their comp's harder to play. They got to get some more bursty looking kills, some good flank angles possibly from them to get some assassinations off. But here we go, good wards starting out for IG. They ward all of the river here. Control wards are down. They start up the dragon.
Doran was tethered momentarily as now T1 get themselves into the river. They do not want to let this one go. As we can see, Make It Rain slows down Rookie. Faker on a flank angle, but he's spotted. Doran finds two.
Napakasigala.
Looks for the knockup, but misses.
Magulo yung fight nito. Uy! Hindi napatay si Mako.
He's gonna run his way out, but Carrier is gonna get taken down. Faker gets into the mix.
Ay, hindi niya na-auto-reset.
Already out of the fight is
Ay, nag-miss na naman sa Faker. Ayun lang.
And Bullet Time gets no
Kahit
joy
si
as
Faker
well.
nakailang mali.
Agoy! Via the Death Chamber as Gala gets the ace in the hole. And yes, you know, that was some cute play.
Hirapan mag-carry si
Him doing
Faker
the
dyan,
cross is not going to help them.
No, it's not. IG are too tanky. They are too strong. They're going to get even tankier now, Atlas. Mountain Dragon will be their reward.
And Mountain Soul going to be prepped for them as well. Soul Point will be the next one on the docket. Let's check out this fight one more time.
So they pop the Herald early for later combat use. And then Doran just tries to start it out. Backside, Owner's not able to get his EQ onto Rookie either. And Owner just gets put in so much pressure here that, yeah, he does live, and he gets inside the Herald and gets some knockups here. But T1, look at this. Guma's all the way over by the other side, so didn't have any damage to support Faker and Faker's attempt to go kill pressure onto Gala. And then T1 just unable to get any sort of follow-up there. And IG, really nice stuff from them. They stand solid, protect themselves as that group.
And you saw Danny there, the left of your screen in the coach's booth, of course, was working
Dapat
with
ba
T1
mag-ano sila?
when they were trying to figure out
Ripmaker kasi ano?
and then was against them 2023 World Finals as well.
Hindi.
Now, another chance for some revenge. See whether he's going to be able to find it right now. In this game, looking pretty good as they're up 3.5k gold to try and even out this series. Otacon up once again though, and T1 were down in the last one. See whether they can turn this one around. I do think it's a different story though, Kobe. I feel like this is going to be a more difficult composition to pilot back into a winning spot. Something goes very wrong.
I definitely agree. Oh,
okay. Owner going aggressive onto the enemy jungler. As
Grabe,
meantime,
sakit.
Rookie trying to deal with Faker. Now looking to turn it as Wei comes back, and that's just a solo. The GOAT is going to be able to find it as Doran goes all out against Wei. He's now in trouble, and oh my goodness, was that a cast a curse or a cast a blessing? I'm not entirely sure, but the Otacon is going to spell the demise of IG potentially yet again. Has Rookie down for another 27 seconds. They're not out of it yet. Gala is still terrified.
Uy, ang sakit ni Gala.
Going back home. There is Carrier getting in the back like the bullet time.
Pinaulanan!
Shut down for Gumayushi.
Pinaulanan si Gala!
Is being frustrating, but IG
Grabe yun!
players.
they certainly are. They're also going to run out of Otacon here. T1's going to be able to get it. I mean, the Shy is dancing around, but not a lot that he can do about it. I guess they have to wait a little while.
Yeah, I don't know whether
Walang smite kasi, walang smite. Walang smite pa si Owner.
Get a knock up on IG. They take down the Otacon. A comfortable smite here by Owner, and once again, that is going to be T1 turning around the game at the Otacon.
Hey, Atlas, this T1 map gets way easier to play when the enemy carries don't
Ito na,
have their
bawi na yung
flashes.
T1 dyan.
So, you know, no flash on Orianna. And if Ricky
Sobrang
has
laking
no one
tulong
around to
kasi
protect
ng
him while he has
Atakan
no flash,
pagdating sa
the
XP
side lanes
tapos
are
yung
the
stats.
area to prey on IG and trying to attack them before they are grouped up in their solid, you know, karma peeling for you and everything. So this is the exact opportunity that you need to take as T1. And Faker, he sees the angle onto Rookie. He goes for the engage with the Proto Belt. He hits his E. That's all
Pwede
he
pala
needs.
yun.
Clean
Kahit
finish
hindi
on the burst damage.
tatama
And
pa rin
taking
yun
him out
kahit
before the
paalis
rest
ka,
of IG
pa-out
can
ka.
kind of assemble their composition
Hindi ko alam
properly.
yun,
And then T1, this one was nice. Carrier drops his control ward, so he sees the other control ward in the front bush. Faker's going for his recall here, and Carrier now slips around just in the fog of war. Great toggle of vision by the observers. Carrier slips around into the fog of war, and yeah, they interrupt Faker's recall, but Carrier from the brush gets the engage, and shutdown goes over to Guma. So they get that shutdown, they get that Otacon.
And do you give him credit for it? Was that a bait?
Hell yeah, you always give credit.
Yeah, all right, Faker did it.
There you go, credit.
Just baited them in. Gala walked up, took the bait, and they took him down. It's hard to know for sure, but we might be able to get a glimpse into the comms.
You can also tell that Carrier was thinking about it really early on. You know, he puts the control ward there, and the control ward, he's like, you know what? Okay, I see their control ward, so now I'll just slip around here. And Carrier is able to find the angle. Is that going to be enough though, Atlas? You know, the IG comp is still
Akala ko
really
yung sa
good.
direction lang talaga.
If they can play
Hindi pala.
like a safe, more standard, like regular team fight on their terms. But T1, like, they have so much burst damage here, and Faker just continues to get more and more money. The Akali getting this side lane tower. The Darksteel is fully stacked. So plenty of burst damage.
The Shadow Flame now done as well, so he's going to be able to make short work of Gala if he ever does manage to connect some of these Shuriken backflips. Saw what happened to Rookie.
Grabe
as well.
mag-akali si Faker, oh.
So the carries
4-0-2.
and IG I honestly still think that they're in a great position in this game. Drake advantage is going to be theirs. The Mountain Soul, as we said, coming up in 25 seconds. That'd be soul point for them also, but it's gaining more stats for this Scion to become even more unkillable. And T1 just need to navigate around the Shy and kill everyone else before they go for it, as Wei halves the health bar of
Grabe
Keria
naman yun, isang
with
combo
one
lang.
combo.
That's gonna sting. Okay, Wei here with the 2 items. Definitely painful.
Doran.
Kita ata nila eh.
Flank angle, there's a flash cataclysm to come on through. Finally, the knockup does come in now for
Bait para sa kay Sante.
Keria trying to get himself out of there, and he will.
Si Faker yun lang, nayari ata sa Faker, si Guma din. Oh,
It just blows up Wei, who gets on top of him, but that's not where he wants to be. Great knockup there onto the Shy as Doran gets on in there. He's looking for Gala.
Naghahanap po si Faker, grabe. Ayun na, wala na. Exposed na yung likod.
And Mako is running for the hills. Doran cuts apart this Scion. And T1, it's a difficult comp to
Papapush siya lang
make
ng iba.
work, but the world champ's looking pretty good with it.
The 3-tiered engage from T1. They will take them down. They will cut IG to
Grabe.
pieces.
And it's only Rookie left standing here, and now he's looking to use that dissonance movement speed to run the heck out of there. T1 want to get themselves this outer turret, but their minion wave is going to wear off, so they're going to have to take a Consolation Dragon. And Rookie is still scary, but after a fight like that, T1 going to be feeling a whole lot better.
Yeah, the multiple layers
Grabe
of
yun.
engage here. So they want
Yung
to
pwestuhan
blow
nila
the
doon.
summoner
Pero
spells
big
off
deal din
all
kasi
early.
na napatay ni
So,
Guma,
teleporting
si
from
Wei.
Doran, he arrives, and Owner
Na-burst
says,
niya si
okay,
Wei.
I'll go in first. He goes after Gala, then Keria. And Keria
Kinain na, tinan mo.
barely escaped
Tinan
with
si
his life
Guma.
there. But he
Sinolo
got
siya,
that summoner
sinolo
spell
niya yung
off Gala.
wukong
Gala's
pre.
kinda pretty far off
Half
the back,
HP
so
pa yun ha.
Doran can walk away, but
Di ko lang
Wei
saan
cannot
nanggaling ang bawas
hold
na yan.
long. So Guma's able to take him down the front line, and then the next tier of engage from Doran and Owner right back in.
Keria lang
onto
pala yung
Gala,
namatay.
and they complete the assassination.
Yeah, a very optimistic shockwave that catches Keria mid-battle dance, but he was already out of the
Pero
fight,
kung
right? He had
feeling ko
done
mababurst
his
din si Guma doon
contribution.
kung
And so the fact
napawalk
that
up
one
siya ng
comes in
onte.
doesn't really mean too much for how this one goes.
Ooh.
And yeah, some
May frustration
here on
na.
IG's side, as you can see. It's only a 500 gold lead. The problem is this game is feeling like it's slipping out of the hands of IG. Every time these fights are gone for, we've mentioned it already, that's exactly how this composition wants to work. It's just not quite happening. And it's 3 items now on Gala. You know, that trough is not quite there anymore. And feeling a little bit better. T1
Yun ang mahirap
certainly
sa Scion eh.
capitalize.
Ang hirap mapatayin pero ang hirap din para sa'yo maka-gap close.
Yeah. Guma, meanwhile, feeling pretty good about his Lord Doms. Doran is going deep.
Yeah, he's got 3 items now completed. The rest of T1 comes on over. That is going to be a solo shockwave on to the
Ang dami masyadong tinangkin ni Doran dyan. Pulado na sa kaagad.
phenomenal damage as they take down
Wala. Ba't di nila pinapin yung tower? Ano yun?
Now it's their turn to run the heck out of there. It's Faker.
Si Faker! Oh! Oh!
In the back line, and then just gets
Okay,
shot
throw.
in the head. T1 are going to
Baron
fall.
throw.
That's an ace for IG, who turn it all on its head.
That's gonna be Baron for IG as
T1.
well. T1.
Di ko lang ba't di nila pinatay yung tower. Pero dahil doon, natalo sila.
They're gonna push top as well as great gain Baron here. Rookie's gonna be able to get that
Ewan ko,
tower.
may something talaga sa T1 saka yung Torre na. Yan o, tinan mo. 1 HP pare. Oy, paki-auto pare.
From Doran. And then he's also gonna dodge the engage from Keria. Even though T1
1 HP,
di
hindi nila.
when Keria goes in, he also
Naka-apat na atake pa yung Torre kay Doran o 5.
Meanwhile, IG with the engage onto Guma just blow Guma up, and T1 are without anything left.
And Faker just realizes they're probably not getting out of there. Wants to go for some heroics, and it just does not do anything. And we mentioned it already, like this is a finesse composition out of T1. You have to get your ducks in a row. The setup has to be perfect. You cannot be going haphazard like that. The rush of blood to the head will cost them a massive amount of gold already on that Red Bull Baron power play, sitting at 2,000. And that's for another 2.5 minutes that they can utilize that buff. And it's a Caitlyn. Sieging is what she loves. That's what she wants to do all game.
Oh, yes, it is. Now IG, they can group up, they can get their 4-1 split push going. They have Orianna shields, they have Karma shields, so they can kind of comfortably move up, take the vision through the jungle first, try and ward out any of these flank angles to make sure that you don't let T1 get an ideal assassination angle off.
Oh, teleport flank angle here from Faker, who gets behind IG. Let's see whether they can actually get forward. Carrier's health bar already very low as Ona taking so much damage. Puts Rookie into the Cataclysm. Is now Faker dashing forward, but they've lost Carrier already. The bullet time not quite doing that much, but the all-out comes on through.
Faker!
Gets Gala. The Shuriken backflip doesn't
Patay na
work.
ito!
Doesn't
Patay!
seem
Aba!
to
Yun
matter.
lang.
He's down. Ooh, no, never mind. Faker is going to be taken out. Wei still looking for it. Doran hunting for the Shy. And Wei will survive. But Doran is looking absolutely terrifying. Gumayushi's putting the bullets into the Shy, but they are bouncing
Wala
off
yan.
the armor.
Tagal yan.
This Scion is really hitting towards that immortal stage, as the teleport is going to be employed here by Doran. Unfortunately for Gumayushi, all he can do is really hit minions and run. And Rookie is going to stop that from being a possibility, as he is strutting. So yeah, Misfortune does run pretty fast. Let's see whether Gumayushi can make the great escape here, as
Boots of
is
Swiftness
going to be able to walk between these turrets. Make it rain slows down Rookie, and I think he's out. I think he's fine. I think Gumayushi's just going to walk it off. There's a train coming. There's a train coming.
Messiah!
Just walks between the walls. The flash comes in through from the Shy. Can he actually connect to Q, though? That's the question. The answer is yes. Dissonance comes down, and finally
Meron chase yan.
hammers
Meron
into
chase yan.
Gumayushi, and he will die. And that took what felt like a year. And so maybe T1 are going to be able to reset.
IG just
Alam niyo lang kung gaano ka.
all of Summoner's Rift.
Nakakatakot yun.
I would say that is not appropriate utilization.
Yun yung tipong League of Legends naging horror game.
All right, well, let's take a look at the skirmish through the river now, because Wei's got his Guardian Angel. Feels very confident here. Faker.
Yeah, Ace in the hole comes down. There's a Cyclone to chain the CC. Grand Entrance comes through just to buy some space. Carrier able to save Faker for now. Does throw down the Cyclone. Redemption is really good, though. That will keep Faker alive, and Ona now moving in. Rookie clearing out vision, but T1 now with information. But this is going to be Soul Point. The last one, T1 were able to actually take, and so this is not going to be the Mountain Soul, but every time these Mountain Drakes are stacked up, IG gets more and more difficult to take down.
A roller coaster, Atlas. So this all started because there was one ward that IG missed. So Faker was able to teleport back for the flank that we were talking about, and so they can get into the back line here with a decent amount of damage. But a critical point comes after Faker's able to get the kill onto Gala as well as onto the Karma, and Wei just finishes him off barely here with the Wukong.
And it was the backflip. If that Shuriken backflip lands onto Gala there, that's an ace. That's a wipe. But not this time around, as you can see some frustrations here on T1. Roma often with a big smile on his face, this time around looking very serious. And the question
din yan ang
is asked
Caitlyn.
on the desk, right? Like, is T1 nervous? How are they feeling coming into this game? I don't think it's nerves necessarily, but I can see that they are certainly in
Frustrated.
this game with a lot of respect for IG and what they're capable of. And so far, it has worked and it hasn't.
Honestly, I think that IG from here, they for sure should win though, right?
Oh, yeah.
They have 2 Guardian Angels, and they have the Zonias on Rookie as well. So like, they are so safe.
They have
Orianna
to die
shields,
7
Karma
times,
shields.
I think. Like, or, wait, 8 because the Shy goes into zombie mode.
Yeah, the Shy is crazy tanky. He can go into zombie mode. Like, IG are so loaded right now with all of this advantage.
Faker lang pwede
T1
makapatay
would
eh.
have to pull out some miracles here.
Well, Miracle is potentially going to be a flank.
Aroy!
Area just taking so much damage here from Gala. Faker walks over a ward though as IG looking to catch these flanks. It's exactly what they have to do. T1's win condition is flank angles. That's what they have to find. But the Shy is going to look for the Akali. And Faker gonna have to use his dash cannon defensively to get himself out. It will work. But you can see it's a 7,000 gold lead here for Invictus Gaming.
Yung ano
Baron's
kasi,
gonna be up again in 35 seconds. And already it feels like anywhere they
yung
walk,
na-ace sila kanina sa top lane.
Yeah. Power in numbers here for IG as well, as they can, as long as they walk in groups, feels very confident. And they can buy a lot of time too, even if someone gets caught, you know, those things we mentioned, the Guardian Angels.
For some reason, gusto ko yung kay Sante, palitan na yung Iceborne Gauntlet niya ng Divine Thunder. Palitan na yun. Bakbakin, ay wala nga pala ng Divine Thunder. Wala nga pala. Thunder Sky lang. Kung may Divine Thunder dito, tinanggal kasi. Paldo yun against ano, against tank.
I think the IG should just remain controlled in order
Wala nga pala.
to progress this game and try and finish it out.
Checkmate sila dito.
Could be a big one for Doran, but right now Keria in trouble. Way going to get him out of there. Battle Dance will save Keria's life for now. Information gathered here by IG Rookie.
Yun naman wild drift ko
Topside,
nga
if
eh.
this can actually be a pick, you can see Faker is lurking. Yeah. Well, we can't see it, but we know that he is there.
We can feel it though.
We can. Rookie can feel it too, though. He's going to just move himself out of the way. Teleport comes in from Keria.
Keria.
Hitting already. He has to use all of his buttons to get himself out. Shockwave, he's going to catch Ona. He flashes, the Cyclone collects him, and it's Rookie that grabs the kill. That's Jungler down. That should be Baron number 2 for IG.
All right, let's see. They should be able to get it. There's no smite to steal, so it would actually have to be a miracle from T1.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually make a team fight.
And Guma's not on Varus.
Yeah, and the Shy has about 25 health bars. He can sacrifice. He's going to be the Baron smoked down, and T1 having to get out of there. The
Kala ko makukuha eh.
attempt.
Ano nang reaction yan?
Varus, like you say, unable to do enough to lock down that Baron. And now it's only a minute away from that Mountain Soul. And we were talking about Souls as being a really good thing. Last game didn't necessarily work out for IG. This game, I think it's going to be a different story because I think like the Shy can go underneath the turret and like spam emotes for a minute and a half and still not die.
Yeah. 100% agree here. IG with so many advantages. Medjai is even upgraded here for Rookie. He's got the book. Feeling very confident in the side lane. They've got teleport on the Shy, 4-1 split push. Multiple people shadowing here to make sure they can just use the Baron, create all of this lead up space into the Soul fight. Litter this jungle full of wards, make sure that T1 have such a difficult time to approach that it becomes almost impossible.
Yeah, Gala does a fair bit of damage, as we can see there. 4 items now completed, getting very, very close to just filling out that build. As T1, their base under fire, only a few shots going to be necessary here by this Caitlyn. As 2 exposed inhibitors, there's the Shockwave to come on.
Wala talo.
It's a decent answer here as we can see. As down will go into that GA. Trying to answer this one, but you can see Gala is distracted by these structures that he can destroy. Finally, he's going to look for Doran, who just dives away and goes all out. He survives for a long time as Faker looks for the flank, but the Shy is there and says, nope, you are not coming in. And IG this time ain't throwing it away. They are going to even out the series in this best of 5 with a triple kill from Rookie. T1 gonna have to go back to the drawing board.
Oh, drawing board muna sila.
Lane's looking pretty spicy this year, Atlas.
I'm looking forward to the next best of 5 between these two teams that we're going to have afterwards, right, Kobe? We're going to have one of those, right? Can we convince everyone?
Elimination on the line, 1-1. IG versus T1 here gets evened up.
Oh man, what an incredible series this is turning out to be. But now, to break down the beginnings of what has become a best of 3 is our gorgeous analyst desk.
Feature. It's amazing the fact that
Absolute
we're in
cinema.
a series like this. I was not promised this, but I'm here for it.
I mean, it's been a nail-biter. It feels like both games have been constant moments back and forth. So hard to predict at each point of the game who's going to come out ahead. And it's been down to every single little moment, little outplays, little just displays of talent from each side.
You know what? I want to see you to get that gold graph because we've been talking about this. I want to see
Agoy.
if the gold shows it because it's been team fight after team fight after
Down
team
to
fight.
best of
IG
3.
do it this
Oh,
time.
laglagan
They
ka
take
agad to,
it until
Guma.
the end. They take it until the next
Laglagan
system.
to.
It's been a lot of fights. They had to work for this one.
Yeah, because even for us, when we're
Hindi
trying to
ko
build a
gusto yung-
segment like this, it's like, okay, IG has control of this game now. No, T1 has control of this game now because a lot
actually
of it was
think they should have
T1
just
trying
gotten
to
the
dive on
Caitlyn.
towards Gala. And what we saw from Gala in the last few months, we're seeing that and then more now. He has been protected very well with a composition like this, and he is playing he's playing this Caitlyn on the edge.
It was very clear. T1 came in with a game plan. It was to kill Gala with this Akali, make that work. And I do think as the game went on, it
Pero
started
yung
to get
top
more
lane talaga, yung
difficult,
top
even
lane.
if they got
Yung
Gala,
top lane, sa
which
top
is
lane lang
something-
yun.
This was a great example
Yung
where they
dalawang
tried to get
beses
on
na
top
yun.
of
Yung
it.
ayaw nila patayin yung tower.
Making sure
Ewan ko
Mako can't be there to assist, but
Di ko alam talaga, man. There's something about that tower.
But Gala's getting the peel, getting the shields, getting the support from his team.
Yeah, Summoner heal, the Redemption heal, the shielding from both champions. This composition I thought was really smart from IG side. I think the drafts have been great from this team. And then on top of that, their Dragon controls, exceptional. The ward to be able to catch out Akali that's coming on flanks multiple times throughout this game, really well done. So like IG is a new beast coming into this tournament.
Absolutely, and we saw T1 trying to maneuver around this right off the bat with the early swap, dodging the matchup, not giving Caitlyn and Gala that lead, but he still manages to do it because despite Faker's flank, despite Keria's flank, it was just impossible to touch him.
Yeah, and eventually even it got to the point where if they did kill Gala, there was so much power in the rest of the
Out of words na yung...
Sion became unkillable. The Wukong was hard to deal with, and they
matalo
just
dito
couldn't
sa
start lack
series,
the damage when it got to those later fights.
3-0 na, gagawin pa na lang
Adaptation there from the Shy. After the
3-1,
big
baka
hit
sila pa yung
moment,
ma-3-1.
he's like, you know what, I'm putting on the bossy
Yeah.
costume anyways. He puts on the Sion game. Like, you're right, could not touch him. I love the Sion in a game like this where he's able to just stack up and like that bot lane fight that was going on for so long where he was like, hey, I'm here for as long as possible. Orianna gets the base, Rookie TP's back, and then this is actually a game that is like a nightmare for all AD carries.
Yeah.
The MF running cross map, the Sion still catching him, Gala fighting for his life. I love it.
And you can't int if you're the beefiest boy on the Rift here. And I feel like this Sion especially was buying a lot of time for IG to find the perfect positioning to keep their hand on fights.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I feel like it just gave him so much space, and it was so hard to deal with. And you saw some of the times later
lang.
where
Kunin ko yung
the
tablet
MF
ko.
autoing this Sion, I can't even imagine how long it would take just consistently hitting this brick wall to really do
Okay.
it.
I gotta say,
Habang
I
wala
got
pa.
scared, though.
Yeah.
I got scared.
Habang wala
There was
pa.
a lot of opportunities for T1
Yeah.
to find some good
So muna
fights.
tayo.
They took this one moment from IG on the top lane and
Pwede
thanks
ba
to
ito
the Rally, this is
pahirapan?
gonna work. Way and the Shy introduced T1 to
Oh, ito muna tayo, ito muna
advance
tayo.
to claim an
Oh,
ace
simulan ko
advantage.
My God, we already talked about how tough a
Oh,
composition
tower.
like this is to run.
Oi!
Straight towards Gala.
Tower.
It doesn't mean anything. That knock up from Sign was
Yung
massive.
tower rin nakatalo sa kanila eh.
I think really the critical moment for me was when Faker ends up going in. This route for Mako locks him up.
Tower.
He wants the R2 onto Gala, but the team response is immediate. Doesn't let him get that follow-up. But look how low Gala ends up being. But the peel is there, and they keep him alive.
Anong hula nyo, guys?
Gassing up the composition. But
Anong hula nyo? Water,
it was
water.
so well done, and on top of that, I
Water,
think
sabi
it's
ni
crazy
Wildrick
to take a
News.
step
Uy,
back and
tama.
look at this could have been
Nice.
a 2-0
Nice.
start to the series for Invictus Gaming.
Okay,
Based
isa,
off
isa
what I
ulit,
thought
isa
were two
ulit.
great compositions, really strong dragon control from
Ano
them. I think they're playing out
natin?
really patiently. Like Orianna, like
Laglag.
trying to push out
Joke
top
lang.
side when Akali was
Loser.
in the bush,
Oh,
Jarvan was in
loser.
tri-bush, waiting to get on them. But I feel like they've been playing an incredibly patient game in Invictus Gaming.
And that's what I like because we've talked about this patience. We've talked about the fact that they should have waited during the last game. And for me, this patience was showcased especially throughout the vision setups that they had.
Yeah, I feel like they took a lot more time with this one. I think they knew that with their composition in this one, really the timing was working against T1.
Yeah.
And I think T1 for me, there's been some question marks. You know, the MF that came in here didn't give me too much confidence. The Trundle in game one into the Kiana. I feel like one of the concerns I had for T1 is you're coming in on a fresh patch. You're coming in
Ano yung ano nyo?
warmed up.
Ano hula nyo? Ano hula nyo?
As you said, they normally are a ramp-up team. This is not them at their best.
Yeah.
And you only have today. If you don't win this series, you're
Okay.
out. And it is 1-1 in the series. They're still with very good chances of making it, but it's not the best form we've seen from them this year.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, for Invictus Gaming, I think they're honing on to what their identity really is. The Shy being on tanks for both games, both the Rek'Sai and the Sion, putting all your eggs in towards Gala, getting a control
Hindi, may
just
N eh,
playing
may N
straight,
eh.
simple front-to-back composition.
May
I
N
was seeing
dapat
them
eh.
playing Jason and swapping it between top and mid. I didn't think it was working out well for them at all. So then being able to see what is a clear vision from this team right into this tournament, it's working out well for them.
We are seeing T1 on blue side
Yeah.
for next
Ayun.
game. So two questions. First one, what do you want to
Nice.
see them prioritize and who's taking out to match point here?
Ooh.
Okay, isa. Last.
It's
Ito muna,
tough.
ito muna.
We need to see
Ayan,
improvement
kayo
for-
mauna, kayo mauna.
For Owner, I think we were right at the beginning of the day and trying to like get him empowered. He is an incredibly strong jungler, but right now it feels like a lot is going well for Wei. So that would be one thing that I would want to see from them.
Yeah, I think just you need more DPS in the composition. That was what was lacking game 2. The Jarvan pick was good, but it just felt like, you know, you need more for late game
Wala pa,
endurance.
wala pa.
Going up against a composition like IG had in that situation. So I think just there was some glaring weaknesses.
Feral.
Game 2 of the comms. Game 1 they could still make it work. Game
Okay,
2,
may A, may
I
L.
didn't know if I can put
Yung
the stock
L, tama
into,
yung
like, all
placement,
the
yung A,
script rumors
hindi.
about Invictus Gaming. Now it
Laglagan na
feels
ba yan?
like
Oh,
I
laglagan to,
can.
laglagan to.
Now I feel like
Here it comes.
the jacket, I'm wearing
Oh,
it.
it's
brother.
back.
It's
He
back.
finally believes.
I didn't believe after game 1. I'm fully believing in them now. So I think it's going to be Invictus Gaming taking this one.
Oh,
yeah,
all right.
already called.
all
Ano?
right,
IG daw yung mananalo, sabi nung...
It's 1-1 in this
Sino,
first
ito
series
ba?
of
O yung
All
nagsabi
for
o
One,
ito?
and it is delivering.
Hindi ko
Let's see who
napansin
takes
eh.
us to match point.
Petal.
Hope it didn't curse them.
Yeah, he's got
Ay, hindi. Yung A, hindi dyan dapat.
That is going to be a solo shockwave on to the Cassante as the Shy crashes into
Tatawa ako na
Phenomenal
naiya kasi
damage as they
napasigaw ako
take
sa
down
psa.
Ryushi. The Shy deals with Doran as well. It's
Okay lang bro.
Now
Bro,
it's
gets ko yan. 2018 ata, ganun din ako nun.
and then just gets shot in the head.
Kasi yung time na yun, hindi pa sikat ang esports.
Ace from
Ah?
IG who turned it all on its head.
Hindi. May L dapat yung dulo eh. L dapat yung dulo. Dasal. Ay, hindi. Tingnan. Lagay ko lang to. Hindi ko lang... Basil. Oh! Ay, Uy, hindi ko alam. Baka makapiright tayo dito sa ano. Iyan ko lang muna yan ah. Snail! Ang galing mo dun, Mild Div News. Ang galing mo dun, Ron. Snail nga. Okay, pahirapan natin. Gawin natin 6 letters naman. Woo! Okay, may gagawin ako na ano ah. Yan. Ano kaya dito? 6-letter word. May O. May word ba na ganyan? Ano kaya? Ng 6-letter word. 6-letter word. Wala pa. May 2 minutes pa tayo. May 2 minutes. Hindi. Letter O dapat eh. O yung second letter dapat, ano, Jed. Yung pag yellow guys, ibig sabihin yan, may letter, tama yung letter pero mali yung placement. So, pwedeng hindi, may R pero hindi dito sa second, ay hindi dito sa pwesto na to. Pwedeng dito, o dito. Pero kapag green naman, ibig sabihin tama yung letter tapos tama yung pwesto din niya. Yan. So sa atin, meron tayong ano, formal. Uy, muntik na. So, ibig sabihin, tama na yung O, tama yung A. Yung pwesto nila. Yung may R tayo pero hindi dito, hindi rin siya sa first letter. Yung L, hindi siya sa... May L tayo pero hindi sa last letter, hindi rin sa second letter. Ano yan? Both? Hindi. Yung kailangan second to the last letter, letter A eh. Bolgar? May word ba na bol? Hindi ko alam yun ah. Ay, hindi, wala. Wala. Volgar? Meron bang word na ganyan? Ano kaya? Wala pa. Lapit, pero malapit na. Collar! Ang galing mo doon, Vince! Galing! Okay, wala. Galing mo doon! Collar! Okay, last. Habang nag-aantay. Anayin natin to ah. Okay, yan muna. Para at least wala na yung lahat ng... Ito nilalagay ko palagi para out na lahat ng vowels. So, ito lang yung vowels. O sa kayo lang yung vowels. Ay, yung nga pala. Wait lang, yung chat. Ayun. Sali ako sa Discord niya.
Might be the Rumble game. We'll see though.
Also, this is all going to change, right? Because finally, we've got a side switch. So T1 will move over to the blue side. We have the Kai'Sa remaining. That will stay as first ban here, understandably so. They're still going to get rid of Braum here in the first round. I wonder what they're fishing for. It looks like they're fishing for a first pick. We'll just have to see what it is.
Okay, yeah, waiting lang ako madrag.
More melee engaged supports for yourself. Also kind of dissuades the Lucian Braum combination and stuff like that. But all right, let's see. Is the
start na yung ano?
Gonna get banned? Because that thing value also is like still so high with later and later into Fearless.
I would have expected
lagyan ko lang ng ano, just in case.
That Braum would have been an on. Right?
Yun.
The Braum is going to be banned away. Yunara is what was left up, and Gumayushi's going to play it. This is a champion he hasn't necessarily found a whole lot of success on, and we'll see whether he is going to be able to take it to Gala and IG in this game.
Okay, investing in it really early on. That's a champ that
really
benefits if the team you're playing against are kind of short range.
Hello.
Up a lot, so you can get a lot of splash damage benefits. It's a champion
wait lang, gilid ko lang yung...
does not benefit when the enemies have point-and-click CC that can lock you down. So, yeah, this is, you know, Vi is...
Hindi kita marinig masyado, coach.
Zeri was a mega big problem of super hyper carry. That point-and-click, that is the solution. So, see if that works on Yunara as well. The guaranteed engage, and Vi has been a good champion. A lot played 4-way, so... See what they want to pair with here. I will say, the equalizer we were talking about...
Kinuha na yung Yunara na open na. Kanina sila yung nagbaban yan eh. Sa red side sila yung nagbaban. Ang Yunara. Iba yung playstyle talaga ng T1 pag blue side versus red side. Para mas confident sila sa blue side.
I think this one was a relatively obvious one, and protect the president could be something that they could do alongside Gumayushi here.
Pero kung ganyan,
hopefully T1 can
baka mag-Tamkens pa sila.
a point of success here for the team, play around him effectively.
Yeah, the Galio, good lane here into Rumble, and then as you're saying,
may chance siguro mag-Tamkens support.
That's a Smolder.
Smolder.
Okay, we get the stacker.
Did you guys have this in the LTA, now back to the LCS, when you were there, the Smolder answer into the Yunara? Because we had it experimented with. The first time around didn't quite work, but then it did. So it sometimes does make things happen.
We also played a decent amount on the patch where Yunara got giga nerfed. So we actually didn't get as much Yunara even to start out those trades. But yeah, here we go. We are going to get it on stage here. Gala going to opt into it. And is going to be still going to go for Ornn ban out on the other side.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it is Faker as well. So you're like, you know what? We're not guaranteed that it's going to be like a Galio counter.
Expect probably the highest viewership sa play-ins. Oh, T1 eh. Basta T1 match, guys. Tas Worlds, mataas lagi viewership.
We'll just have to see how how it is going to go as the Rel taken away here from Mako. See whether another engaged support is going to bite the dust as well. Leona and Nautilus probably the ones that stand out in our minds as far as those engage options are
Hindi ko tatanggalin nila dito yung Tampkench. Parang kailangan nila ng Tampkench.
From T1's former coach.
Kailangan ng Tampkench yung T1.
Was in fact after Danny left T1 the year after Tom came in. So handing on over of the torch. And so let's see what he has planned. Is the Lulu taken away here? Aurora going to be the ban for T1. Now Gala, what is he locking away? Maybe Rookie's champion and then allow Mako to counterpick. That would make the most sense to me.
Yeah, sounds pretty good. I like the Lulu ban, taking that away from the Lunara pairing. That can get very dangerous.
Wait, what is Rookie cooking? It could be something.
So Ari got buffed on this patch. Well, I mean, they want to see where this Galio goes. So they want the Galio flex to be fully revealed first.
And Renata is just locked. This was actually punished pretty hard by teams that have played into T1 in the past. The win rate on the Renata isn't fantastic this year for Carrier, but has already seen the Leona.
Renata.
Doesn't need to worry about it too much.
Well, since the dive yung IG, pwede ito. Saka para mabuhay yung Yunara na matagal. May second chance. Pero para...
What is the answer to the Rumble? Or what is Faker's pick going to be? And it's looking like Annie.
Okay din kasi yung... Okay talaga yung Renata eh.
Yeah,
Maganda
okay.
talaga
So
Renata.
that's what I was originally thinking, and we do get the lane answer, and we're going to have the big Annie burst engage here locked up for Faker, which means that Rookie final reveal here. Interesting Quay. Does have long range, does have big AoE burst damage, scales. Can also have some nice AoE CC here on the grouping.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it myself, just as far as what this composition looks like. It's already a lot of magic damage coming on through. The Smolder will be relied upon a lot in the later stages of the game. But it does feel a little bit like they could potentially get run over when it comes to the mid-game. But if the way scales, like you say, if he's able to get into position, I mean, approaching this team is going to be very, very hard. Especially if there are any choke points involved and that red carpet is laid down by the Shy. T1, I think this is probably the cleanest draft we've seen from them so far in this best of 5.
All right, let's see it. Game number 3 here, T1 versus IG. And we get the Smolder lock-in for Gala. Especially when the Smolder gets to the rapid fire, you're gonna have Quay range as well as like Rumble ultimate range and rapid fire range from IG.
Okay, mukhang mapapasmolder ulit ako pa naglaro ako ng League. Kalaalala na yung mga laro ko. Kung naalala niyo yung mga content ko dati na naglalaro ako ng League. Puro Smolder yung ano ko. Smolder, Miss Fortune, Kaisa, Aurelion Sol. Ayan.
Just have to see whether it's going to work against an IG that have looked tenacious in their last couple of matches. The fact that JDG made that series look like it was over in game 1, and then it was a 3-1.
Okay.
So, IG
Eto. Voting ulit tayo. Voting ulit tayo. Let me know. Who do you think is gonna be winning here in this game?
Moving into this game number 3.
IG or T1? Pantay na yung score eh. Kumbaga parang best of 3 na lang to. At nakakakaba. Sobrang nakakakaba.
My source is still good, but I still don't want to give them up. So I have all the information in my vault-like brain. However, I cannot divulge any of it.
Can you tease us? Maybe some hints? Maybe like a riddle?
Silly.
What about?
Oh, not that kind of thing. What could I say?
It's really, I'm sorry, coming up with a riddle is really hard on the spot.
T1? T1 tayo. Uy,
Okay.
pakita sila.
My brain was trying to figure something out. Just didn't quite get there.
Uy, sana pwede naman kami magsuot ng ganyan lang. Yung very casual na attire. Kasi yung pinapa-suot sa akin, ano eh. Yung full coat eh. Ang chill yan. Pero feeling ko sa ganyang kalamig na lugar, like sa on site, parang mapapa-full coat ka talaga eh. Kasi ang lamig dyan eh.
greatest pieces of work.
Oh, thanks, Kobe.
I
You
love
know what? A
Slurkle.
lot of my colleagues thought that Slurkle made them
Daming
feel a
ano.
little bit uncomfortable. And so I really
What's that
appreciate it. And do you know what the best part is? We get to
Daming
talk about
nanonood.
Slurkles just before I say Slurkle a whole bunch of times because Yunara was picked in this game. For those that weren't
Hello, Flimsy! Yung T1 po ba na yan may fake? Oh, meron,
Slurkle is just a
Flimsy.
circle that
Meron.
slows.
Okay, so
And we've got a few of those. I'm pretty sure there is one of those that is on the way as well. So, in fact, he has so many buttons. He's got about all of the circle abilities that can happen in the game.
okay, so yeah, what is way?
Take pause agad.
Slurkle
Ay,
say, is slow and circle put together.
Na-take
for
pause
Yunara
tayo ba?
W, because it doesn't do very much damage.
And also the
Moscow ba yung nag-shoutcast nung
like, arc of
championship
judgment
ng Rumble Royale
doesn't really
2015?
tell
No.
the story of what it is, in my opinion.
So what would you call
Hindi ako
Huey's
nagsha-shoutcast
circle?
pa
That's
nun.
the eyeball he puts on the ground.
Ma-attend
If you
pa
go
lang ako
into
ng
it, it's
events
gonna
nun.
root you. So it's a root circle.
Yeah, Ruckle.
A Ruckle.
A Ruckle.
Okay.
Yeah, it's easy. You just put
That's a good
circle
one.
and the CC together. The thing
Sarap,
when it
kung
gets
kakakain
complicated,
ko lang,
right, is when you've
ang
got
sarap sa
Leona's
feeling ng
solo,
busog.
which not only
Alam mo yung parang
slows,
sarap
but
matulog.
It's a
also
circle and a
Ganun.
Okay.
sometimes you can only catch the
Best
Slurkle
of
part,
3, best of 5.
but then you
The
can
outside.
get hit by the
Pero
Yeah. the
1-1 na
center.
eh.
Yeah,
So parang
which
best of 3 na
really
lang.
does add a whole lot. That's not even
So is
worth
it a
using. I just
circle
put
then?
stun at
Is
the
this
beginning.
a circle? The center is a
Slurkle.
circle.
You need to put the L in. So
Oh, the stun.
yes, Slurkle. You get stunned by the
Uh-huh,
middle thing. So then the whole circle is still involved, right?
I like it. Okay.
So it has to have the stun in there as well.
Ikaw ba,
We really
like it,
chose
actually.
iba
I don't
yung
know.
desire,
We got
oh,
a Torkoal as well.
sarap matulog kapag kakakain. No? Lalo na kapag malamig.
Bunch of different,
Tapos maulan.
in this one. But the
Tapos
Slurkle
kakain
is
mo
the
lang
one
ng
we're
masarap
only
na
gonna
pagkain na
talk
may
about. I've said
sabaw.
the word so many
Ay,
times, it's lost
yun talaga.
all meaning. So a
The
little bit
best
of tech
talaga
pause.
yun.
Do you want to have a guess? You have any guess?
Well, we've got usually you get problems with like new champions. Maybe Huey. Huey has a lot of extra abilities, you know, so he
There
can
we
cause
go.
some
Just
problems.
trying to figure out
Maybe
what
it's
all of
Huey's
the abilities
fault.
do.
Yeah, maybe it's Yunara's fault.
I'm happy to blame Wei. I do think that
As
it
a
is on the
champion.
T1 side, based on what I'm checking out on the stage right
Okay.
now. And hopefully it means that it's probably just a periphery type thing. Obviously I know, but I'm doing my
Keep
very
calm
best
and carry
to hide
on.
the fact that I know and just
Yeah,
guessing.
yeah.
So
Pag
yeah,
tech pause,
I think
guys,
that
madalas,
might be,
bawal
we'll
mag-usap
just have
yung
to see.
mga
We're doing
players.
our very best to get our techs
Pag
on it
tech
and
pause,
sorting it
bawal
out.
mag-usap. Para kumbaga,
See right there momentarily.
literal
The shine
pause talaga lahat.
in meditation
No
by the
comms,
looks of things.
nothing.
And do you know what I love about IG? One of my
Kasi yung
favorite
iba,
things about this team is that
parang
they are
tech
all
pause, tapos
such
bigla
veteran
nag-uusap,
players.
ganyan.
It
Edi,
feels often like
ano
it's
eh,
only the
hassle
fan
yun eh.
base that's prone to
lalo na ko yung mga biglaan lang, mid-team fight, ganyan.
will not
No,
care.
hindi kayo pwede
Like, the Shy
mag-usap.
can have that
Hindi kayo
game
pwede
one,
magplano ng
and then
gagawin
just
niyo.
come into game 2 and do either exactly the same thing again or
Narinig mo
have
ba
it-
interview
and
nun
he's still
na,
gonna go for those plays, still gonna make
Wait!
it happen. And I just find that so endearing.
di ko na maalala.
I mean,
Kasi,
we
di ko na
have
maalala.
so many
Pero parang
veterans
medyo
up
may
there.
naaalala
So many
ako na
decorated
nagsabi ng
veterans.
ganun.
If you think about it, in this series,
Nakalimutan ko
every
eh.
one of the players up there is
Nakalimutan ko.
either a world
Sa
champion,
long time.
an MSI champion, or Doran.
No, Doran won MSI, didn't he? He has one of those. He did pretty well. But also, I will not allow any Doran slander this year. In 2025, the man, and honestly, I was a bit of a doubter. I was a doubter of the trade. I felt like perhaps T1 weren't going to look like the same team. And man, those words were delicious when I was forced to eat them. Over and over again throughout the year, because Doran has definitely not been the weak link for this team this year, as we are checking just to double to make sure that we haven't been caught with foots in mouths.
No, he got second place. Yeah.
Oh, was he only second?
Yeah.
All right. Didn't actually manage to be on
That
the
was-
team.
yeah,
Boss
he
G,
was,
pa-plug lang,
yeah.
please support
Gina
and
joined
watch
us,
Wild Round Smash November 14 to 16. First time ilalive sa YouTube for global audience. Yun! Nice! Possible Wild Rift Esports comeback pag mataas bis. Yun! Amen! Amen, pare. By the way, guys, ito, i-follow nyo and supportan nyo din si Wild Rift News, guys. This guy has been helping the community and even us, kami mga talents, for the longest time. Saka sobrang gusto mo, sobrang Gustong-gusto ko to si Ron, si Wildrip News kasi very analytical din siya. I'm a numbers person. I love seeing stats, I love seeing numbers, I love seeing percentages, I love seeing like those numbers shown. Kaya magkasundo kami nito ni Ron. Ay ni Wildrip News.
I think if IG eliminate T1 here in Plains, they're already
Ano si Coco
so
pag lumabas
popular in China. They're gonna get, like,
ang
statues.
dila tapos na si Faker pag pumikit sa papost nga ako kagad eh. Mood yun guys, mood.
At Worlds.
Sarap ang feeling kapag
That's a really good
pikit
stat,
lang.
if you think about it. If T1 aren't at Worlds, what's the percentage of the time
just goes
that IG wins? It's like 50-50, you know?
It's way better.
There's not that many years that T1 has not been there, and one of those years IG managed to win.
I think.
Wait, some video games? All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We want to apologize
Okay, ito na.
for prattling on for so incredibly long.
All right, it's time.
For causing the game
Nagpalit pa sila ng UI.
could talk about nothing for a long time.
Yeah, I think nagpalit sila ng UI. And we're seeing something on the top side.
And the fans here as well.
Ay, nagpalit sila ng API or something, I
To
think.
get back onto the rift for this one.
Backup API.
And what are the comps again, Kobe?
Well, we
got a Hui.
did get the Hui coming in late. I just want to give credit to Wei himself, because I came into this series, I legit thought that Owner was going to be, Owner versus Wei was going to be the biggest gap, and Owner was going to gap him. But Wei has been so good that Wukong
Actually, si Wei,
definitely outclassed him.
ang ganda ng performance niya ngayon.
Wei, as the Trios go out.
Wow. IG fans getting loud. Their first taste of victory was pretty sweet here in game number 2. And that does mean they've won one of the games, and the other game they were winning.
Bantaw agad yung galyo ni Faker.
So it's looking pretty good for IG at this stage. I don't know whether I'm ready to go full Raz on it. But certainly
Pero yung weird dito, top lane Galio. Nasaan yung back scratcher ko? Ayun. May back scratcher kasi. Sorry, hindi ko abot yung likod ko eh.
So Guma standing in this brush. I don't know whether T1 are too worried about going into a lane swap type scenario, because Yunara also wants to be scaling in this game. Maybe not as much as Smolder does. Not quite as infinitely, but still going to be feeling better on a few items rather than less.
Yeah, I think this is smart from IG. You get to stack your Smolder really easily. If the Smolder had to play into the double range lane there and had to deal with...
Hindi, mas okay nakatapat na yung Galio. Kasi pwede mo i-Q yung Galio din eh.
Then I think this should help out the Smolder scaling and stacking quite significantly. Plus, you get out of the, Galio...
Ay, gumana ng mic na yung coach. Okay lang. Wildrip News, Flimsy sa Blue Up sa FB.
So I guess we'll see, how much will the payment actually be this
Lagi siya
time around?
nagpo-post ng content about like Wildrip updates, of course. Kasama na rin League at times.
I feel like Caitlyn is the quintessential I'm going to destroy your turret at 4 minutes, right? Like that's the champion that she is. Yunara, not necessarily quite as much that. And once the Shy hits level 6, it's going to be even more difficult to get lane states in positions that you want, just because of the flexibility that the Equalizer gives you.
Hindi na ispatan ni Leona.
Over from Mako though, for a little bit of an angle, hanging out in the fog of
Flash Fear yan, yung gagawin ni Rookie. Flash Fear.
Relatively low, and now Mako going to show himself. Molten Shield comes out, there's the flash, but it's not quite early enough as the chomp comes through, but Faker is going to live, but still. Flash employed, that is a big deal. The Shy now in trouble as well. Gumushi presses Q and does a bunch of damage. Not quite enough.
Nabot pa rin yan.
That is a nice value window for Mako, because
Oo nga eh, kala ko masastan ngayon Leona eh. Kasi nalit na ako, summary na Game 1, Game 2. Game 1, natatalo yung T1. Nakuha ng IG lahat ng Dragon, nakuha nila yung Grubs, nakuha nila yung Rift Herald. Pero biglang nakabawi yung T1 na nakuha nila yung Atakan. Tapos, Baron. Game 2 naman, hindi maganda yung draft ng T1. Mas nahirapan talaga sila.
This is what we wanted to see out of this, guys. Now Mako
Sa
could be in
Game 2,
trouble as
yun
well,
yung
but
Game 2.
instead, T1 going to take their prize and back away. Way moving towards this bottom side as we say it.
Ay, actually, maganda dito yung sinabi ni Christian. Summary ng 2 games. Ayaw i-hit yung tower sa top lane.
They've been very potent, but unfortunately not going to be able to stop the back here of Owner,
Actually,
who's
legit.
now back towards the
Legit
jungle.
yan.
How
Parang may
clean is
sumpa
this?
yung top lane.
They
Ewan
go
ko,
for
parang...
the plate, like you say, like, oh, we're just mining some gold off
Ewan
the
ko.
turret, don't mind us. And then Keria moves up, he slides
Nasusutil
the
yung
handshake
T1.
through, right onto the Shy, gets the rumble, they lock him up and immediately delete him.
And the bailout gives you so much freedom to do that if you can guarantee the kills. As Keria, speaking of kills, this could be another one that Mako just going to try and zone him away from the turret, get the Shy some much needed money. And now looking to try and put some pressure on. Gumushi makes his way back. A 2v2 has reformed as Slurkle actually getting more value than it normally does. Keria down below 50% though. This is a difficulty as the minion wave also being frustrating. And IG will need to back away. Gumushi gets towards the wave, which is exactly what he wanted.
Right, clean up those CS. Keria is fine. Of course, Keria has no summer spells after the dive, and so I had to be a little bit careful there.
Yep, zapping down the wave is Guma though. And if we have a look at the CS margins between the two bottom laners, although one of them is missing, it is pretty close. Another Zenith Blade going to connect, but already a lot of damage onto Mako, but Faker is already dead. Owner gets the knock up and takes down the Leona in trade. Now Keria and Gumushi moving in as well. Wind becomes lightning, doing so much work. And the handshake holds onto the Shy. And now IG looking to turn it around. He's going to silence himself. Keria gets taken out. They traded for the rumble, then the bailout. It's
Bawi pa yun? Si Guma nakadalawa?
Gumushi now trying to deal with Rookie, whose way is getting a bunch of work done.
Uy, grabe si Guma, ang tapang!
He's crazy!
Ang tapang!
And Rookie's going to be able to get himself out of there, but man, Guma is angry about what happened in Game 2.
Honestly, I love the action in this series. It is getting bloody in Game 3, and it's very heavily in favor of T1, this blood, Atlas.
Yeah, the Shy is unhinged, man. He just goes for anything that's a potential play. As now Faker eats another Zenith Blade, but now Keria going to be moving over alongside.
Aray, grabe yun. Patay ata si Faker.
Doing so much work with the bailout. Can they actually
Nag-CS na lang siya, CS lang.
Rookie gets the kill.
Medyo na palalim si Faker doon.
Become a problem as this game goes on.
The level 6 advantage for Rookie here. They're able to take down Faker in the aftermath, just as we're saying, oh wow, all this blood, T1 benefiting. They just had previously an over 1,000 gold lead, but it gets chopped down immediately as Mako and Rookie were able to answer. So Atlas taking stock.
Yeah.
After all the skirmishes here, through the river, Owner benefiting a lot, but Owner now under attack. He gets teleport.
He got the crab. The teleport is coming in here from Keria to try and back him up, and now the grand entrance, the hero's entrance, going to come on through. Justice Punch to catch up to Mako. The bear is thrown down. And Faker's like, you can have my bear. I'm just going to go back to the wave.
Yeah, a little vengeance there from the mid ganks that Mako's been throwing towards Faker's way. Gets the bear over the wall, secures the kill here onto Mako, and probably secures this dragon. Yeah, meanwhile, I do want to say that point out, look at that top lane, because the mini map there, Smolder just been having a very easy time up along. We haven't had the camera up here by Gala. That's what Smolder wants, it's in a matchup versus a melee champ, stacking away. And, good experience for it. Wait.
Oh dear. Handshake comes on back through here onto the Shy. Equalizer goes down. There's the Crescent Guard as Owner trying to keep himself alive. He gets the smite down onto the Dragon. As now they go in. Way looking for the engage angle, but the bailout is going to be there. Gumushi keeps himself alive. And Mako will be able to take him down with the help of Rookie off to the side. The Shy on no health as Faker will once again claim some revenge. One little Q is going to be enough to do it. And Owner takes down the Shy underneath his turret, and so they get the Drake and they win out in the fight.
Nanalo yung T1 doon?
Owner goes for the chase. He flashes for it. 5 kills for Owner.
That's a big Xin Zhao.
Yun, buti na lang may replay.
Oh wow, way. All right, well, here we go. Owner, he had a good ultimate there, so he popped way back with his Crescent Guard, then goes back and gets the Dragon. And then, as you say, this Renata bailout has been buying so much time.
Grabe yun, nabuhay pa si Guma ng... At least, nabuhay pa siya ng matagal.
Huge for T1. They collect the other kills, and now we're going to get to see the Owner part of it. Probably just W flashes. Yep. W flashes, hits it, goes under tower.
And the Q is enough there from Faker as well. And Rookie, without a front line, is unable to do
Ganda.
too much. So the way hasn't died yet this game. 2-0-2 is Rookie. He is still in a great position. They're not doing a massive amount of damage at this stage. Merc Treads are what he had to go for to respect the Annie stun. And so it does mean that he's going to take a little bit more time to get fully online.
Yeah. At the very least, he did invest in a Dark Seal, so that's always nice.
That's true.
When the game is this bloody, and you can get that extra value. But definitely, like you're saying, yeah, it does need to scale up a bit with this champion. Get some more AP behind it. And they've got that Gala stacking away on Smolder. 85 stacks for himself, only 9.5 minutes in. Quite nice there. The Colbin ticking down, you know, very calm up there with their lane swap that they opted into.
And they've been opting into a lot of things, like even skirmishes, when they're always going to be a player down at this stage of the game. And so, honestly, it feels like it could be a lot worse for IG. But T1 still with about a 2,000 gold lead here as we crest the 10-minute mark. Feels good for the blue side team. But it does feel like there is still that clock ticking down. As Bum, speaking about come down, is going to be joining them towards the top side, but it's just Gala dealing with the minion wave. And Wei picking some petals, moving towards Faker, who is on the right side of this lane right now. Well, the left side of this lane, if you're watching the screen. The correct side of the lane. And now some plates going to be eradicated from this top lane out of turret.
Shopping
I mean, honestly, this is when I was talking about this was what I was expecting from Owner. This was more along those lines of what we're kind of expecting coming in. And he's got this big gold lead. Early Sundered Sky completed is always makes you like the king of Summoner's Rift for junglers.
Yep.
With all that extra money, and so he just continues to apply pressure, circles back around here just to make sure that they are going to have the extra push right back in and then can finish up the camps.
Yep, Mako now going to be holding this wave so the Gala can collect as many of these minions as possible. And Rookie, that's a big chunk onto Faker. If he lands the combos, the Hui really does a whole lot of work. And it's kind of cheating, right? You get double equalizers in fights as well if he presses the right combo.
Yeah, it's not fun for Annie. You're short range.
May ano, may Amumu.
And Faker going to take a lot of damage from that Spiraling Despair. But as you can see, normally, Faker doesn't have too much trouble against the LPL. And you can see also that it's not always 3-0s. It's not clean, but he gets it done in the end. And as we can see right now, T1 in a pretty good position to get themselves towards match point. But on the other side,
there are some players in IG that have had a lot of success versus T1, specifically at MSI, and have beaten T1, the organization, in the past to win MSIs.
And look, as you can see here, the glimmer of hope, Mako, Gala, and Hui, who were able to take down Faker in 2022, of course. A lot of the victories that we saw in the head-to-head between Rookie and Faker was group stages, things like this. But Mako, Gala, and Hui have done a whole bunch of work. And Mako, of course, back over 10 years ago at MSI, the very first one.
Also want to point out that it was important that Faker had Keria on speed dial on that last, Hui ultimate that he soaked under tower, and he was like, immediate redemption.
Redeem me.
Please, immediately redeem
Ah,
me.
best of 5 to guys.
I need the healing. So he was able to survive that, but yeah, it is the onslaught from the Hui trying to poke him down under tower, creating the pressure. Still though, Owner is massive with those 5 kills, so he's going to work in tandem with the duo lane there to go steal away the blue, use that pressure, the benefit of all these early skirmishes that they have been able to get for themselves and use that power.
Yeah, speaking of power, this is exactly what T1 wanted as far as this matchup is concerned. Galio has been historically pretty good into the Rumble. Finally, we are actually seeing those two champions going head-to-head. It has a bunch of the items that makes you feel a lot better in the matchup as well. There's a whole bunch of buttons going to be pressed, and you can see the Rookie feeling very good about his position in this game. And as you mentioned before, Owner, he is going to be able to take down this dragon. Let's see whether this is going to be the cease and desist that will actually work, and it does.
Wala na magawa
in
sa
the
Faker
blink
dun.
of an eye. Tibbers gets angry, but he is just 50 gold going over to IG at this stage. As now Gala sneezes on the minion wave. Owner comes on over, but they have full information as to what's happening. And with Rookie and Wei unlocked from the mid lane, there is no way that this dive is happening.
Ooh, yeah, they defend the bottom side and they delete the mid lane there. That was very nicely done. Super easy for IG. Rookie here on the Hui. Looks like he's going to scale pretty quickly. Atlas is going to be accelerated in that scaling endeavors. Almost a 2,000 individual gold lead. And we mentioned the early Dark Seal with all these extra stacks, so much extra power. Blackfire Torch been completed. Lots of damage.
Pinigay lang pa yung recall.
Champion. And if you're looking at how the comps are going to interact later, even though T1 had this big early gold lead, Not only did that get chopped down there with the extra kill, but even so, IG are not too scared of later on because they do have range advantages later on. They've got really quickly stacking Smolder here. 145 already for Gala.
Mahirap yung
14 like and a
Smolder
half
mamaya.
minutes is absurd.
Yeah, he is stacking super quick. Their Hui, like we said,
Ay,
is
125
rich
na?
and is doing very well in the opener. So, you know, you're gonna get to that rapid fire cannon point for Smolder really quickly. So then you can use your like rapid fire poke, your Hui poke, and as long as Vi chooses correct timings, Vi and Leona, then it's gonna be like hard for T1. They're gonna have to choose their moment really quickly. Since they are at the
80 na
range
lang.
disadvantage, and you just kind of like
Sobrang
gotta
sakit
go
na ng
for it
Smolder.
and make the play fairly quick.
Yeah.
Owner might be able to do that. I mean, he is very strong on Xin, and maybe can find a way to just kind of bully himself in there and get a Galio ult on top or something.
See whether he can find an angle. Of course, Xin Galio has been a combo that T1 have used many times in the past. It's not often the Doran on the Galio combo, but
Ayun
he's going to make his way
lang.
down towards the bottom side, and Doran on the Galio is on
Wala.
our screen, but not
Tatry na
for
lang niya
long,
mag-clear ng
as
wave.
the Shy is going to be able to burn him down. Just checkmate as the jungler walks in.
Yep. Nicely done. Pretty easy there. They knew that T1 were on the top side of the map, collecting those grubs. 3 grubs for 1 Doran.
Yeah.
You like that trade?
I would say it's probably not necessarily the best, especially with this ticking time bomb that is the small dragon that is here on the top side. I feel like IG have found stability, and they've also found themselves a slight gold lead. The one thing that's in T1's favor is the fact that they've stacked up 2 Drakes, and Hextech Soul is ludicrous. We have not necessarily seen it be, you know, immune to losing, but it does certainly help out. And Gumayusi on this Yunara has not necessarily had, you know, those big team fights to really prove himself just yet. We'll see whether he will be able to get that space in order to do so, because he not only has Bailout available, but he also has the Galio there with a heroic entrance. He's got this Xin Zhao who's mega fed to help stand in front. See whether it is going to work. As once again, the Shy versus Doran on the top side right now. And with the fact that this game is slowed down, I can't help but feel like T1 need to be starting to get nervous.
Yeah, the big thing for T1 is like, how are they going to force the issue here?
Whoa, there's a flash taunt. His owner's going to move on up to try and take down the Shy. They're walking down the red carpet. He flashes away. The Winds of War comes in, and there's the knock-up. 3 Talon strike, and down goes the Shy. A 4th death for this Rumble, but killing the Shy, is that a win condition? I don't think so, unless, although I don't think it's a win condition for T1 anyway. As Zenith Blade goes in, the handshake is going to be immune to flash out from Faker. Doesn't want anything to do with that solar flare. It's way able to get over the top as well with that Vault Breaker, and T1 avoid death.
That is really huge actually for IG to be able to get the flash down on Annie, because if you're looking at ways for T1 to actually force on IG and close distance to that range advantage, as the tower does go down in favor. Yep. Oh, wait a second.
Ooh, who won? Was that T1 that were able to grab it?
That was very close. Let's get the overlay update.
The shoes did go over to T1, so they, I believe, were able to lock that one up.
Regardless, though, without the flash, like they're really going to be counting on flash engages on the side of T1 to close distance on the Smolder, on the Hui, that are going to be so powerful. So.
There's Rookie finding some pot shots here, and it's very difficult for T1 to deal with long-range poke.
Oh, grabe yung poke na yan. Ang hassle ng poke, pre.
Back up and ready here for Ona, and they have to be decisive. And they are going to be so, as the ulti comes on down there from Ona. Mako taking a lot of damage as Mom will be the follow-up, just to zone them away from the area. This is soul point for T1, but they've already invested quite a lot into this play as Faker, without that flash, like you said earlier, is going to turn up. And it's going to be an honest 5v5.
Kaya din yung T1.
There for the Shy. We'll see whether he can layer it in well. As Gumayusi standing in front, wanting to try and find an angle.
Takeover na. No steal.
Take down the Dragon. There's Soul Point, but there is the equalizer down as well from IG.
Kailangan nila maka-out, pero parang hindi sila makaka-out dito. Oy, nag-turn na lang sila. Trade na objective. Ay, trade na mga kakampi. Ang ganda ng stall dito ni Owner. Nabuhay pa siya!
That was not the play you were looking for.
Yeah, that was definitely not it.
Si Owner na po! Grabe, sulit to sulit yung Sundered Sky, pre.
T1, they actually get
Sulit to sulit yung Sundered Sky.
kills 3 people down on the side of IG. T1 are gonna just explode with the gold here.
Grabe, Owner.
Tower's
Jungle
gonna
God.
explode as well, Kobe.
Jungle
Down this
dip
one
na
will
yun.
go. And Gumayushi is the hugest benefactor out of that fight. He already had 2 items completed. We have Doran crashing Shelly into a wall, because why not? And now the Yunara Smolder conversation gets a little bit different.
Akala ko,
She's
yari
now
na
sitting
sila
on
eh.
3-1 and 3.
That was such
Oh,
an
check natin.
overchase. Let's
Kasi nag-turn
This is
sila
where
kay
you also
Rookie
want to
ata.
listen in. Okay, so Wei initially tries to go for the steal there, and it cost him his flash on the way
Hindi
out.
kay Dashay sila
But then they
nag-turn.
walk forward. The Shy is so far away from the whole rest
You
of the
know.
team, and they're going into Owner and
Grabe
Doran
yun si
into mid, who
Owner.
are both tanky. And they're fine in the back of the
Wala,
mid,
hindi
so
hindi
the Shy
makadamage
just
si
gets blown
Gala
up
kasi
by
may
the other
crescent
members
sweep.
of T1 on the top side. Then the rest of IG like funneled themselves
Yeah.
into the bad spot, right into the Galio ultimate that's in a great circle itself inside of the Dragon Pit. And so that
And
was
speaking of circles, the Spiraling Despair was only on Carrier.
Yeah.
And he went down to like 2 health and then didn't even die. And from that point on, Rookie had no mana, was not actually able to participate at all. And now we've moved to a 3,000 gold lead, and Soul Point and Otacon is on the map. T1 are looking for an angle in, but IG do manage to get a few extra members down here early.
truly a head scratcher there from IG. T1 very happy though. Owner 7 kills, fully stacked bounty on his head. He's got his upgraded boots as well, both items. So yeah, they want to force around Otacon. T1 definitely would like another skirmish here immediately afterwards. This Galio ult has a little bit longer on a cooldown, so may not immediately. They could wait for Doran's cooldown here for Galio ult to come up and then force.
We'll see whether they do look for that angle, as you do have Heroic Entrance able to move him from the mid lane, so extra pressure available here for T1 as the Chu goes wide. And Snare is going to connect onto Owner, but damage onto the Xin Zhao isn't exactly the most permanent. Okay, the flash in from Owner, he finds the knock-up, they chase off
Yari si
Gala.
Gala.
Can it get the kill?
Naku! Yun lang ata.
As well! Gala surviving for a very long time.
Ooh,
The flash forward from
Guma!
Gumayushi puts him down. And Rookie
Nice
will
one,
follow suit
Guma.
with carries in the blink of an eye, and this one is firmly in T1's hands now.
T1 won another fight around Otacon, and they get their fight. Nice initiation there. They're gonna get the prize after.
Okay, maganda yung
well.
Renata
And
pick
again,
nga.
if you, like, when I was looking at this composition, I wasn't thinking Flash Auto was going to be the
Grabe
engage
si
option,
Owner.
but that's exactly what Owner was going for. As Gala does get
Muntik
knocked
pa nga
away
mamatay
to
si Gala
relative
kaagad
safety,
kay Guma
but
eh.
he had no health. He just couldn't fight anymore.
Yeah, Carrier's ultimate does follow, and then Guma's like, I got this. Goes in with the flash, with the dash, closes the distance and chase down the rest of them. And Owner, so much better of a game this time around. You know,
Nice,
charges up his
nice.
3 talent strike, preps for the engage, goes for the flash, gets the initial flash out of Gala there, making the Smolder vulnerable to the follow-up engage from T1, and they just blow it wide open. IG had been stacking so well. I mean, now Smolder, you know, is 236, but they've lost all this big, you know, advantage of gold lead that they had and all of everything that was going for IG. Now it's T1 with very large item advantage off the gold, and Dragon Soul coming imminently.
And Hextech Soul will mean that this poke composition is going to struggle a little bit to maintain their position, right? Because it's all about holding on to the phalanx, you know, hold the line, as it were, as the Hextech is going to be leaving Owner out to dry. Now Gala flaps
Shutdown
over
yan,
the
ah.
wall. So much damage,
Huh?
though. Still, Circle not going to be saving the Xin Zhao, and that is shut down money over to Rookie.
That Hex technology is dangerous,
weird.
Atlas.
It certainly
They warned us
is.
against this in Arcane.
We learnt about it from Arcane. It's now Rookie. Oh no, you should have
okay.
learnt about it as well. Doran gonna be able to finish him off.
Okay,
He's
medyo
now in an awkward
nag-aasiman na sila
position,
pareho.
But they don't have to deal with the Hui, who's such a problem. Faker finds the angle onto the Rumble, and somehow their most fed member dying turned into an inhibitor turret?
Yeah, T1 are just gonna flash on you. Everyone flashing over walls here. Doran flashes in, Faker flashes in, T1, they actually even take, wait, Dragon's going down.
Yep, they were looking for the Dragon here. Hostile takeover will be avoided for now, but it's a double taunt beautifully placed here by Doran. It is Wait denying the soul.
Sayang!
But they also
Boy,
managed to get
sana.
themselves out. The Hex Gates are going to come on through, as well as Gala is going to survive on about 10 health and get out with the highway robbery. I don't think it's going to save the game, but it was pretty funny as another one comes in and Faker says, yeah, fool me once. Yeah, fool me twice. No, that's not going to happen. As Vaultbreaker gets way over the wall, and Ona has respawned and will be able to take down the Vi. Wants to be able to hand the kill over, but isn't going to do so, and will be able to secure it here.
Finally.
18-8 is the kill score. There's been a lot
Wala,
of
hindi nila
deaths in
bibigay
this
talaga
game,
yung Azir kay
and it's starting to
Faker.
get silly.
Casting with you is always fun, Atlas, but man, I am having fun this series.
Yeah.
Is this what they call the T1 circus?
No, this is called Rise Group, baby. That's what we like to call it. T1 has decided to give us a little bit of a taste from the LCK, and we appreciate it. They were, of course, in the Legend Group, but this has Rise all over it.
This has been so much fun. These Hex Gates just providing the extra layer of comedy over the game. And after all of these shenanigans, we are still heading towards a Hex Soul. We are still heading towards another opportunity for T1 to try and collect it. IG, though, they did a good job of avoiding the first one and getting some kills on the way out, too. So, Gala, as we mentioned, with this Smolder, still could be a problem. Of course, with all the extra gold that T1 got with last like 10 minutes of play or whatever, is going to make it a lot more interesting.
Certainly will. Gumayusi does have his Bloodthirst now completed, so 3 items are done for the Yunara. Still probably wanting to get one more to feel fantastic, but still looking good. 2,000 gold in the lead. But we know, I mean, it's Smolder. Like, infinite scaling is a thing that we're going to have to deal with later and later into the game. So T1 still feeling like that clock does exist. 5,000 gold is pretty good for 25 minutes, but it doesn't look good for 35 minutes. And so let's see what kind of moves T1 are going to be able to make, as the Baron has been up for 2 minutes' time. And you can imagine they do want to claim control of the area, try and force this objective as best they can. Look for some turns. Hexgate's going to come on through here as Ona makes his way over. Gala up pretty far. It looks like T1 are just going to start it. Okay.
Oh no,
Faker.
Faker.
Down onto Faker. Heroic entrance comes on in.
Why?
Faker survives for such a long time as it's
okay lang, walang jungler.
And I think T1 are feeling pretty good about that. No smite left on the rift. And
Pero
T1
grabe
back
poke
on
ng
the
IG,
objective again.
Yeah, they're going to force IG to come to them.
All right, hostile takeover comes through. The immediate cleanse out from Gala, though, who's doing a lot of work. Gumayusi just dives into
oh my god, nakakatakot yun, Guma.
That's a good call, as the taunt is going to go wide. Now Gumayusi has to avoid everything as the ulti from Ona. He goes down into his GA, and they take out Mako. I don't know how this is working.
Oh my god, grabe mga call nila. Buhay pa si Dora.
But the shutdown comes in. The answer from Gala.
Wala si Guma.
Will have to back away.
Ooh, Gala able to kind of clutch here. I mean, honestly, I thought Oner was going to stay in when he revived from his GA. Maybe it's a miscommunication because Oner flashed out when Doran went in to go for the further engage onto Rumble. So a little bit of miscommunication there for T1 in a clutch moment. And it opens up the door here for IG, Atlas.
And it closes the door on the T1 Baron, right? Like, that was what they were looking for. And it almost looked like they were able to claim it.
Now IG.
Not in the end. Oh man, I am so scared of Gala. This little dragon just does so much damage. They've started off the Baron themselves now, but they're looking for a turn angle. Gala taking a lot of Baron damage, as we can see. Doran
wala si Guma.
Regrets that decision, is able to flash his way out. But that is a big cooldown. You mentioned flash engages are what T1 are all about.
Ang sakit na ng wave.
Keria moving on over. They want to take control of this as Keria is well and truly far up in this lane as they look for the shy. He flashes out of the way of the taunt. That looks pretty
good. Uy, si Guma! Yun lang ang lalim! Patay na naman siya!
So much damage and he's held in place as Wei says no to Gumayusi, and he's so much more important to this team than the shy is to IG. As long as Gala is alive, IG can win fights.
Oh man, they have to commit so far to get the kill that then they're giving back the trade kill each time. And IG do get to push the minion waves after.
Maganda yung scaling ng IG.
Like, they have objective bounties up for IG because of the 3 dragons, because of the gold lead for T1. Wait a second.
Oner! Oh, pumalag.
But he likes that opportunity. As you can see, Rookie over to the side, and he's starting to do more and more damage with double burn items now completed. Gala takes some Winds of War damage. T1 are able to back themselves out, but this is another opportunity for Seoul that it looks like T1 are going to get denied.
Hindi nila kukunin?
Or
Seryoso?
are they just going to move towards the Baron? Is that going to be the opportunity here as the Drake will be secured here by Wei, but he's going to be out of position on a potential Baron take. Kumushi now going to be moving back forward. And
Kailangan
T1,
ni
this is
Guma yun
looking
eh.
so dicey. That gold lead is evaporating as we speak.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty big gold lead because of how well IG, scale with their range later. Gala and Rookie here on the Hui and the Smolder are so dangerous. So you're looking at the flashes on T1, and all of the initiators do not have their flashes anymore.
Yep.
So Gala can play so aggressively. His cleanse
Walang
is
vision,
coming
walang
back up.
vision. No vision yung
Came off
IG.
cooldown, so Wei, he can do it again. He can find another angle
Hindi
onto
nagkaroon na.
Gumiyushi, who does have his flash up, but flashing isn't going to help you when the Vi is definitely just going to throw you into the sky and slam you down. T1 are going to be pushed
Grabe yung
away
zone ng
from
IG.
this river.
Smolder,
The
yung
Dragon
Rumble,
taken
yung
for free here
Wei.
by IG, and T1 unable to find any sort of avenue to get themselves priority around the Baron, and now that gold advantage, half of what it was when we were talking about it before. T1 gonna have to find something and find it soon.
Well, Guma might find an Infinity Edge soon.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So that would be something. That would be some big damage here. He has been jumping
ito,
in
ano
and
ito?
collecting a lot of these extra kills here. When T1
Yung
need to get
anti-MR ata
scrappy,
to?
but the
Yung
key
anti-MR?
flashes, okay, Owners is the closest to coming back up.
Yeah, his GA
Oh, yun
also
nga.
on the way as well. More than 3/4 done.
Yung
Atlas
something
Kyria has
curse.
swapped over to a Smite here for Spellbook Smite. Are they going to do some objective stuff here?
Some shenanigans,
Some
perhaps?
shenanigans, perhaps. Maybe make IG come into a position where they get a really good Renata ultimate or something for themselves.
See whether that is going to be the angle. We know that it's going to be the Baron because it's T1. They do like Barons. It's something we've said before. There's a reason. As IG, they know this. Going to look to try and replace that ward. Rookie with a lot of extra range is able to deter Carrier from staying around the area. And
Carrier's
should be able
area.
to clear out this wave towards the top side as well. T1, I think, getting ready for a play. Slurkle slows down the Vi here as the sneeze is going to come on through, but Gala is just getting so much more scary.
A1 manalo kayo,
370
please.
stacks! The execute threshold is going to be 50% soon!
Grabe naman sa
At
50%.
least that did get changed and nerfed, so...
Yeah, you do need a lot more stacks than that. However, as the game goes on, those stacks get easier and easier to get. As long as you stay fighting.
Ngayon,
Over
mga
again.
nasa, lagpas
Total gold,
almost
it's gonna
Elder
be
Dragon
Yumishi in
na.
the lead, but Rookie
Siguro
hot
mga
on his
nasa,
heels.
ay, lagpas Elder
As
Dragon
we
na
can
ata.
see here.
Uy!
Gala getting pretty close as well. The flash over the wall there from Wei as they're looking to try and take down the enemy jungler, and Wei, there's just no option. He's staying alive for a long time, but there's no follow-up. There's no option. And IG now just a man
Kailangan ng tulong ni Guma eh. Kailangan ng tulong ni Guma. Kailangan mag-auto-attack si
looking
Guma.
a little bit lower, but he has that GA back off cooldown once again, and they're on the Baron once more. Doran, is he going to get turned on as Gala does a lot of damage? As
Daming
you can
burst
see there,
dito
the
ng
Swaggle
IG.
slows
Kaya
him
nila
down.
tunawin to si
And
Owner
now
eh.
Faker looking to chase them out of this river.
Okay.
Hostile takeover just to buy the space, and the purple worm will be the reward.
Okay.
T1 managed to capitalize on Wei's mistake.
Huge for T1.
Grabe,
Kill off the
maghanap ng
jungler,
pick si
grab
Owner.
the Baron. Now they can take so
Ganda
much
lagi ng
more.
posisyon ni Owner.
All right, they were gonna have a problem, sieging and actually taking towers. But with the Baron buff, this is just what they need. Doran's got a Medjais, by the way. 12 stacks on that Medjais for that Galio. Definitely some power there. All right, T1, is this Baron going to be exactly what they need to actually tip it over? Because the next Dragon Soul that comes up is just over a minute away, so they can use this Baron to take so much extra space on the map.
Yeah, that's the thing, is if they guarantee this next Drake with the Baron, oftentimes, right, you don't have just this monopoly of Drakes that T1 have put together early. That Soul Point is so incredibly important, and it's likely that T1 will be able to make it impossible for IG to contest.
Yun nga eh. Kailangan kasi may mag-check eh. Yung Vi lang yung pwede eh. Yung Leona nakabantay lang kasi kay Gala. Nakabantay lang lagi kay Gala yung Leona.
As you can see there, if he can do it, Carrier almost dies. But things are getting dark on this map, and look at this. It's lit up completely by T1 and their vision.
Guardian Angel on Owner. Zhonya's on Doran.
Grabe investment nila
Survivability
sa
for those
Vision.
people that want to get right in the front too. Faker here, trying to play around some pockets of vision, play around some walls. He's got his flash ready and willing to use it.
As Doran just going to be rocketing towards this bottom side of the map. The Shy going to be spotted out here as the
Grabe damage yan kay Doran na yan, ha?
And he's still burning. As the redemption not actually going to be used for the Galio. He is just going to get
Naku, si Doran pulado.
to the side and buying so much time is IG. As T1, they still have the Baron, but you wouldn't know it from what we're seeing in this game. As a teleport to bring the Galio back, that might be the opportunity. This could be a 50-50. His owner in position, but he wants to start the fight instead. They take down the Drake. That's going to be the soul for T1 and Maker limping out. As
Oh, this is GG.
do nothing at all.
GG na, GG na,
Throws
GG
the
na.
fire away, and
GG na,
Rookie
mid na
goes
lang.
down on the back end, and T1 just steamrolled them.
Kuma got the soul, and T1 are gonna get the game. The Shy's running, but there's nowhere for him to flee. T1
Nice one,
will
T1,
walk
nice
inside
one.
the base.
Nice one,
It's
T1.
going to push this minion wave forward, and it looks like match point for T1. Our fourth seed from the LCK will crash down these Nexus turrets
Grabe.
and see whether they can, in fact, make it to the Swiss stage and hold on to hope for 3 in a row. We'll take another Nexus going down, though, and IG, they do tend to like it on the ropes.
Woo.
I love this series.
What a series we have. Let's see if the analyst is loving it as well. The
Grabe.
action continues in this one.
It's an absolute banger, game after game after game, and we were wondering it is T1 in the end taking us to match point here. Calm and
Mahirap,
collected,
pero
and I
grabe
love
din
the
yung
fact
zone
that
ng
when
Smolder
push
sa
comes to
Kawhi,
shove,
eh.
you can always count on Owner.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Ono was
Feeling ko
absolutely
kung nahulaan pa ni Rookie yung pwesto ni Doran nun. Kasi 'di ba, kinakancel na yung recall eh. Kinakancel na yung recall nung Galio. Kung na-poke pa niya ng isa pa yon, o siguro nag-ulti na yung Smolder para hindi naka-recall kaagad habang sinisimulan nila yung Dragon. Siguro nanalo sila doon.
Because I've seen what the Shy has done in game 1.
Naka-teleport pa yung Galio eh. Nakabalik pa.
If he sees somebody at low HP bar, he will just full send it. And Renata hard counters his entire personality. So that one was tough, especially since a lot of Owner's early kills outside of the dive, of course, was just basically the Shy going in, looking for an early fight, and Gala being, please stop.
And we were talking about T1's composition so far and their approach they had in this series. Ox, do you feel like it's getting better now?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is exactly what you sort of want. You have Faker on a utility pick. You have Ona on the Xin Zhao with the Renata to back it up as well. And here's an example where you see IG setting up for a pick, an overstep here from the Shy, trying to go in. And you see the bailout. Carrier doesn't put it on himself, puts it on his jungler instead. And it means Ona's able to turn the play around. And another example here where the bailout comes out clutch and it's an overcommit from IG. I feel like they were forcing too much in the early game when it wasn't necessary.
Exactly, like this fight is not necessary. Like mid lane is getting completely punished. This is a great game from Rookie. Of course, gets the actual snipe in that fight. But like he is owning mid lane. You even see Vi coming in to like help with a dive bot throughout mid. But then the game is just accelerating through all of this, and now you have an extra strong Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and we saw IG, they kept on going, they kept on trying, but there's a point, even with a Smolder, it's getting harder to make out plays.
Like, we saw how strong Gala eventually became, and I feel like if
Play-ins lang to, play-ins. Kumbaga, kung sino yung matalo dito, laglag na. Hindi pasok sa words.
Against the Galio, I thought was great for him. And so, it's just
matalo
I
laglag, kumbaga.
feel like Gala is doing a lot, and if his team wasn't like putting themselves in a hole, this would be a completely different series.
Is it going to be enough for them to come back here, though? Because T1 taking us to match point here, it was in IG's favor. I want to say, couple misplays aside on the side of the Shy in the first part of the series.
Okay.
It feels like T1 with the draft they have right now and the way they're playing together.
Ano muna tayo? Balik muna tayo dito.
Well, I was about to say, where's the jacket, Raz? What are you doing?
Okay, fine, man. I'll put it back on. I have to. Someone
Balik muna
has
tayo
to.
dito.
Like, the thing about
why'd you take it off?
Ano yung
no
word
flip-flops
natin?
around. No.
Look, I was still holding firm with him, but I was like, yes, the confidence is a little whimpering. But yes, it's a little hot in the venue too. A lot of people here, of course. Yeah.
All right.
The sun is beaming down on
I'm
him.
just hearing excuses.
Oh
You
my
know.
God! Look, a little bit shaky in confidence, but I think what we're seeing from
Peak
this
views.
team
Grabe,
is
2
like
point ano.
really good foundations.
Mhm.
Then T1 just has the aura.
You guys want to tell me what's going to happen next? What do we want to see from either team? What have we learned so far
Ah.
from both of these teams? Again, 1 spot in the main event in the sweet stage tomorrow at the end of this series. I see President Gala. I see what I think is an Ornn.
The Shy must be on Ornn duty, all right?
Okay.
If we can put in an extra kitten in the composition as well, like an Enchanter support, that would be nice. But for me, just put on the Ornn duty. I think this team has been doing well when they get into the late stage games. That's also tracks, I think,
ito?
in their regular season and also in playoffs. If they're even, they do quite well in late game team fighting. We just need to see that,
humor.
and I feel like you must protect the
Okay.
president.
Yeah, I
What
feel like
about team? I mean, yeah, of course.
for me, you know, it was pretty straightforward. Shut down Gala. You know, I think they did a pretty good job
Tama,
in some
tama,
of these
tama.
games.
Oh, first word
strong
ulit.
skirmishes for
First
Oner,
word.
Like the Zinzao worked really well.
Just
making
red,
sure
ano,
and the
first
Inara
word
definitely
muna
did
tayo,
there, but
ulit.
These games would be messy back and forth, so I think
Ano yun,
the
sinolo ko yung
Team
kanina eh.
2, when they had the Akali,
Yeah.
didn't give them the outs when they got to the later stages. So making sure they have that scaling option when they get to the later
Counter.
And we're
Sabi
going
ni-
deeper and deeper into
Ay, hindi,
both
hindi
teams'
kulang.
champion
Kulang,
pool
kulang.
here. Again, playing in fearless draft. Any specific champion that we want
Ano
to see
lang,
so
6
far? We
letter.
see the gold graph. I
Breath.
think it's
Okay, breath.
every game
Sabi
has been back and
ni
forth. Maybe the
Jastre.
most controlled game from T1 here. So
Plant, sabi
again,
ni
fairly worried for
Wild
IG
Rift
for the
News.
35k
Plants.
damage. You're asking
All
about
right.
a champion. Let the Kaisa go. Don't ban the Kaisa. Let him have it.
Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen.
I feel,
Please.
yeah.
I'm begging.
T1 must have understood how to play around IG so far, and they're the first team taking us to match point here. Can IG bring it back? Can they bring us to game 5? Can they save their chances of making it to the main stage and advancing
So may
to
let,
sweet stage
yung
tomorrow?
L tama na yung pwesto, yung R saka yung E hindi.
In front, wanting to try and find an angle as they are able to take down the dragon. There's Soul Point, but there is the equalizer down as well from
Lying.
IG. Not necessarily getting the work
Uy.
done that they
Ay,
wanted
hindi,
to.
may
though,
R
as the Bear
dapat
is going
eh.
to crash on top of the Rumble. He's the first to go down. It's Gumayushi. Grabs a kill in the
Pero may
front,
I.
and it's Doran staying alive
Hindi lang natin
for
alam kung
so
saan.
long. IG, that was not the play you were looking for.
T1, they actually get all
Ama yung buong
of
bus
their
ng
kills.
burger. Ay, okay lang yan. Hindi. Mali. Ba't yun yung inano ko? Slide? Hindi. Dalawang hula na lang. Sorry. Nag-waste ako ng isa. Follow, hindi. Hindi, kailangan L yung second letter. L dapat yung second letter. Ooh! Ah, sayang. Okay, so L at R tama. No, it's okay. Hindi. Lower hindi pwede eh. Hindi pwede yung lower din yan. Kasi second yung L dapat may L dapat sa second letter, tas R dapat sa dulo. Clover. Hindi, yung E kasi yung E tama pero hindi dapat sa second to the last letter.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Walang E sa third letter, walang E sa second to the last letter. Tapos may I dapat.
만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감.
Yung I hindi dito, pwedeng first letter, third letter, or second to the last letter.
Doran, decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again.
Ano pa yun?
I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight.
Walang letter I eh. Kailangan natin ng letter I. Ito I to, letter I to.
Play the local way. Pay your way. Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Oliver?
Play
Ay, hindi.
way.
Hindi pwede yung E sa second to the last letter eh. Walang E sa second to the last letter. Saka wala ding B.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Elix. Oh. Ito. Paig ba kayo dito? Ito yung last na hula natin. Medyo pasok. Parang pasok eh. Press 1 kung G kayo dito. Press 1 kung G kayo dito. Ano ito eh? Hula ni Wild Rift News. Okay. Oh! Ang galing! Ilang minutes pa? Okay, may 2 minutes tayo. Ang galing! Ay, gagi, ang galing! Okay. Pahirapan natin ng onte. 7 letters naman tayo. 7 letters. Woo! Ang galing! Ano ba to? Sige, simulan ko. Ito muna. Okay, may N, may R, may U, pero ibang posisyon. May ganun mo. Okay. So, lahat ng vowels nilagay ko muna. Ayan. May R, may U, may A, may N, may E. Pero hindi yan yung pwesto nila. Any words na naisip niya na ganyan, na meron yan. Hindi, may walang A eh. Hindi, yung R, hindi pwedeng first letter yung R eh. Kailangan may R, may U, may A, may N, may E. Kailangan may letters na ito. Kailangan meron yan na letters. R-U-A-N-E. Try nga na. Hindi, walang T eh. Na-try na natin yung letter T eh. Wala siyang letter T. Pag yellow, mali lang ng pwesto. Tama. Tama si Elena.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025 Play-ins.
Rabadon
It is
na.
time for match point between IG and T1. T1 managing to make it to 2 games in this series, 1 away from the Swiss stage and keeping their hopes of defending their title alive. IG, they could end it all for them right now. But they're going to have to win this game and bring us to Silver Scrapes if we want to do it. And honestly, Kobe, I think it could happen. Right?
It could. I mean, with the way that these games been going, at any point in the game, you could tell me either team was still going to win, and I'd be like, okay, I can see it.
Yeah, get behind
Somebody could throw, somebody could get caught, somebody could make a huge play.
I mean, it is actually a game of catch, isn't it? It's just throws and catches,
Big
over
plays,
and over again.
big
and it's
moments.
beautiful.
Ano na ba?
Big
Start na ba?
moments.
Ayun, start na. Sige, mamaya na yan, mamaya na.
When we were talking about this, and we're getting deep into
Mamaya
Jungle
na yan.
Pool now, is it time for a Nocturne game?
Oh.
Lee Sin ban already coming out versus Owner.
I mean, these
Furnace
Jungle
daw.
Pools are really
Try natin
getting pinned down.
Furnace.
And Pantheon, so
Ay,
Pantheon's got
gagi!
his jungle
Si
clear
JL
gutted
tama!
and then repatched in.
Galing ni
So,
JL! Oh my
like,
God!
Still
As
feeling
in,
strong, though. I
priniti...
feel like
Ang
Pantheon
aga mo
is,
sinabi yun, ha?
something that T1 may have missed out on here in
Okay.
this band.
Galing! Galing ni
Wei is
JL!
also, like,
Holy shit!
If you have a look on the Chinese broadcast, they had Wei as the MVP of Game 2.
May commercial
The
break
guy
tayo,
was
eh, no?
absolutely
Yeah, the Wukong.
fantastic. I think that
So,
the
IG
line
nag-blue side naman
performance
sila.
outside of getting caught around the Baron
Uy! Ay,
was
si
great.
T1 naman nagban ng ano.
Ultimately, not as good towards the end, but
Except for that one where we
Ano
lost.
ko combo nila sa
we're talking
Nocturne?
about it. There it is. There's the Nocturne
it is,
to be locked
there
in
we go,
here
okay.
for Owner.
Okay.
Anong combo
so-
nila sa Nocturne?
So how many cool Nocturne comps can you come up with? Because Nocturne is just so fun with all these darkness comps.
Well, Ariana is missing, so we're not going to get that one.
Right.
Twisted
And
Fate?
so
Twisted
maybe,
Fate?
Like Kennen, you know, you get these flanking Kennen. Nico's already been banned out from Fearless, so you can't do the Nico either. But like, I just love the types of comps that Nocturne encourages.
My favorite one is like the peekaboo composition, where
what's
you
that?
just pick Nocturne and TF.
Okay.
It's like
Yeah.
turn out the lights. and
Peekaboo.
I was gonna say I love Nocturne and Fiddlesticks.
Feeling ko may
because you can
chance
turn out the
na...
lights and then you get Fiddlesticks.
Na yun nga.
And then you get double jungle as well.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you can do
Twisted
that
Fate.
as well.
As
Kaso,
Gumayushi is
parang
gonna lock in
hirap
the axe.
kasi-
This is what we were talking about all morning. We're like, is
Pag
someone
kay
going
Faker,
to play
dapat
it? And
iba
you
eh.
were pretty
Kailangan yung kayang
excited
mag-hard carry
about the
talaga
Ash
eh.
buff.
I swear
Yone
Ash right
pwede.
now with these
Kaso wala siya ng magic
scaling
damage.
AD buffs is really insane.
Wait,
May chance.
Carrier could also.
Maokai
Yeah,
support.
they are definitely the team that definitely pilot double range,
Oh,
aggressive bottom
dear.
lane as well.
This is the T1 Kryptonite. The Ziggs has been locked in. They've been better at dealing with it, but this is still a dangerous thing. Something that has tested T1 in the past, and Gala will now be piloting the crazy Pyromaniac towards bottom side of the map.
Ganda ng first
Wallace
3 picks
alongside
dito
it as
ng...
well, so showing their hand as far as that
ng
bottom
IG.
lane is concerned.
And we've had so many lane swaps as well that even if you picked like a really strong duo lane, I feel like it'll just get lane swapped out of. So
Yeah.
I do like this.
Could theoretically still play Ziggs in the mid lane as well. Something that does remain flexible. Speaking of remaining flexible, I think picking an AD here would be a mistake if you do intend to put Carrier on the Ashe. I'd expect to see something else. Maybe a top laner that they can then protect in the ban phase themselves. And that is the line of thought that
Ay,
they're going
palipat yung
for,
mukha.
is the
Sorry, yan. Dito tayo
will
muna.
be locked
Oo
away
nga, oo nga.
for most likely
Oh,
Doran.
thank you sa
We've got
pag-remind.
2 champions now that Carrier could theoretically play.
True. I mean, if we play the game,
Ayan, Nocturne Ornn nga pala.
Yeah, honestly, you just have 5 champions and then you try and figure out the most likely one.
Dangerous game to play. But with Nocturne, these aren't the typical.
Parang maganda
of, like,
dito,
ooh,
Gwen,
you know,
for
you
some
like get a
reason.
flanker or something with Nocturne, but long range engage of Ashe arrows and Ornn ults are also super annoying when the lights are out.
Yeah.
So you have these super long range pick potential on T1. Ashe arrows, Ornn ultimates, Nocturne.
And we were also talking about the fact that the engage options in the last game were relatively limited, especially around flashes. They're not limited anymore.
You know, everybody's got
everyone is engaged. Even Owner is just a missile, so he is also engaged.
And similar for IG here, you know, with point and click with Nautilus, I love like Ziggs combo kill, comps where point and click with Nautilus, point and click with Pantheon as well to lock people in place, get big Ziggs combinations. So you can go kill combos, you know, you hook somebody in, root them in place, knock them back, satchel charge. Big bombs, and both of them have a little bit of global too. Ziggs ultimate semi-global, really good with dealing with side waves and going to manage your macro a little bit easier.
Grabe yun.
Pantheon ultimate, but
Grabe,
let's
siguro
catch up
naman yun kung
on
sino man
here.
yun.
They have
We have a couple of
protected
top
this
laners
Ornn.
banned away. This is what we were expecting, protecting Doran's pick with the Gwen and the Yorick taken off the board. The Shy is not a player that I have had concerns about champion pool
May
with
Fiora
ever,
pa rin eh.
So I expect he's able to find something.
Fiora sa
The
Camille.
Aatrox is the thing that's scaring me the most. Seraphine
Pwede
and
pa nga
Renal
dyan, Dr.
gonna be
Mundo
taken
sa
away from
IG kung
Carrier.
gusto nila eh.
Now Gumayushi going to see what he's going to lock in. I'd expect a Okay, never mind. The Maokai consideration.
He's playing the carrier game that we were playing. Oh, well, all of these champions.
Rolling the dice through the support pool at the moment. But we'll see what does actually get locked in. The Sona would worry me.
Yeah, because T1 that played Sona Tarek versus IG at MSI 2019 resulted in the 16-minute, 1-second loss. Like Jackie Love Draven did do it and just blasted.
And just to remind everyone, this is what I was talking about before when it comes to the Ziggs. T1 currently 0-5 versus the champion in split 3 of the LCK. They've struggled to deal with it, as it is going to be the Lulu locked in, so anyone can kind of be a tank. And you were talking about Nocturne combos. This is a fun one as well. The Wild Growth on top of the Paranoia coming in means that Owner is not only going to be tankier, but he becomes a large source of CC. You're exactly right. It's like Malphite with extra steps.
Yeah.
What if Faker then locked in Malphite himself? Double Malphite? That's too much Malphite, maybe. And especially
Maganda sana yung Sylas sa kanila. Dapat nag-Sylas muna sila.
Thinking about taking away the Varus here as well, as we've got Archery on the bottom
Yung galing,
side
may
of
Jinx
the
Vi
map.
cosplay.
Rookie playing Sylas to keep his world's dreams alive here in game number 4.
Twisted Fate,
And the
yun,
answer
Peekaboo.
is going to be a potential Peekaboo composition as a last pick TF. A consideration right now for Faker.
So, is it...
Ano, block? Whoa!
Is it a top lane Varus into the Ornn, or is it a mid lane Ziggs Sylas go to the top lane?
I think it's top. It's got to be top lane Sylas.
I mean,
I feel like that's.
I've seen Merwin before.
That's the shy move, as Faker will lock in his famous LeBlanc. And ladies and
Kailan natin
gentlemen,
nakita last mag-LeBlanc si Faker? Parang
is the man
Hindi ko na
to
maalala.
give him his very first loss on the champion. Mako was there in 2015. As you can see, Faker here looking a little flustered, but looking ready to put an end to this series as well, as these comps are fun, Kobe.
Oh, baby.
Pag ito
These
gumana.
certainly are fun. So much kill potential. And LeBlanc getting buffed on this patch, we were like, how long are we going to have to wait to see the LeBlanc? Well, we don't have to wait long at all. We get Faker's LeBlanc.
Pag ito gumana, guys.
It looks like the Shy is going to hold on to the Varus, and we do get... Okay, so now, are we going to get lane swaps now out of this situation? Because this is going to be a real roll of the dice.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure. I would assume it's more likely that they are going to get that, as you were saying where the champions were going, Kobe, and I was wrong. I was wrong. It's been a while since we've had the Varus top lane, but it looks like that's where the Shy is going to be going. So making sure they keep things confusing up until the very end. That was a triple flex until the very last second.
Okay. Merwin has a ripple effect.
Yeah.
Okay, it's powerful. I think it is fitting that my League of Legends client at least just spammed a bunch of critical errors and crashed right now. It's like, what is going on?
I cannot compute this.
My client just, force closed. Okay.
It's all right. Our observers, they do not get spooked by things like that. As we are under the rift here for what
Eto
could be the
na.
final game in the series,
Oh
unless
my God,
IG
LeBlanc.
can make
LeBlanc
top
on
lane
Faker,
Varus
pare.
and the Ziggs work. And odds are, Ziggs into T1 is a pretty good way to deliver us some silver scrapes, but it has to happen now. See whether they can deny T1, as the Gyos are going to echo through the stadium.
So, first Varus top lane in international history.
Oh, there we go.
I would also like to point out that although Faker's LeBlanc did
Grabe yung
suffer
viewership
that loss
yan,
to
Wild Rift
Mako,
News.
at
Iron.
MSI 2015, it is still an 80% win rate.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
50 wins over his career on it, only 12 losses, and did just get distortion damage buffs.
Yep.
Distortion and the Mimic distortion also benefited.
And even though it wasn't on the same patch, we did recently have ASI, and LeBlanc was pretty popular in that tournament as well. So a bit of a taste there, as we can see the fancy angle here as the archery is happening in this top lane. Shout out to Robin Hood.
Yeah. So, does it count as a lane swap if they're both still just playing 80 carries, you know?
This is just like Season 1 mid lane, as Mako not going to quite find the anchor.
Dude, this actually is going to super duper cement my Unk status. But I want to go back even before Season 1.
Oh, God.
I played with COG in WCG in 2010, the first international
Was that the one where
tournament.
the internet
We
didn't
had
work?
Big Fat GG,
Yeah.
and we played Ashe mid, and we played Ashe top. But honestly, more fun stuff here is going to be like Rookie Silas versus Faker LeBlanc
Grabe
in
si,
mid lane.
si Faker, oh.
Some stutter steps going on as well. And this is going to be the supports
Matapak-tapak
opening up
lang
their
ganun.
roams. So remember, the 4-minute timer is your timer for top lane. So the supports are out here really early. As long as they don't go top, though, to trigger the 4-minute timer. Like, they didn't change the mid lane one.
Yeah.
Just the top lane one. So mid lane's fair game, Atlas.
Yep, it's all
Here
just
we
fine.
go.
Right now we're seeing, yeah, it is just 2v2 in mid. This is normal. Rookie down to about 50%, but that's going to be the way of the Silas in this lane. As what is happening? Is it like Gumayusi like teaching the Shy AD carry, or is it the Shy teaching Gumayusi top lane? I'm not entirely sure, and I am hazard to guess that it's more the Shy that's able to know what's up, because this guy also
That's his domain, the top lane, huh?
Yeah, he also pioneered the Kalista in the top lane. He is not much of a stranger.
Only the Shy knows what the Shy is doing.
I mean, that has not been proven more true today than any other day.
Honestly,
Right,
Oh!
taking so
Oh!
much damage here as there's the snap.
Ay, nahil!
But it's all a bait. Faker, can he actually still get the kill, as he does get the passive proc, and that's going to help keep him safe, but Mako still wants to take him down. This Nautilus is so scary, and he flashes to try and lock him down. The distortion, not enough, and first blood to Mako. Now Owner is making his way, and his carrier's looking to try and punish this Big Daddy as he makes his way out, gets himself another round of shielding. Oh my goodness, Mako, you monster!
On the 10-year anniversary, went from EDG to actually defeat it. Wait a second, he's right back, more action.
Yep, more chains connecting. I mean, there are chains all over the place. There was even a chain on the end of that anchor as well, as now Rookie's gonna get pushed out of this lane. Carrier comes on over to say no more funny business, but I don't think that's gonna deter
nagpareact
anyone.
na lang
Today
tayo
has
dun
been
eh.
all about funny business. Kobe?
Mako literally himself ends up getting the kill onto Faker's LeBlanc this time around. Absolute insanity going on.
Let's have a look at it one more time here, as this looked like Rookie was dead.
Yeah, it looked like a kill angle to Faker as well. I mean, honestly, to me too, so let's take a look at this. He hit the Q as Rookie was coming in and hit the chain. That was nice as he was going back to the minion.
Akala niya nag-heal na. Kasi nag-green bigla eh. Si Mako nag-green.
Yeah. To make sure that Rookie survives.
Mako keeps Rookie alive, and then Mako finishes the job. Walk him down.
Oh man, look at this. Holds the flash for such a long time as well, and Carrier even tried to make it as impossible as he could to click on Faker, as Danny is losing his mind, as we can see.
He's having fun. Everyone's having fun watching this series. This series is crazy.
Well, distortion over the wall here from Faker. Can snap back if he would like to. But Owner also lying in wait. Satchel charge going to come on through here, but Gumayusi not too worried about the minefield that has been put down. Throws out the Q. The bouncing bomb going to be ignored here, as the Ashe in a pretty good spot at this point of the game. As Doran, yeah, this is not going to be fun, I don't think, for the On in this lane. As great sidestep there from Carrier. Mako not quite picking the direction he would juke.
Oh, Faker, lalim mo.
Well, he's on top of a ward, so it is going to be T1 just playing defensively, and will be okay. Faker dashes forward, and Rookie is looking a little worse for wear. But after what happened in the early stages, I don't think they're going to overcommit for that.
I gotta be honest, Alice. I totally thought the supports were at some point going to leave mid lane, and the lane swap was only going to be early stuff. But man, everyone camping around that mid lane, supports and jungles. At least our bottom laners have finally met back up.
X-Flash. She does move far enough away to keep himself fully safe. And everything is going to sort of relax itself, right? We've got a 500 gold lead approximately here for IG, who have benefited from this early game. That first blood going over to Mako is basically the gold lead.
Yeah. Mid lane, of course, Faker, it has resulted in a good CS lead for Faker with the constant pressure and making it hard for Rookie to CS. And now neither of them with flashes does make me think Jungler's Paradise. We've got level 6 Nocturne And Wei is a bit behind, so it's going to take a bit more for Pantheon to get level 6 and get that global threat as well. But we are about to enter the jungle paradise of level 6s, just fire off those ultimates, go grab your kills. We have no flashes on the mid laners or the supports, which are also technically mid laners in this game. I guess they've spent enough time
also
there
mid laners.
to be labeled as the support mid laners.
This is also the first game that we don't have Spellbook for Keria, so he's not going to be able to teleport his way around the map. Mako is going to be so lucky. So we'll see whether Keria can get the value out of the area that he's looking for, despite not being able to have that added utility. Kamiushi back up towards the top side now, once again leaning into Gala as Rookie taking down lower and lower. This is something we used to see all the time, the stolen Mimic Distortion from the Sylas. Although that's showing my age. I think that was the first time Sylas.
I think
that's
what we were
IG.
supposed to do today.
Wag,
I think
T1
that's what
tayo.
today's about.
Yeah, we were just, it was Unk broadcast,
Yeah,
right?
today-
So we're allowed.
Today is History Day.
Well, there is that distortion being utilized. It's a fair bit of damage, but now everyone is being called in and they slam Rookie into the ground. Some grubs should come on through for T1 afterwards as well, but man, Blinken, you missed it. As Rookie is just dead.
That's everyone who has an ult used their ult on Rookie. Keria didn't because he's only level 4, but everybody
He pressed R though, Kobe. You best believe he pressed R.
He pressed R for sure. He's with you.
Oh my goodness. All right. But it will still be IG utilizing the fact that they didn't press as many R buttons to take 2 of these grubs. One of them did go over to T1.
Yung burst ng T1 yung
play.
Yung maganda dyan
But it's not enough to get the gold lead completely back in the
kaya
hands
din
of
sila
T1.
kasi
Instead,
burst eh.
things are just basically equalized.
The Avengers assembled around mid lane to take down Rookie to even it up 1-1.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the Thunderbirds that were going to be the second round of Avengers, but no. Apparently it's just T1.
Yep. Well, let's take a look at the aftermath. So you do get the credit towards your objective as far as getting the double grubs. Another lock in here. Faker continues to apply some pressure, going for the trades, but you don't get the Void Mite spawns, the little void voidlings or whatever.
Yep.
For your split pushing or your tower taking later. So it's a little bit reduced, but I think T1 feel pretty good about their situation, getting the kill here onto Faker. He did also invest in the early heal cutting here against Rookie in this lane where, you know, so many uses of the Kingmaker as well as Mako's heal, I guess, since Mako's that was very effective heal early on in that early trade.
I also feel like there might be a Sundered Sky coming in, and that may be even the bigger issue. As here's the kitchen sink
Cinematic
falling
version.
from the sky.
Ash Arrow, Ornn Ultimate, they all collide at the same time. Honestly, kind of impressive that Faker still was able to get the last hit of the kill with everything just
it's pretty impressive.
hitting at the same
I mean, that was
time.
damage soup that just landed on him. And was enough to deal with Rookie. That's one of those times where you're like, you just start pinging all of the R buttons that just hit you.
I want to do an investigation and see, like, what was the actual time difference between each R button press, as Doran's got some visitors.
Well, he is also going to call in his friends, but it's going to be too late, and now Oner might be in an awkward position, still able to get the kill on Mako, who unfortunately had turret aggro in that play. So a 1-for-1 will be the result, but the Shy able to push this wave in, and also possibly put some pressure on this turret, utilizing the Ziggs. Is Oner going to move on over? And only throws out a Duskbringer. So that's all she wrote for T1's defense, and that should be first turret going over to IG.
That was really nice answer from Oner. You know, lays down the Q right before he arrives with his ultimate, and with the tower damage there, does get the counter kill. So ends up being a 1-for-1 on their dive on Doran. Doran, though, of course, is suffering significantly with the Shy here having his Varus top, pretty good CS numbers for himself. He teleports right back out. Gala down here to the bottom side, so I think they do want to fight it. They're not going to give it to T1 for free.
Yep, Faker looking for a flank, but he is spotted on Vision. Rookie with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow already prepped.
Doran can't come, though. This is 4v5, guaranteed.
Yep, Wei couldn't get on in there as
Muntik
the
na!
flash is going to be employed. Depth charge comes down, but he creates so much distance, and all the buttons go entirely wide. They were thrown after Faker. He lands the chains, and IG just kind of left confused with no T1 to fight. Unless...
Kapalit pa ba yan? Lalim mo.
Just chase him a little more.
Not T1's to fight, though. Gala is hitting a turret, and maybe T1 are going to be tempted to try and defend this. Right now, 3 versus 3. You've got Rookie moving towards the top side. And T1 are going to be
Nakakamiss tuloy
able to
mag-LeBlanc.
deny
Isa sa
some
mga
of the
paborito ko
exploits
gamitin
that have
dati.
come on in.
Okay, so Gala getting some more turret damage there, some more advantage, turret plate money for IG. And having opened up the map on the top side as well after their dive situation, does make you a little bit more worried. You know, we mentioned with the Pantheon ult and the Ziggs ultimate, you have a decent amount of global on that side too. It's not just that they have to play into Nocturne ultimate, but they've got some pretty good uses themselves.
There's also Blade of the Ruin King completed here from the Shy already. And oftentimes in Ziggs compositions, we often talk about, oh, but they won't have the same level of consistent damage. They won't have the same ability to take neutrals, things like this. When you've got like an on-hit Varus on your team anyway, I mean, it's just a mage and an AD carry, right? It's just a regular composition. And so they're not going to run into any of those issues.
Mas nakakatakot yung comp ng IG dito eh. Yung combo ng Pantheon, Varus, Ziggs.
What? The Shy never does crazy stuff.
Yeah, no, surely we can rely on that. It's going to be absolutely fine. Hawkshot going to give some vision over to T1. As Gala takes the damage from the volley, double flashes employed. Mega Inferno
Oh my god, lahat ginamit. Okay, ganda na pasok sana ni Owner.
Fantastic paranoia comes
Okay na
in,
ba?
but still
Oh,
Owner
buhay ka!
taking so much
Yun lang,
damage. The flash
kinulang.
from Rookie. He's able
Dami
to
din na
shut him
masyado.
down, and now the Shy looking for Doran. He's tanking up the turret, and he's happy to do so as IG. They slam T1 on multiple fronts.
IG are popping off. They want to send us to Silver Scrapes. They want to send us to a 5th game, Atlas.
They may just do it if they keep playing like this as IG now looking to take
Gagi,
more
muntik na
plates.
dun
It is
si
still
Guma.
14 minutes for another 8 seconds. And so they might be able to get another one here as now Rookie and Trouble Gumayusi trying to lay down the hurt, but instead distracted by a ward and will be able to take that one out of there. T1 by no means out of this one, but the signs of life from IG gonna be putting some worry into the T1 fans.
I love staying in attack mode there for IG. There's no hesitation.
They have another mode?
Yeah, they immediately throw these semi-global ults that we're kind of trying to hype up. You know, they get the double flashes out of the T1 bottom lane as Faker wants the rest of this turret, but Wei is
tiny little bit of damage.
Get back in there.
He just needs to.
What is that thing? Click on that thing. What is that? Yeah, okay, there we go.
Nailed. So it does take a turret shot, but that is fine. We'll be able to claim that global gold. That's going to close the gap just a little bit.
I do, but again, yeah, I love how they just attack the, you know, the Ashe and the Lulu here. No flashes now on either of them. Really, really big stuff. Mako forces them initially, then they have the follow-up. They got the Ziggs ultimate, the Pantheon ultimate, and Rookie flanking through. So even though Owner tried to cover with darkness, they just full send. Flash under tower, and then the Shy takes care of Doran himself.
Doran also threw the wrong direction.
Yeah, Doran was like, let me out of here, I gotta get this way.
Yeah, he's like, save yourself, Ram friend.
I'm getting out of here.
All right, we're fighting again as now Carrier in a bit of trouble. Does have to put his Wild Growth on cooldown as the darkness is going to come in, but Carrier already dead. Owner able to put himself in a great position though as the Pantheon will be the answering kill, but Rookie on the top side of the map means that Gumayusi cannot play the game. He's taken out, but it's a 1-for-1, and now it's T1 trying to fight back. This time, the Ram is going to connect as the Ziggs satchels himself
Ay, nice,
out
nice,
and
nice.
burns to
Na-red
death
buff ni Owner.
as Owner's red buff gets it done. Now Mako not going to be able to do anything. The anchor is cute, but I think that Faker will be able to finish this one off. And T1,
Okay.
they're going to be able to
Bawi
fight
yung
back.
T1, bawi yung T1.
This is peak League of Legends right here,
Sure, it's
baby.
not ping pong, Kobe. Because it's just battle. Like one team wins, and the next person wins right back.
Okay, so immediately right onto Carrier and Guma, and they couldn't even decide, and they're like, okay, fine, we get the Carrier, but then Nocturne, Darkness does so much work here. Because they don't actually have vision, they're able to get the shutdown. T1 kites backwards. We're back to action, baby!
Yep, Carrier just out of the death chamber and might just be put back in it here as the Glitterland's not quite enough, and Wei will be able to put him down. Faker looking for a bit of a recall here, but Rookie might be able to find him. Faker able to distort his way out and will be able to keep himself safe, but still Rookie denying the back angle, and it's more turrets going down for the Ziggs. Man, I'm looking over here, I can see Orcs.
Oh, they're going for the Shy!
Left as they are looking for the Shy. Can they find the fear? And they will be able to do so. This time, the Shy doesn't have a lot of that funny business available. He's doing a lot of damage, and now the cavalry is going to come in? Has he bought enough time to allow IG to capitalize on this one? As Paranoia just to buy the space, and we'll see whether it works. He looks to turn it, they take down Gala, and Owner is still alive! He survives through it all! And Way's
Ibang
going to fall
klase
at the
talaga si
same
Owner.
time to knock up on Mako. He's dead, and T1!
Guma, free hit lang.
Oh my god, Owner, you are an absolute gem!
Holy! Owner does not run away, Atlas! He turns around, he goes right back in. He lives in addition to getting all the kills. That is insanity from T1.
My goodness. And now the Dragon going to be secured here. That is going to be the second going over to T1.
Ay, hindi ko napansin na nagmura.
Soul going to be a mountain yet again.
Ano sabi? Ano sabi?
And let's have a look at this one more time because, man, the Shy going down, that was understandable, but he did buy a lot of time, and it looked pretty decent, honestly, for IG.
Yeah, and Owner flashed to start this play. So we start the play seeing his flash. So he's not going to have flash for later for escaping. So IG, they're like, all right, we're
Ay,
coming
takay
down
ko,
the river, we'll
kamusta,
go for
kamusta?
Dragon
Sorry,
Force,
hindi ko
then the
napansin sa chat.
darkness, and he, all right.
Medyo
I was like,
tutok
maybe
tayo
he'll
eh.
run away with it. But no, he goes right back in on the stun timer. He has the spell shield. He gets the extra healing. He stays alive with the passive
Grabe.
healing, with the Conqueror stacking.
The Umbral Blades. Just getting all of that health back, but man, Owner, zero fear in that moment. I think he thought that he was going to die. He's like, well, let's send it. Saw the arrow come in and just launched himself like a missile into IG.
Yeah,
and
who's
even
collapsing on
surviving
who?
at the end is absurd. Because, like, you just get the Paranoia damage down, your job is done. Great play. The fact that he lived is just absurd. As the Shy has killed a lot of minions, as we're seeing here. The Rift Herald is going to be employed in the mid lane. And now Paranoia comes down yet again. The Shy in trouble once more. As the Ram looking for the
yun
knockup
lang.
will be
Oh, yung arrow, yun lang!
downtown. Connects from Gumayushi and Faker
Nice
going
one,
to
Owner.
close in as well. The
Nasa
Red
inabol
Skyfall
siya.
comes
Hindi,
in, the
buhay,
Memory
buhay.
Photobombs.
Yun lang.
Not quite enough as
Sa
Owner
kanya
just
kata ibabato.
barely
Ay, hindi!
limping
Hindi na ba to?
away. And now the fight is going to continue. Mako trying to throw out the CC. The satchel's good as Gala's bouncing.
Free hit si Gumo.
Connecting. T1 still not able to quite
Nahuli
find
si Faker pero okay lang ata. Free hit si Guma, free hit si Guma, free hit si Guma, free hit si Guma.
Gumayushi's the problem. He flashes to create the space. And Gala, they've been ignoring him this whole time. Finally, they're going to move over as he runs out of mana, takes down Carrier, but he will die as a result. And Doran and Gumayushi walk away victorious.
And T1 keep up the pace. They keep the pressure high, continuing to force another and another fight. They see the Shy, they go kill the Shy. Immediate Nocturne ultimate from Owner. He's going sicko mode in this game. Doran is able to hit the ultimate on him, right into the ultimate from Guma as well, and so he's stunned. Owner snipes him with the Q then afterwards. Then they throw the Ziggs ultimate at Owner. Rookie actually steals the Ornn ultimate and isn't able to reactivate it there in the brush. And so they don't finish off Owner. He goes to live. The rest of T1 could push them off. Guma's doing so much work here with the Ashe, pelting them from the side. So even when Faker
Sobrang
goes
free hit si
down
Guma
there,
yan eh.
Guna puts out so much damage, or Gumayushi puts out so much damage and keeps them slowed with the Ashe.
And Rookie just couldn't make his way back in again, so Gala kind of left out to dry. Now the Otacon has been started by IG. This has been a point of contention for this team. We'll see whether they can make it work this time around here in Game 4. Man, this is feeling like they're throwing the gauntlet as now the Paranoia comes down. Doran finds a huge knock-up and the AoE is massive.
Ganda?
Wild growth, absurd by T1. And their team fighting is just too good, ladies and gentlemen.
Pero pulado sila, pwede sila mamatay dyan.
There are too many people here. Rookie finds the clone of all things, but the Otacon will stay up.
Uy, 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 uy! Lo! Ano yan?
Up. And T1 did lose two in the process. Can Rookie do
Wala,
it?
ano nangyari?
But he cannot in this moment. Still, they
Bigla
saved the
nawala.
Otacon.
Pero okay na,
May
okay na, okay na.
actually be the biggest deal in this moment.
Wait, they've got a teleport from Doran. They can teleport
Gulat
Doran back in.
ako,
Faker and Keria are flanking them. There's the teleports coming in. It's actually answered here by IG as well.
Oh, Gala gets executed. Faker finds him in the brush. He thought he was safe, and honestly, so did we because there wasn't the vision as Doran slams his head into the wall, but he is so incredibly tanky. The flash out from Carrier to avoid the re-engage as Rookie is doing a fair bit of work. Doran doesn't have damage himself, and now the Shy has made his way in. It's another hook connecting, but Owner is also respawned. Ladies and gentlemen,
Muntik
Doran
na.
will be dying
Muntik na si
in this fight, but yeah, we have Paranoia coming up very, very soon. And the Ash Arrow is 8 seconds away. I do not think it's Otacon time. Please let me breathe.
No way, buddy. Let's keep the action going. T1, they approach. They fire.
As Gumayusi's going to find it, and Rookie's going to get punished once again. It's being in a brush.
Oh
It's
my
going to be
God.
the downfall, and it's Carrier that's able to get the last hit, but Gumayusi is kiting like a madman. Another wild growth. And T1, it feels like the same team fight that they won before. Well, they're going to go win it again.
That was all one team fight right there, Atlas. They continue it. The Arbans come back up.
Nakakanibago to T1, ganito ka-agre.
Guma here with the Ash Arrow re-engages, sets it up, and the Otacon this time will be the final prize.
They're going to be able to pick it up here. It's 23 kills to 13.
I like those numbers.
Oh, it's absolutely ridiculous. A bloodbath here in our game number 4 between T1 and IG, but IG are circling the drain now, and this is where they need to get it together if we want to see the silver scrapes. And that's also Soul Point on the board as well. Mountain Soul will make this team so tanky. As let's see this one as, yeah, he watched Gala walk into the brush.
He's like, Ziggs only waddles so quickly.
Yeah. Oh man, beautifully played though. It's exactly what a LeBlanc is built to do.
Okay, so then, here we go. Hawk shot from Guma, sets him up. They throw down the blue trinket, hits him with the Ash Arrow. We already talked about Owner was ready with the Nocturne ultimate, and even though he goes down this time around, T1 successful re-engage. Picture-in-picture will show that they are getting another objective, but don't let that distract you from the next fight, because we're moments away.
This is the thing. I am not convinced that T1's going to win this game yet. Right now, everything is pointing towards that being the likely outcome. But you best believe
They're
I will not be baited into expecting something, as the arrow is going to stop the back from Wei, and now he's trapped. He's not going to be able to escape. He doesn't have the Grand Starfall, and now the jungler is going to be dead at 23 minutes and 50 seconds in the game. The Baron is up in a minute's time, and Wei is not going to be able to get into position to try and get vision down.
Is Guma Hawkeye? Has he missed Ash Arrows ever?
He's channeling prey.
There's so many of them. Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a close one to Pantheon channeling the ultimate there in the spot. And the Ash Arrow finds another one. So many of them this game, but T1 now will continue to push afterwards. So they don't see any more champions on screen, so they'll kill some towers.
We'll see whether the champions will come on screen, because then T1 will try to kill them. That is going to be what happens right now. Gala does have a massive amount of wave clear. So that Baron that I was talking about before up in 25 seconds time, that is going to be required if they want to break open this space of IG.
Can we crowdsource, like, what is the highest kills per minute of an international game? Because this has got to be up there,
I mean,
man.
T1 are almost at a kill a minute as the team.
Yeah, just as one of the team. This is absolute, like, this pace is crazy. I hope that we're setting records here, because it feels like we're at least getting close.
Yep, I hope so. And they're going to have to keep it up as the Baron is going to spawn, as we were talking about. And IG, they need to try and get into this darkness and make something happen. But the vision control, just from the champions of T1, is ridiculous. Hawkshot and Paranoia. Not only do they get vision themselves, they take it away from you. It's so unfair. Have absolutely every option, as Faker is also able to get all the way around this map to wherever he needs to be. Clear out these pink wards if he would like to.
And that's a dream scenario for LeBlanc, where your team does have that luxury of controlling so much vision. You're a trickster. You're this burst mage that wants to go for distortion combos.
Yeah, you capitalize on information. Way better than any other champion. And IG grouping up, getting themselves in there. The flash in from Mako does trigger the flash out from Carrier.
All right, IG, can they...
Last time the mindset of Mako. He has just gone for every flash angle that he can possibly find.
Especially when he's looking for Guma or Carrier, you know, trying to kill those two specifically. Let's see if they can actually do that one more time and actually take down Carrier, punish the no flash.
Good spell shield there from
Okay,
Ono.
Nakaabot.
Hook in as Faker distorts his way back again. The knockup going to go wide from Doran.
Si Faker, si Faker. May spatan sa ward. Hindi, pinatay yung ilaw.
But that's a brilliant stasis.
Huli yung Varus! Huli yung Varus!
Ono goes in. He survives for so long. Way too long. Wild Growth comes in, and it's Gumayusi with the damage. Why is this Nocturne still alive? Ono, you absolute monster. bounce of the inner turret's going to go down, and I think this is the end of IG, and T1
Let's go.
putting the end to the LPL has started early this Worlds.
T1 will have every member alive to assault the IG base. Scala trying to defend, but it's no use.
And the Ziggs that was their Achilles heel is finally going to be taken down as T1 will make it to the Swiss stage to defend that Worlds title.
Nice one, T1.
Well, we certainly ended the series with quite the banger.
Yeah, that was a bang. And to be honest, this whole series was far more than I was expecting.
Nice one,
My
T1.
goodness, IG. They found so many great angles in the first few games, and I can already see was far more than I was expecting.
Well, we certainly ended the series with
very close to the record, I'm pretty sure. We have it here, Supermassive versus Kaboom in 2018.
They hit
3.1 kills per minute.
That's truly crazy number.
That's absurd.
I don't know what ours was, but
yeah, that's numbers we can't contend with Turkey versus Brazil.
Yeah.
Okay, we can't get there. But this was still very close, and this was like an LCK team involved. Okay, there's not often that much action. As unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to IG.
Woo!
It just feels unfair. I understand this is how it all shook out, but the fact that we have to say goodbye to this team, it's
Well, lakas pa rin ng IG, man. Lakas pa rin ng IG. Malakas pa rin ng IG, pre. Lalo na yung sa game 1. Yung sa game 1. Kala ko nga talo na yung T1 nun eh.
some more rematches. So much action, so much fun.
So kung nanalo yung IG ng game 1, match point na sila
We are
nun.
getting some more
Anong game
interviews
to?
as well, some possibilities. And T1, people were wondering, all right, is this going to be the moment?
Okay.
Because they do take some time to scale up in tournaments.
I mean, they took some time in this series.
Pasok sa Worlds. Pasok
And
sa
they needed
Worlds.
to, because the final test
Pasok
being
sa Worlds, pare.
the Ziggs, that monkey to get off their shoulder, you know, and being able to finally do it as since Split 3 being 0-5 against the champion hasn't been the best for them, and just insane play. Mako as well, being able to be the first one to get a kill onto Faker.
Yeah, on the
I mean, you
block.
felt the prominence immediately.
Yeah.
And it kind of echoed around this stadium as well. The fact that he was able to do it here, 10 years separated, after being on the team that was able to serve his first loss on that champion, just wasn't enough to actually win them the series. This isn't the one, right? Okay, good.
Yeah. We get the cinematic. Oh, this is all the ultimates at the same time. That was all of the R's buttons pressed from T1 simultaneously to take down Rookie
Makakapahinga tayo ng
Some of the highlights
mahinahon.
like,
Hindi tayo
the highlight reel that we have for Worlds
stressed
is
or
incredible.
malungkot.
It's fantastic. Just so much already. T1 will remain in the tournament.
Masaya ang Worlds natin
The
ngayon.
Riona
Masaya ang
living
Worlds
here
natin kasama
was
ang T1.
Just not allowed.
Yeah, able to take
Very
them
good,
both
very
down,
good T1.
Still surviving. And the pace just continued. I mean,
Very good
talking about
T1.
highlight reels, like if they made a
Fan
highlight
mode
reel
on
of
the
this
shot.
game, there was so little
Fan
downtime
mode tayo,
between
T1
fights that you would only have to really cut out a tiny bit of the beginning of the game.
Actually,
And just
inantok
kinda
kasi
then
ako
roll the
sa
rest
ano
of the
eh,
game.
pagkain ko ng
It's all-
pares.
And
all the
I'm
action,
just
all the
really
highlights.
glad that
I'm glad
can
T1
confirm that
won.
Dracos and Hysterics arrived yesterday.
Ano natalo yung
I
T1?
need a break
Ay,
after
ewan
this
ko.
series, man. It's just a lot of yelling because these guys would not
Sorry na,
stop fighting
sigaw-sigaw
one
ako.
another. And we've been casting T1 for a very long time. They can be methodical, but we know that they do not want to be. As this was almost an incredible turnaround. The fact that the Shy was able to get the arm guard off, you know, keep himself out of harm's way, dodging a lot of CC, it just wasn't enough when the wallets were this heavy.
Yeah.
And we also answered your
T1
question
mobile
of
wins.
if the Ashe does get picked up, who are going to be our players that want to play it? Gumayusi looking pretty good on it here today.
He did look very good on it. The kiting, the slow, really, really effective. So congratulations to T1 taking down IG. You know, IG in the first couple of games in this series, you know, even though they did lose the first one, they looked really good. Looked like they should have won it. And then game 2 actually taking it, you know, making us believe.
And it did feel a little bit like they had the majority of the tempo vibes for the first two games. And
Swiss
that is
stage
huge
na, ito na,
testament
Swiss stage
when
na.
So many of us, we have to remember back to like 85% of people believing that T1 had this one in the bag. The fact that IG, this is a 3-1, right? It is relatively in T1's favor, but IG put up a fantastic fight. And now we have Keria alongside Jisun ready to tell us all about it.
Thank you very much, and I'm here joined by Keria. Congratulations on the win and happy birthday.
Happy birthday,
정말 축하드리고요.
Keria.
승리도 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
So you had your birthday on such an important game day, and you managed to get the win and advance to the Swiss stage. How do you feel right now? 오늘 정말 중요한 날인데 또 생일이었잖아요. 많은 게 걸린 날이었는데 승리와 함께 스위스 스테이지 진출하셨습니다. 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 오늘 생일이기도 하고 되게 또 많은 분들이 지켜봐 주시는 또 빅경기였는데 승리할 수 있게 돼서 너무 기쁜 것 같고 그리고 집으로 바로 안 돌아가서 다행인 것 같습니다.
Yeah, today was a very important day, very special day for me. If I could get a win, I knew that I will be able to get a lot of celebration from the fans, and I'm just so happy that I'm not going straight back home. And then today, well, it was a do or die match for both teams, and it was an elimination, a single best of 5
Panalo,
series
panalo.
to determine the fate of both teams. So how did you mentally prepare for this intense playing stage? 오늘 사실은 정말 걸린 게 많았고 사실 단 한 판의 다전제로 5세트 다전제로 결정되는 그런 플레인 스테이지였는데요. 멘탈적으로는 어떻게 준비하셨는지 특히나 T1은 조금 토너먼트가 진행됨에 따라서 폼을 끌어올리는데 어떤 식으로 준비하셨는지 궁금합니다.
원래 스위스 스테이지 진행할 때는 좀 지더라도 좀 발전할 여지가 많다고 생각해서 좀 여유롭게 대회를 진행했던 것 같은데 오늘 같은 경우는 발전할 여지도 없이 지면 끝이기 때문에 좀 이제 다 토너먼트 이제 4강, 8강 그런 대회 대하듯이 준비했던 것 같아요.
Yeah, well, when we originally play, Swiss stage in the past Worlds, it was more like if we, drop a game or two, if we make some mistakes, there's always room to improve and room to make it up for it. But this time, it was a do or die. There's no room for mistakes. So we kind of approached this playing stage match as a knockout stage match, just like quarters or semifinals. And although today was a 3-1 victory, every game was so intense. It was team fight after team fight. Well, LPL teams, especially IG, are known to, be really good at team fights. But today it was just a team fight, a masterclass by T1. So how did you pull that off? 사실은 오늘 3대1 승리긴 했지만 매판이 굉장히 좀 팽팽했던 것 같습니다. 한타도 굉장히 많이 나왔고 교전 위주의 게임이 많이 나왔는데 사실은 IG를 포함한 LPL 팀들이 이런 교전이 굉장히 좋다고 알려져 있는데 오늘은 T1의 교전력이 더 빛났던 것 같습니다. 어떻게 이런 경기력이 나왔나요?
일단 사실 LPL 팀들이 교전이 되게 강하긴 하지만 또 저희 팀 같은 경우에는 또 LCK 내에서도 좀 교전이 장점인 팀이라고 생각해서 좀 전 세계 어느 팀이랑 비교해도 교전력 하나는 안 밀린다고 생각하고 있는
Okay guys, mukhang pahinga muna tayo ng konti. Tignan natin kung meron tayo. Di ko pa na-check yung mga group chat. Tignan ko kung magkakaroon ba tayo ng scrim. Pero papahinga muna ako ng konti. Kung meron tayo scrim, magla-live ulit ako. Thank you so much guys sa supportan nyo. Salamat sa mga nag-share, salamat sa mga nanonood, salamat sa mga nag-comment. yung mga nakatambayan natin na
이렇게 스위스 스테이지로 진행하게
yung word na hula.
스위스 스테이지로 가게 됐는데 또
Kita-kits ulit. Let's go T1. Kita-kits bukas. Or mamaya, depende kung may stream tayo ulit. GG's, GG's.
With this victory, we were able to secure a spot in the Swiss stage, and as T1 always did in the previous Worlds, we will do our best in order to get the